Yogaman states that the rulers are going to be releasing Legia, the Monarch of Giants. He will replace the southern zone. And as for the Shadow Monarch, they're thinking of leaving him with the Architect. Yogamund has also come with some exciting good news. He has confirmed the location of the greatest fragment of brilliant light. It's good for them, when all of a sudden, the ice creature senses that they were being lured to come to this place. Before them is a man bearing a power from the fragments of brilliant light, a man that intends to become an obstruction for their plans. This man is none other than Sung Il-hwan, who understands that these evil beings are referring to Korea as their place of target. Neither of them are interested in facing him at the current moment, so they leave with a provocation for him to try whatever he can to stop them. Attempting to chase them down, Il-hwan springs forth into action. His attack is blocked by a blockade of ice cast by the ice entity. It results in an explosion, and the outcome is made unclear. Back to the scene of the Red Gate, Sung Jinwoo confronts the boss monster of the dungeon. The creature is rather impressed that the tiny human had made it this far. He roars at his men to kill the human, but shockingly, none of its servants arrive at the scene. Jinwoo laughs at him for deeming him of short stature. He amusingly calls forth his own shadow soldiers of different ranks, each one dismantling the boss monster's soldiers until he's all there is left of them. The dungeon monster fails to comprehend what's even going on. Jinwoo doesn't even spare a moment to fight him personally. He leaves his high-ranking elite soldiers to handle the mess. All he does is issue a single command, causing his shadow soldiers to spring forth into action and obliterate the threat. Jinwoo casually walks past as Tank takes care of the beasts in front of him. The boss monster roars at the sight of its kind getting demolished by the human invader. Beru is on a damn rampage as he and Igris destroy the boss monster without any trouble. To finish the creature off, Tusk activates his gigantification spell alongside inverse gravity, pummeling the creature into the ground. With the monster reduced to a shameful position, the hunter is in the mood to ask questions, claiming that it will be less painful for the creature if he follows his demands. Without long, Jinwoo slaughtered the creature, realizing that the system is preventing magical beasts from revealing anything interesting. Still, he's focused on finding the answers for himself one day on his own. Taking out the cursed key from the random box he received long ago, turns out that he's reached requirements to activate it now. The key reveals information. It belongs to the Cartonon Temple, the same double dungeon that started it all. Jinwoo recalls it all too well, and understands the system's intentions to bring him over to the place it all began. Only this time things are different. He's no longer the helpless hunter he used to be. And if this was what was planned for him from the beginning, then someone is awaiting his arrival. To that, Jinwoo is eager to meet the one who caused his demise. Deep inside the double dungeon, the statue of God carves open its demonic smile, expecting the hunter's arrival. Typing away at his keyboard like a madman, Jinho is roaring against our boy's haters, responding to every comment with fury. It's been stressful for him lately, but thankfully he's already taken out most of the hate groups targeting his brother. Jinwoo comes around with his destroyed suit, impressed that Jinho is hard at work. Jinho learns that he was inside a gate, and he sure came with some hefty magical cores for their guild. It's a good thing because they're needed to finance the guild, and with these cores they will no longer have to worry about their employees. The word employee surprises Jinwoo a bit, but then he remembers that they need at least one more member to confirm the creation of the guild. Even though they're supposed to fill the headcount, Jinwoo wants to be cautious with who they'll select to be a part of their team. Apart from that, there's one more thing bothering Jinho. Seeing his serious expression, Jinwoo wonders what it could be this time. Jinho reveals that they gotta figure out a name for the guild, which is pretty underwhelming to our boy who was expecting something serious. Jinho emphasizes that it's as important as it could get and even recommends a bunch of names based off of their personal names. The hunter disregards his suggestions and wonders if Solo Play Guild would be a nice fit. Now you guys know by this point that Jinwoo is absolutely terrible with his names, and even Jinho is having the stark realization that this guy is actually bad at something. It's the corniest guild name he's heard all day. Hearing a knock on the door, they wonder who showed up. Jinho opens the door and immediately goes into shock. It's the beautiful Cha Hai In, who has come to their office unannounced. Jinwoo straight up asks her why she's here. With a slightly embarrassed look on her face, she expresses interest in joining our boys' group. Let's go. We got the baddie on our side. Anyway, they sat down for a chat. Hai In once again states her intentions, but Jinwoo is confused and has no idea what's wrong with her. He wonders if the chairman had a role in this, or if Young In kicked her out. But neither part is true, so he goes on to seriously ask why she's interested in joining his solo play guild. Even Hai In experiences a jolt of corniness from that silly little name, though Jinwoo confirms that his vice guildmaster agreed with it. Jinho immediately bounces in and clears his name, denying any such involvement. Our boy is a little bit confused with the events that are transpiring. Thanks to his sensory skill, he can tell that her pulse is quickening and she's in distress. but he still has no idea why Hei-in is interested in joining his guild. Jinwoo brings up her recent awakening as an S rank, which means she should maintain her contract with the Hunter Guild. Hei-in argues that she's even ready to pay the fees for the penalty of voiding the contract. It's quite interesting. So Jinwoo reminds her that they're a new guild, and they won't have the funds to compensate a brilliant hunter like her. To that, Hei-in argues that she's fine without taking any down payment for the meantime. At last, Jinwoo questions again why she's so hell-bent on joining his guild, seeing as there is no practical benefit to her becoming a part of the team. Hei-in thinks for a moment, collecting her thoughts. She has no idea of putting her feelings into words. It all started with their first encounter at the A-rank dungeon, and before long she was attracted to his scent. Then, in the Jeju Island raid, she was knocked down and grievously injured, nearly dying from the battle. And yet, when she regained consciousness, she learned that she was just fine. Hei-in was worried about Jinwoo's battle and felt happy to learn that he succeeded in his fight. It's a kind of feeling for self-preservation. Hei-in wants to use Jinwoo's protection, though she struggles to admit something embarrassing like wanting to stay by his side until her end. It's such a flustering thought that she covers her face in embarrassment. Jinwoo, being as smart as he is, at this point has no idea what the hell is wrong with this girl. She clears her face, waving off the heat. He can see her visibly blushing, so he wonders if this entire thing was planned. He questions if she's uninterested in answering. To that, Hei-in whips out a generic response, arguing that she seeks a life of comfort. By now, Jinho is up in our boy's ears, reminding Jinwoo that she must have been pressured a lot by other hunters to say something so raw. It's true that she's just a young adult with the burdens of an S-rank hunter. Jinwoo chalks it down to her feeling overwhelmed, but he's not so easy to let her join. He wants her to go through an entrance test for their guild, which surprises Hei-in momentarily. Of course, it's something our boy cooked in the heat of the moment. To inquire more, Hei-in asks about the particulars of the test, causing Jinwoo even greater shock by her conviction. He wonders if she's a stubborn person by nature, and reveals that the test will involve a battle against one of his summons. Hei-in takes it as offense and questions if he truly thinks of her as a weakling. Regardless, she's eager to know what kind of summon she'll be facing. To that, Jinwoo agrees to use his strongest soldier for the cause, which Hei-in is satisfied to hear. Hei-in wants to take the test immediately, so Jinwoo recommends doing it in the gym of the association. Though that location is far away from here, he intends to use his shadow exchange skill to transport immediately. He stops Hei-in from leaving and tells her to stick close by him so they can use a shortcut. This guy literally pulls her in, exerting maximum riz as he activates shadow exchange. Both figures are consumed in tendrils of shadows before sinking into the ground. By the time Jinho returns with snacks, there's only a high orc left inside the room. This little bastard eats the snacks instead. Going over to the gym, Jinwoo arrives with Hei-in in an instant. She's quite surprised by his usage of this ability, while our boy reflects that his skill basically mimics the properties of a gate. The entrance of the gate is the floor underneath, and the exit can be chosen at will. He has a cooldown to endure for the skill, but it allows him the ability to instantly transport to any part of the world at will. It's time to get started, though Hei-in forgot to bring her weapon along. Jinwoo teases her by asking if she's talking about that pickaxe from the A-rank dungeon. Just remembering that moment causes her to feel embarrassed. Our boy laughs and assures her that he's just kidding. Hei-in thinks she'll be able to find something valuable among the weapons of the storage. There are many weapons reserved inside the gyms for training purposes. They're clearly not as good as the real deal, but more than enough for practice purposes. Picking up a blade, Hei-in claims to be ready to fight. Jinwoo understands that she's going to be handicapped in this fight because she's missing her real weapon. Regardless, Hei-in thinks it's a situation that mimics a real dungeon where they can't control situations to their liking. Judging her skill, Jinwoo knows any normal soldier would be ripped to shreds. So he calls forth one of his best and most loyal soldiers, Igris the Knight. Hei-in wants to know about the win condition. He tells her that she can easily win by destroying his soldier. Though he mentioned he would bring out his best soldier for the fight, even Jinwoo understands that bringing out Baru would be overkill. That's why he's content with Igris. The fight begins with Hei-in unleashing a mystical aura. It's at this point Jinwoo stops the fight and hands Igris the Demon King's sword, wanting the knight to fight at his strongest. The fight officially begins with Igris majestically pulling out the longsword and unleashing a wave of thunder in her path. Dodging the thunderous blast, the agile hunter reacts properly, impressing the likes of Jinwoo. She clashes her blade against the knight. The scene trails off to Gunhee's office, where he spots the gymnasium lit up and used even on an off day. He checks in with his staff and eyes into the security footage of the gym. Getting a visual of the fight, Gunhee realizes that Hei-in's reaction was genuine at the time. Even the old man knows that this is just young love. He wants his staff to shut down the CCTV footage for the day. The sheer impact of the battle is so much that it causes the building to shake. Back to the fight. Jinwoo is pretty much dumbfounded to see Igris defeated just like that. Hei-in, looking like a goddess with her blade, questions if the knight is really his strongest summon. She knows he was lying when he summoned Igris, and demands that he bring out the real powerhouse in his army. Jinwoo warns her one last time, but she's confident in facing her fears, facing the monster that put her down the last time. Jinwoo calls forth Baru to the field, once more questioning if she's content with her decision to move forward. Hei-in faces her worst fear as the giant ant materializes before her. While it's true that shadow soldiers are typically weaker than they were in their original life, still, Baru's existence was to eradicate hunters. That's why Jinwoo understands she stands little to no chance against someone like this monster. Baru humbly requests how he should be handling his opponent. Jinwoo's instructions are strict. He doesn't want this guy to actually hurt her, but to defeat her in a simple manner. Hearing that, the creature issues a loud roar, shattering all the lights in the gymnasium. The immense pressure is enough to make Hei-in wonder how Jinwoo was able to beat a creature so powerful. The monster whips out its claws, while his master keenly reminds him that he isn't going to be using any of them in this battle, and if he does injure her, he'll suffer for it. Adhering to the warning by its master, Baru retracts its claws. While the creature is distracted, Hei-in figures it's the best time for her to strike. But this guy literally turns up behind her with so much speed that she fails to fathom what even happened. It's the same exact move from their original fight, only this time Hei-in reacts to protect herself. Her light blade is easily caught by the creature, who then internalizes that he'll focus on overwhelming the hunter with so much power that she'll be forced to surrender. The agile hunter continues to point her blade, attempting to pin Baru down. But her strikes hit nothing but the air, as the monster swiftly dodges each attack without any trouble. Hei-in is unrelenting and refuses to give up. She even goes for a wide swing, which misses and astonishes her greatly, as Baru isn't even moving much from his spot. The creature appears on her face, before letting out an intimidating roar that could probably be traumatizing for the average hunter. Its mere scream is enough to send Hei-in on the back foot. Seeing the outcome of this battle unfold, Jinwoo understands that this fight is over already. He asks the hunter if she's content with the fight. To that, Hei-in's voice flickers, but she shows no signs of giving up. Despite being exhausted, she chooses to continue on, an attitude that confuses Jinwoo because the outcome of the battle is clear as day. Right now, Baru's strengths far surpass that of his other shadow soldiers. This monster is nothing more than a killing machine that shows no mercy, and it is considerably suppressing its will to kill to fight her. Jinwoo hopes that if she really does have a strategy in mind, she doesn't end up recklessly messing it up. It should be noted that Baru's predatory instincts are enough to inform him whether or not the creature it's facing is a predator or a prey. And right now, she appears nothing more than a prey who must be defeated at all costs. Bursting with incredible speed, Baru nearly pins her down with its powerful claws. Hei-in is able to evade the strike and reclaim her position. But Man Baru is ruthless as he claws his way through the ground, preparing for its next attack. To retaliate, Hei-in courses her blade with energy, utilizing her sword dance skill. Unleashing a beam of light, she attempts to strike down the creature materialized by shadows. The attack is not only blocked, in fact Baru manages to shatter her blade completely. But the hunter had been looking for this opportune moment, as her chipped blade was nothing more than a distraction. She chooses to utilize the last of her mana to activate Sword of Light, a blade completely formed of a sharp light that pierces the monster's chest. You might think that this is great news, but Jinwoo's fearful expression is all you need to know to understand what's going on. Just as the monster was pierced, a simple primal command echoed throughout its body, reminding it of the instruction it received from its queen upon its birth. That single command was to eradicate every single enemy and creature in its path. Having identified the hunter before it as its enemy, Baru's killing instincts erupt in haywire as it prepares to cut her down. Jinwoo roars at his summon to stop at once, while Hei-in is unable to dodge the attack in time. The attack connects with a loud explosion, but when the dust settles, it is revealed that Jinwoo stepped in and stopped Baru's claws from reaching Hei-in. The monster is puzzled, unable to recall what occurred. He bounces away like a little servant afraid to receive a blow from its master. Baru kneels before his king, apologizing for going too far. To that, Jinwoo can't do anything but look at him with an exhausted expression. He then turns to Hei-in and asks her why she risked her life to this extent. It was a mere test for a guild that didn't even have a proper name yet. And yet, she was risking her life to join it. It's a decision beyond the rationale of Jinwoo, who continues to ask why she pushes herself to such limits. She looks down, deep in thought, which makes his mind race with even more questions. Finally, Jinwoo chooses to man up and asks if she's actually interested in him. Hei-in receives this question with a jolt of shock, which makes him wonder if he said something wrong. He really has no clue what the girl is after at this point. Hei-in pauses before agreeing, her face blushing as she confirms his words, and that kids is how he met the mother of his children. Anyway, let's draw away from those two and see what the Federal Bureau is scheming. Selner and Michael both apologize for failing to recruit the S-rank hunter from Korea. The director is a serious man who isn't looking for an apology, but a retelling of what occurred. Michael goes on to state that from what Selner learned, they can safely assume that Sung Jin-woo is one of the kings. This causes Brennan great shock, as he finds out that Sung Jin-woo is actually just as powerful as a national rank hunter at his current level. To clarify, Selner goes on to state that awakened beings acquire powers from something called the other side. She possesses the unique ability to sense this connection. Sometimes the force echoing from the other side is so potent that hunters appear with a blinding glow of light. She likes to refer to these people as the kings, but when recalling Jinwoo's case, her body trembles and her expression darkens. She couldn't sense a connection like that, and the only thing she could sense was profound darkness staring right back at her. She describes Sung Jin-woo's presence as the embodiment of darkness. Brennan is cautious upon hearing this and asks if this makes the hunter an evil person or a threat. To that, Selner emphasizes that they've yet to confirm that, but it's just the source of his powers. Sung Jin-woo's strength does not come from the other side, and he doesn't have any connection pertaining to his powers. It's as if his strength comes from within, which is inherently why there is no upper limit to his strength. Selner nods in agreement with what she said. The director is glad to have learned such crucial information. He wants to go to basement level 24 and requests Michael to come. As they're descending to the bottom levels, the director mentions that they've got to find some other way to get Jinwoo on their side, now that Selner's powers are ineffective. He reminds him of the appearance of the first S-rank dungeon ever. Michael couldn't forget the event of catastrophe that annihilated an entire coastal area. In that raid, America's finest hunters, as well as the best hunters in the entire world, were hired to eliminate the threat. Only 5 hunters could make it out alive, each becoming national-level hunters as a consequence. They faced off against a beast of destruction, Kamish the dragon, the inextinguishable flame. This monster annihilated S-rank hunters like bugs. The catastrophe may have been brutal, but there was one thing that they were able to salvage from the tragedy. Michal soon realizes where this conversation is heading, as the director gives clearance to open the gate. As the gate opens, Brennan showcases what he means. The runestone they acquired from Kamish's body was retrieved in one piece. It's been nearly a decade since the end of the brutal raid, and yet, no mage-class national-level hunter has ever surfaced. That's also why the runestone has been sitting in the basement without seeing any usage. That said, Kamish's demise left yet another gift to the country. The beastly dragon's remains are carefully stored in the basement. The scene cuts to Sung Jin-woo's apartment. He's looking at himself in the mirror in deep contemplation. Even the man himself is aware of his riz, and he's at this point questioning if his looks really affected him that much. This glorious king has the audacity to call himself average despite looking like an absolute snack to any woman he's come across in the series. Jinwoo also wonders if his attraction is a buff based on some of the abilities he gained. After all, the system prevents his skin from harm and keeps him in top shape. Being the brother he is, he turns to his sister for an opinion in terms of looks. Surprised by this sudden question, Gina thinks he's overestimating himself, and even mocks him for being a bum-faced idiot. While she's flailing her legs like an idiot to kick him away, Jinwoo carefully reminds her about who he is. Apart from that, he tells her his intention of eventually creating a guild. This man mentions the same corny-ass guild name to her, which even makes Gina cringe. She thinks the name is foolish because of his powers to summon shadow soldiers. This man is no longer solo-leveling after all. It's hard to argue with her logic, so he wonders what he should go with. Gina recommends Ajin Guild. It's based on the Japanese characters, which basically translate to I go forward. It's also her name switched backwards. A good recommendation overall. That same night, Hunter Cha Hyein is absolutely losing her damn mind. She's kicking her legs in embarrassment after basically admitting her feelings for him straight to the face. In response, he also basically rejected her from the guild and said that there were better ways of approaching him. Hyein musters sudden childlike confidence, arguing that Jinwoo saved her life, so it's only natural for her to have taken some level of interest. She flops to her bed in embarrassment, knowing that her feelings are getting the better of her. Then there's the fact that she only survived thanks to Byunggu's powers. The scene transitions into one of Hyeon's dream sequences, where she is floating like an angel among a sea of void. There, the healer Byunggu grabs her arm, begging Hyeon to relay the message to Jinwoo, warning to be careful. He wants Jinwoo to be careful of the dark power he possesses. She finally remembers encountering Byunggu from her dream. The scene switches to the Knights Guild, where Jongsu is discussing the appearance of a red gate. The gate was classified close to an S-rank gate, but it's dangerous enough that A-rank hunters could easily lose their lives. Come to think of it, their guild doesn't exactly boast any S-rank hunters to lead a strike team, despite being one of the 5 major guilds. Jongsu also brings up the fact that not all hunters from rank E to A are the same. His assistant recommends passing on the gate to Dongwook's guild, to which Jiangsu is offended by the suggestion. Jiangsu explains that their personal A ranks are just as powerful as A ranks from the other guilds. The only difference is they lack an S rank hunter to make up for the power gap. There comes another suggestion to seek alliance with another guild, but it's clear that other guilds will have their own demands on clearing the gate. Finally, one person suggests that they seek out one hunter instead of another guild. To that, Jiangsu argues that one person's help may not be enough to clear the entire gate, until an idea bursts his mind. They both know about the hunter that comes to mind, it's Jinwoo. Jiangsu believes this would be a much better idea instead of forming an allegiance with another guild. They know he recently cleared a dungeon all by himself and that he keeps a low profile for the most part. Jiangsu doesn't want an important discussion like this to be handled over the phone, so he thinks they should go ahead and pay him a visit at his office. The scene switches to the man himself, who recommends the name Ajin as the guild name to Jinho. This idea is splendid, and at this point, Jinho is fine with just about any name other than the damn solo play guild he keeps talking about. With the name settled, now they have to recruit the final member. Jinho is curious what happened to Hunter Heian, but Jinwoo expresses his disapproval of her, believing that she's an incorrect fit for their group. This clearly comes as a shock to Jinho, because there is practically no better candidate in the entire country than that woman. So he wonders what kind of person Jinwoo is looking for. All he wants is someone with a hunter's license, but without an interest in actually joining a guild. That short description meets the criteria for a bunch of people in Jinho's network. Their conversation is interrupted with a knock on the door. Jinwoo wonders if it's Hai-In and answers the door. In front of him are three goofy-looking clowns, who represent the Knights Guild. Jinwoo is thoroughly unimpressed to see these guys. Jiangsu ends up having a meeting with our boy anyway. He showcases footage of a terrifying gate that is wreaking havoc. The association may not have declared it as an S-rank gate, but it's the largest gate ever recorded in Busan City. This puts the hunter in a state of contemplation, though he's thinking about catching up with his friend Juhi and treating her to some food. Jiangsu sheds light on the importance of raid permits, which the association fails to provide them, as there aren't any S ranks among their group. This is why they came here looking for his help, believing that if he joins the raid, they'll be granted a permit. Jiangsu explains that S-rank hunters typically get 10% of the profits in a raid clearance, but they're more than willing to hand him 20% of the cut. Clearly, our boy isn't ready to be sold off so easily, so he recommends making a cut of 50% for both parties. Jiangsu is thrown into a baffled expression, so Jinwoo repeats himself, stating that he's ready to join as a one-man guild instead of an individual, as he's got a guild of his own. Jiangsu throws in a counteroffer for a 40-60 cut, but Jinwoo reminds him that there's no room for negotiation here. This conversation alone proves to Jiangsu that he's not dealing with someone with average negotiation skills. He agrees with those terms as long as the hunter can defeat the dungeon boss as well. Jinwoo agrees with that requirement, and he learns that they'll take off tomorrow. They're ready to tour him around Busan, but he's got plans of his own. As they're about to leave, Jiangsu's assistant is startled to notice Jinwoo's shadow moving, but the A-rank hunter dismisses it. Suddenly, he gets a call from an unknown number. Jinwoo heads out to take the call, asking who it is. He's rather surprised to learn that it's his mother on the other side of the phone. Apparently, she got a new phone and wanted to hear his voice. This is adorable. They're such a loving family. Jinwoo calms himself down, realizing that he had nothing to worry about. He takes a second to tell his mother they should eat dinner that night, something she is delighted to hear. The next day arrives, and the Busan Gate is looking gigantic with its sheer size. Members of the Knights Guild are all here, geared up for battle. Jiangsu is really worried that their newest hire will be late, especially since he didn't take the tour to know the location of the gate. They're supposed to initiate the raid in 5 minutes, so he has to appear soon. Back at his apartment, Jinwoo realizes that it's about to rain. He's worried if his sister took an umbrella. Deciding to finally go over to the gate, Jinwoo activates Shadow Exchange to move instantly. The scene switches to Gina's school. A bunch of students are mumbling about their class affairs. They head into the art room, which hasn't been cleaned in a while and seems vacant as ever. All of a sudden, one of the boys shockingly discovers a blue gate inside the room. The kids think there is nothing to worry about since it's a closed gate, and only hunters can travel through them. They're confident that it will take at least 1 week for the gate to open. Still, there's the fact that no one found this gate throughout the term, as this room was barely used. And if they've only discovered it now, it only spells disaster. And disaster it is, because the gate smashes open as an orc's hand bursts through, grabbing the student's head and smashing his face. The poor kid couldn't do anything as his head exploded to a bloody gush, a pair of red eyes staring down at his horrified friends. Horror, unquestionable horror. Pounds of scattered flesh remain on the ground, the students all killed by the monstrosities of the gate. Some monsters, while lacking intelligence, boast only the intent to kill. Their purpose is to merely hunt down their prey. Such monsters were lured into excitement by the faintest scent of fresh blood. Yet, since they were only chosen for scouting, they suppressed their desires. That is, until now. The creatures of the gate remained hidden in the dark for a week, and now, just as they managed to kill their first victim, their senses reactivated. The green orcs are intelligent enough to understand that the school building has numerous floors. They could tell that this structure was similar to that of a castle. One of them thinks it should prioritize their hunting, while the other should call in the rest of them. The real hunt inside the human castle will now begin, as the orcs intend to make this school ground their own territory. This monster has set its sights on the children in the distance, deciding to clear this area all by himself. The students are casually chatting with one another when suddenly, the last thing they could see is a giant monster swinging at them with its battle axe. The scene cuts to the location of the Busan Gate, where Sung Jinwoo has arrived before the gigantic dungeon. He can see the hauling and mining teams to the side. They're ready to extract the valuables of the dungeon. The assault team consists of 13 A-rank hunters and about 20 B ranks. The Knights Guild may not have an S rank of their own, but they surely impress the hunter with their number of A ranks. Jinwoo is observing his surroundings when a bunch of nameless hunters all come to congratulate him for his efforts in the Jeju Island raid. They're all his fans and they're even more excited to see him lead the charge for today's raid. To make sure they don't get on his nerves, Jongsu's assistant, the A-rank healer Yurim, comes around and thinks they should get along. Jinwoo realizes that Jongsu has yet to say anything about the truth of the matter. As it turns out, it won't be Hunter Jinwoo leading the raid, but rather Jongsu himself. This kills the mood immediately, as our boy's fans were all expecting him to lead the charge, and they were excited for that. Instead, he will be personally focusing on covering their flank. Of course, among the nameless hunters, there are also a bunch of arrogant rotten eggs. Like this one guy with a bad haircut who thinks Jinwoo is underestimating the caliber of the A-ranks in their squad. The leader of the Knights Guild thinks they're too arrogant, and may have said something offensive. But Jinwoo takes it as a sign that the hunters are confident in their ability to raid the dungeon, which is a good sign. It's time to initiate the raid. The assault team prepares to enter the dungeon. Let's go back to the scene of the school, which in tandem is much more horrifying. One of the students reaches out to the Hunter Association's helpline. This student informs the association about the recent dungeon break. The poor girl is hiding in the restroom, her clothes covered in the blood of her fallen friends. She can't even talk without whimpering in fear, her tears streaming down her face. She can't report the exact number of monsters and thinks she's going to die. The association respondent tells her that help is on the way and that they'll do their best to rescue the students. The girl tries to describe the kind of monsters she could see. Mustering little ability in her knowledge of monsters, she expresses that they looked like humanoid beings with green skin. This description alone sends shivers down the respondent's spine. The student confirms that these monsters are none other than the dangerous orcs. Unfortunately, while she's on the call, one of them finds its way to her. The poor girl is mercilessly slaughtered. She begs to be saved, but there's nothing that can be done. The rest of the students are shown to be hiding behind a barricade. Some of them have already escaped the school grounds, while others are hesitant in leaving their friends inside. The orcs have made the school ground their slaughterfest, leaving behind a trail of blood wherever they go. While they're frustrated that some of their prey escaped, there's still plenty of the students inside the school for these monsters to hunt. The orcs are only fed with one command: to kill any prey in their path, a terrifying instruction. On the higher floors, the students are trapped and have formed barricades to protect themselves. But their futile attempts are nothing to the orcs, who swat away the furniture as if it were never even there in the first place. This fills the room with screams of horror. The students await their demise as the green-skinned monster erupts inside the room. One of the kids tries to dash away from the window until a pair of red eyes smashes its way through the wall, slashing the student's head into the ground. The gruesome scene takes a turn for the worse as none of the kids are capable of fighting back. One orc senses a student bearing mana. The stakes are at an all-time high because among this group of students, there is Jinwoo's sister and her friend Songyi, both trembling in fear. Gina is begging for her brother to appear and save her life. Songyi confronts her fears and steps up to defeat the monsters, claiming to be an E rank who is at least a hunter of the group. Gina tries to stop her, while the orcs mutter in confusion and annoyance. Here, beyond the likes of a typical mana-bearing human, the orc senses something incredible coming from the other girl. It's Gina who is deemed as a greater threat, so the orc lunges with a powerful swing to take her down. Both of the girls tremble in fear and embrace each other, but the attack never connects. In fact, when Gina opens her eyes, she's stunned to see a red shadow orc facing off against the green one. She realizes that it must have come from her brother, but she has yet to understand what or how. The red high orc goes on to demolish the green orc with a powerful uppercut, showcasing the difference between their strength. The creature is launched into the air and out of the school building. What's more, all three of the orc generals that Jinwoo had covered in Gina's shadow are summoned to the field to protect her. Things are looking good for the students now. Ending it on an optimistic note, we return to Gina's brother, who has successfully entered the dungeon raid with Jiangsu's guild. The guildmaster is deathly afraid to note the arrival of a twin-headed ogre, a horrific monstrosity that you'd never want appearing in your nightmares. This ugly behemoth roars at the hunters before taking a swing out of its massive axe. In response, the A-rank hunter and leader carves up a protection shield made out of magical energy. The full swing of the axe smashes against the shield with a loud boom. Thankfully, Jiangsu's shield withstood the strike, and allowed a second hunter to dash in and take advantage of the opportunity by creeping up the ogre's axe. The hunter actually ends up slashing 3 of the 4 eyes of the ugly bastard, allowing the rest of the squad to also capitalize on the opportunity and unleash their flurry of blows. With only 1 eyeball left to maintain its vision, the monster wails in agony, but it's of no use as the A-rank hunters demolish the creature with every strike, severing its limbs, and then finishing it off with a powerful magical strike using their mages. The twin-headed fucker is charred and reduced to a sorry state. Jiangsu believes they should use this point to regroup. Right now, the pace of the dungeon is looking terrible for them, and the raid will only get more difficult from here on out. Twin-headed ogres also go by another name, something called the Gravekeepers. Now, these Gravekeepers are something to be taken note of. They're dungeon bosses all on their own, but the fact that these guys are literally appearing at the start of this dungeon signals the worst news imaginable for Jiangsu's group. This means an entire army of the undead is awaiting the hunter's arrival on the other side. There's trouble brewing in the distance as the undead army arrives with their ragged bones. But for some strange reason, they look weird, as if they're intimidated by someone, or rather something. All the while this is happening, our boy is consistently getting underwhelmed because he had super high expectations entering this dungeon. Suddenly he experiences a jolt of terror, realizing that one of his shadows was summoned elsewhere. Jinwoo informs Jiangsu that he has to leave for an even bigger and more important matter. This is clearly upsetting and startling news for the guildmaster who came here with the S-ranker's help. Without him, they won't be able to defeat this dungeon. To that, Jinwoo makes up a compromise. He wants to switch in with one of his summons to replace the raid for the rest of the dungeon. Jiangsu finds it shocking to find that the S-rank hunter actually summoned the most powerful ant from the Jeju Island raid. Jinwoo is glad that he doesn't have to explain the merits of having such a formidable ally by their side. He issues Baru with one simple order to protect the humans and have fun doing whatever with the monsters. The creature roars with pride, while the rest of the hunters from the Knights Guild are baffled that they'll be raiding the dungeon with a damn monster by their side. As insurance, he also leaves a bunch of ant soldiers under Baru's command to aid the guild. Yerim and Jiangsu are both concerned to see him leave off just like that by handing them a bunch of rogue monsters. Having lost his patience for good, Jinwoo turns to them with a scary look on his face. The hunter reminds them that he could always retract his shadows, but of course the guild will suffer greatly as a consequence. Hearing this bone-chilling warning, Jiangsu has no choice but to accept the terms of the situation at hand. The worst part about Shadow Exchange is its cooldown duration, which means Jinwoo is going to have to wait another 2 hours just to make up for the usage of the skill. Since he doesn't have nearly as much time, he dashes with full speed to travel the best way he can. With him gone, Jiangsu can't believe that they had their one shot of victory disappear just like that. The scene focuses on Jinwoo's predicament, who is getting waves of signals from his shadow soldiers that he left with Gina. He already knows something bad happened, and it's even worse that he can't get over her immediately. Enraged to find a bunch of monsters blocking his path at the entrance, Jinwoo whips out his daggers and is about to annihilate them in full swing. But for some strange reason, the undead monsters do nothing but bow to the necromancer. Thanks to this, he didn't waste any time fighting these guys, and merely leaped over to summon Kaisel. Giant wings of shadow erect from his back, propelling Jinwoo to exit the gate. By the time he gets outside, Kaisel is fully manifested, and the people below are cheerful to see Sung Jinwoo soaring in the skies. Right now, he doesn't give a damn about what others think. His only concern is his sister's safety, and he wants Kaisel to bring out its fastest speed to get to her location. Back to the scene of the school, the red orcs are actually holding their ground, defeating as many green orcs as they can. The students are left utterly stumped by the battle unfolding before their eyes. The orc generals are having no trouble just smashing multiple orc monsters into the ground as if they are nothing. With all 3 orcs defeated, the students ponder if these shadow soldiers are protecting them. Gina is perplexed and has yet to understand whether or not Jinwoo is nearby. She tries looking for him, but the shadow soldier stops her, pointing to the chaotic footsteps approaching them, which means more orcs to deal with. The leader of the orcs hiding within the gate is Groktaru, who is the chief of his tribe. With all the restrictions of the gate lifted, the creature is confident that it will be unstoppable now. When he learns from one of its minions about the 3 orcs protecting the humans, he feels a sense of disappointment and shame that many of its great orc warriors are incapable of beating just 3 high orcs. Deciding to handle the situation on his own, Groktaru declares that he shall slaughter the orcs in its path. The sequence transitions to Baru and his ant minions just creeping up all over the place. The mere sight of them crawling by is enough to intimidate Jiangsu's guild members. They're terrified that they might get classified as their targets too. The guildmaster is in a state of deep contemplation, and understands that they've come too far to stop now. Also, it is pointless to stop the raid because the hunters are afraid of a bunch of summoned monsters. Jiangsu's mustered confidence flies out the fucking window when Baru pops up in his damn face. The creature just stares at him without saying a word, making this man sweat bullets from where he stands. The ant monster dashes away in a mere instant before reappearing again in front of the A-rank hunter. Baru throws the head of a creature before Jiangsu and then continues on with the raid. Seeing those creatures move forward, Jiangsu's men come to accompany him with worry and concern. They're still unsure if they should let a bunch of ant monsters dictate the charge of the guild. Jiangsu and his men focus on the severed head of a death knight, which is supposed to be one of the strongest creatures among the undead monsters. And these guys killed it in a mere instant. This is good news for the leader of the Knights Guild and his group. Their fear turns into the greed of acquiring high-ranking mana stones. Jiangsu's men advance even faster than he can get up. Money overcomes any fear, apparently. Back at the school, Jinwu's high orcs face great difficulty contesting against Groktaru. The chief of the green orcs is casually defeating the shadow soldiers with ease. Groktaru is prideful of the engravings all over his body, signaling how many enemies he has slaughtered. In contrast, the high orcs in Jinwu's army are inexperienced as they've got fewer markings than their opponent. Groktaru talks shit in their face before going on to wave his giant sword against the orc general. This causes one of the weaker orcs to step in and stop the blow. While impressed, Groktaru easily overwhelms the orc with his immense physical strength, slashing apart 2 shadow soldiers in one swing. Seeing their shadowy state, Groktaru wonders if they're under some kind of spell as they keep materializing again. He's actually confident in his ability to slaughter hundreds of red high orcs without any trouble. But right now, his head is filled with only one command, and that command compels the creature to kill humans relentlessly. In order to stop the voice reverberating throughout its head, Groktaru intends to kill the caster of the spell to stop the orcs from regenerating. In this case, he thinks it is Gina, the girl the orcs are trying to protect. Things take a turn for the worse as the orc leader commands his men to target the girl only. He's intelligent enough to know that the shadow soldiers take a while to regenerate and are powerless unless fully resummoned. The green orcs have seized the advantage in this battle, as they continue to stab and pin the orc generals by overwhelming them with their numbers. The students are thrown into a state of worry and turmoil once more. Unfortunately, Jinwu's shadow soldiers are unable to protect Gina. Her face is grabbed by Groktaru's gigantic hand, which is bigger than her own head. The creature lifts her up in the air, believing that she's the insect responsible for resummoning those orcs. The creature exerts pressure around her face and prepares to end her life by smashing her head. That is until Groktaru comes to notice immense magical energy fast approaching him in the distance. It intimidates his entire body, sending shivers down his spine. The creature releases the human in fear while Songyi tries to help her friend. Groktaru grits his teeth in total terror, sensing the arrival of an apocalyptic force, something beyond description. He readies his men to brace for impact. The ceiling crumbles with a loud boom as he's sent flying. Gina takes a moment to reclaim her breath, and only one hand reaches out to her head, but only this time a comforting one. It's her brother, who has arrived just in time to save her life. Seeing the arrival of the hunter, Groktaru's expression turns grim. Kaisel is staring down the orcs while a pulsating dark aura surrounds Jinwu's body. He gets up, and before Groktaru's even able to hand an introduction on a plate, the hunter points his finger at the creature and exerts incredible pressure with his command, ordering the creature to wait his turn. Taking a moment to embrace his sister, Jinwu hugs Gina to make her feel a sense of security. He checks on the other students and learns they're all okay. His eyes darted back to Songyi, who also claimed to be fine. However, she's never seen this side of him before. His expression more ominous than ever before. Jinwu sees the marks on Gina's face, her eyes filled with tears. Anger, pure and unbridled anger, reverberates throughout his body as he calls forth Igris to secure his sister and the rest of the students to someplace safe outside. As for the orcs, Jinwu is wary of their every single movement. His command cuts through the atmosphere, a reminder for the creatures not to move. Kaisel extends its wing, preparing to secure as many students on its back. Groktaru speaks up, realizing that the shadow soldiers were under the command of this human as their master. He wants to know how Jinwu is capable of speaking monster language. But let's be honest, our boy isn't in the mood to talk. He's in the mood to get some blood on his hands. Sensing that the hunter has no intentions of sharing conversation, he commands the orcs to strike him down. 2 orcs advance forward to attack Jinwu, who doesn't move an inch from his position and merely grabs the monster's hand, crushing his fingers in a brutal manner before tossing the orc into the ground. To emphasize his anger, He literally stomps the creature's damn head with the full force of his foot. 2 more orcs come rushing his way with a dual strike. Jinwoo handles this situation by activating the commander's touch and merely smashing the orcs together in a clump. Showing no mercy, he contracts his hand until the flesh of their bodies is turned to an ugly mess against each other. These orcs really fucked around and they're ready to find out. Jinwoo is no longer playing the role of a hunter. He takes on 8 orcs all at once, and with a single forward strike, this man literally rips apart their flesh, takes off their heads, rips apart their sides, all with his bare hands. By the time he's finished with his attacks, the orcs collapse with blood oozing like a fountain stream out of their bodies. The hunter makes his way to the leader of the orcs, the one who dared to lay a finger on his little sister. Without even giving Groktaru a chance to talk, Jinwoo grabs the creature's face while using Commander's touch, pinning the monster to the nearest wall. He glances at the destroyed school hall, the lifeless bodies of students resting on the ground, all killed in the most agonizing way imaginable. Just seeing them in such a state pisses him off even more. Jinwoo questions why these monsters are so hell-bent on taking the life of humans and slaughtering them without remorse. To that, Groktaru responds that he keeps hearing a voice, a command inside his head to kill just like all the other monsters. Jinwoo then questions the creature what kind of command it hears when encountering him, his aura filled with encapsulating darkness. Refusing to accept the monster's apology, the hunter presses on for an answer. Unable to respond, Groktaru's eyes fill up with tears, never having felt so much terror before in his life. Realizing that this is how it's going to be, Jinwoo materializes one of his daggers, understanding that he's not classified as a human to any monster he has yet to come across. As for the creature's apology, the hunter is more than happy to forgive the leader of the orcs. But that apology won't be enough to save its life. We can only speculate how much Jinwoo tortured this guy from there on, because the scene transitions to Jongsu's dungeon raid. Yerim is having a hard time yanking away an important vampire corpse from one of the ants. She actually ends up receiving a small wound for provoking the ant, as if the creature is trying to warn her to back off. It also goes on to swallow the vampire fully before the healer's eyes. Beru comes around to heal the healer with his impressive healing magic. Yerim is left with the shocking realization that a damn summoned creature possesses even greater healing powers than her own. It's high time for the guild to face the boss monster of the dungeon, which seems a lot like Midas from the demon's castle floors. This hovering ugly bastard is a necromancer with his own ugly generals. The hunters are terrified to come face to face with an arch-lich as their final obstacle, as if the 10 death knights in front of them weren't enough. Among the famous dungeon bosses, the arch-lich is especially famous for exterminating the Gold Dragon Guild in a single swoop. This creature easily destroyed one of the major Chinese guilds and unleashed a dungeon break. Though disaster was mostly prevented thanks to the Chinese national hunter Liu Zhigang, it only proves just how powerful for a boss like the arch-lich. Jiangsu is filled with dread, especially when he notices an army of undead approaching the hunters from behind, covering their exit. He commands his men to create a blockade and prevent the undead army from creeping inside. Yerim reinforces a powerful shield to block the soldiers. Right now they're struggling to survive, and without Jinwoo's presence, this battle shows very little chances of their survival. Yerim's barrier is taking the brunt of the damage and won't last very long either. Not knowing what to do, Jiangsu curses at his situation. But he forgot about one critical element: the monster that Jinwoo left them with, Beru. The creature approaches the arch-lich, who is in return shocked to face the soldiers of the Shadow Army in its domain. It can't fathom how the Shadow Monarch's personal army has exclusively come to attack them. Being the loyal little fucker, Beru laughs before mocking the arch-lich for not being chosen by their king. The arch-lich finds it offensive that isn't a part of the undead army of the Shadow Monarch. But this poor monster will unfortunately never get a chance to speak with its master as Beru kills him with a single strike, insulting the arch-lich for acting like it will survive this battle. The dungeon monster is sent flying as Beru goes for the finishing blow by ripping out its core and shattering it to pieces. It kills the arch-lich's control over its undead summons. Each Death Knight collapses to the ground with the defeat of the boss monster. Jiangsu is at a loss for words. He was glazing the boss monster, and it got one-shotted by Beru like it wasn't even a threat. The creature roars, having fulfilled its king's orders. Jiangsu's men know for a fact that Jinwoo no longer has any need to personally enter a dungeon, as his summons can clear them for him without trouble. Though that's possible, Jiangsu understands that even the necromancer must have his mana reserves to worry about. Still, even with the command of half of his army, he suspects that Jinwoo's soldiers will be more powerful than the strength of a major guild. Jiangsu thinks the best they can do for now is use this alliance to create one of the best guilds the world has ever seen. But this guy is a bit overconfident, seeing as though Jinwoo's summons are all he really needs to clear a dungeon. The leader of the Knights Guild argues that while the S-rank hunter boasts the ability to clear dungeons with his summons, there's still a set number of headcount required for hunters to participate in raids. Since no one receives preferential treatment from this rule, Jinwoo is gonna need other high-ranking teams to enter a raid. This way, these guys can simply siphon off of his accomplishments by giving him the headcount requirement for the raid. Jong-soo likes to think that they're just exploiting their connections for their own good. The scene cuts to the outside world. With the orcs all defeated, the students are safely evacuated. Some of the parents are rushing to see their children, while others are grieving at the loss of their loved ones. The school is unfortunately cleared of survivors, meaning there's no one left to rescue. On his way back, Sung Jin-woo shares a car ride with the chairman, who shares the good news of the safety of over 200 students. Unfortunately, many of them failed to make it out alive. The association takes the blame for not having taken immediate actions. They received recent readings about the influx of gate appearances in the gate country. The number is skyrocketing throughout the world, with each country experiencing a massive increase in dungeon appearance. But that's not all. Gunhee reports that even more awakeners are seeking evaluation, which means the number of total hunters is rising to mitigate for the increase of gate appearances throughout the world. Jinwoo takes note of this detail. The world is preserving its balance, and something important is going behind the scenes. Still, he doesn't get why the chairman specifically called him for a conversation. Gunhee hands him a report gathered from the findings of many countries, and as it turns out, tons of people are actively seeking a meeting with the man himself. Of course, Gunhee understands that some of them have probably already made contact with him by this point. It's true that the Korean Association can do nothing about his involvement with outside parties. At most, they can offer protection of information. The rest is up to him. And as for the case if he were to leave Korea, Gunhee is truly afraid of the power gap it will bring. They arrive at the hospital where Gina and the other students are receiving medical care. And before parting ways, Gunhee tells the young hunter that he's ready to provide everything in his power just to get Jinwoo on their side. In fact, the chairman makes a heartfelt request to the young hunter to consider staying on the side of Korea. They had 10 S-rank hunters, but 3 of them are now gone, and one of them ran away to the States for his own benefits. The association is having trouble with the scarcity of S-rank hunters, so they want to do their best to accommodate Jinwoo the best way they can. To that, Jinwoo responds with a request of his own. He wants to be granted an official pass to enter high-ranking gates on his own, without the requirement of a guild. It's quite the rule-bending request, but that's the bare minimum of what he desires. The chairman claims that the law was only placed to make sure hunters don't recklessly enter guilds just to get killed, and getting rid of that entirely would be problematic. Then it all clicks. The chairman finally realizes why the hunter founded his guild in the first place. Jinwoo agrees, and stops to question if his request is out of reach. Gunhee realizes where the conversation is heading, and agrees to follow through with the request despite its complications. The scene cuts to the model Soo-hyun, who is Jinho's relative. He reaches out to her to invite her to their guild, even going so far as to offer benefits without doing any kind of work. She'll act as an ambassador for their guild instead of his father's. Soo-hyun doesn't get Jinho's recent obsession with guilds. She informs him about his sister's return to Korea, but it matters very little to him, as he cares about finding a third member for the guild for now. Soo-hyun fails to comprehend why she should join a guild that has yet to be fully created. Jinho teases her by telling her about the identity of the guildmaster. At his office, Jinwoo arrives with a surprised look on his face. He meets Soo-hyun for the first time, and as it turns out, she's also an A-rank hunter on top of her professional career. She's actually pretty stumped to find the famous S-rank hunter in the same room as her, even though she's more of a celebrity than anything. Soo-hyun has been excited to keep in touch with Jinwoo ever since his disappearance from Min-sung's debut conference. The necromancer takes a seat, recollecting that Jinho's cousin is an A-rank while Jinho himself is a D-rank. This means genetics may play a small role in the awakening process of hunters. This was actually the case with his father, who was also a hunter. Apart from that, Soo-hyun's heard all the necessary explanations about the third member. Jinwoo warns her about the impact it could cause to her celebrity status after joining the guild, but Soo-hyun is more than willing to join so long as she gets away from Jinho's actual older brother. You know, the one with the shitty personality. Soo-hyun makes an odd yet harmless request. Since she's a star, she wants to take a selfie with the famous hunter to post on social media. Back at the association headquarters, the chairman makes his case to the board members. Some of them are infuriated by the suggestion of registering summons as members of an assault squad. They're pissed that Gunhee is offering far too much preferential treatment to their newest S rank, and the fact is, the association is supposed to govern all hunters instead of hearing the demands of only one. Faced against his interrogation, this man Gunhee stands on business and doubles down, confirming that he's indeed offering preferential treatment. He then goes on to ask the board an intriguing question to ponder about. On one side, they have an entire assault team of 20 hunters, and on the other side, there's only Jinwoo on his own. Based on a reliable outcome from one of the teams, it's clear as day that Jinwoo is the better option to pick. Also, Gun-hee slams the board member by reminding him of his reckless decision to move to an expensive neighborhood, seeing as he's so patriotic and concerned about the well-being of the hunters. Gun-hee cuts off his explanation and points out the only reason he moved is because of security, which goes the same for the rest of the people of the country. They all want to move to a safer location to value their own lives. Gun-hee carefully reminds them that many organizations are actively seeking Jin-woo right now, and they risk losing him to another association if they fail to accommodate his needs. That's exactly the mistake they made with Dong-soo, causing him to flee to the States. Gun-hee puts the nail in the coffin by reminding them that only hunters like Sung Jin-woo can stop a catastrophic S-rank gate when it next arrives. The scene ends there and playfully cuts to Hai-in, who is shocked to see Jin-woo's face on social media with Soo-hyun's official debut at the guild. Her body fidgets with the unease of seeing him accept another person, replacing Hai-in as the third member of the guild. Having arrived at a new raid site, Jin-ho's jaw drops as he's never seen a gate so massive before. Jin-woo thinks this dude would have fainted if he witnessed the sheer size of the Busan gate. As they're about to enter inside, dozens of reporters try to swarm the S-rank hunter for a chance to interview him about the guild. To make sure he's escorted safely, Jinchul helps him out. Even though the association prevents people from knowing about his personal information, they can't do anything about the reporters swarming the site of the gates. There's also the fact that Soo-hyun's social media post exposed the creation of his guild as well. Filled with questions, Jin-ho wonders where the other teams are for extracting valuables from the dungeon. To that, Jin-woo emphasizes that he'll let his shadows handle all of the dirty work. Gauging the strength of his shadows, Jinchul is pleasantly surprised to discover that each of these shadows are just as strong as a B-rank hunter or more. This squad is more than fit to take on the gate on its own. Jinchul even thinks the board members who were opposing such a decision were nutcases who didn't know about the extent of Jin-woo's powers. Before heading inside, Jinchul emphasizes that he shall be accompanying them on this raid for observational purposes. This is to ensure whether or not the solo raid approach is a safe idea. Jin-woo is fine with him coming along and wonders if Jinchul is going to be alright with serving as part of the inspection team. At first, the association member is surprised, but inside the dungeon, his face turns to shock, seeing the A-rank monsters getting slaughtered by a bunch of shadow soldiers. There are orcs, bears, ants, and foot soldiers taking care of the A-rank monsters more capable than even A-rank hunters would. Jinchul realizes the true might of Jinwoo's army lies in their infinite regeneration ability. He is most notably impressed by Igris the Knight, who sends out a shockwave using the Demon King's longsword. At this level, only the best mages can compete using lightning magic, and yet, the Knight is slicing apart the monsters like butter. A swing of his blade is enough to dismantle the creatures to pieces, while Jinchul is left astonished at the sight. In his mind, he's debating whether a capable hunter like him would ever even stand a chance against a soldier so powerful. One ant tries to chomp down on a precious monster skull before Jinwoo whacks the living shit out of it for trying to eat monster corpses. He scolds his team to continually mine the crystals. Their execution in clearing the dungeon far surpasses that of a proper assault team. It's as clear as day to Jinchul that Jinwoo's soldiers are more than just a mere squad, and that there's a reason why the chairman told him to observe the necromancer on his raid. Confronting the boss monster, Jinwoo orders his shadow soldiers to switch out. He doesn't want them to partake in this fight. A weird decision as noted by Jinchul, who thinks the boss monster could have easily been defeated by just his summons. Equipping his daggers, Jinwoo explains that he doesn't want to leave all his fights to his shadow soldiers, as that would hamper his personal skill. In an instant, he leaps ahead and traverses the body of the dungeon boss. His immense speed causes him to slash the creature with a single strike across its front, shocking Jinchul as the hunter successfully defeats the boss monster with just one attack. Thankfully, he received a whole bunch of level-ups to his job-specific skills. Now, his shadow exchange has a lowered cooldown by an hour. Jinwoo is glad because at this rate, he could continue leveling up and reduce the cooldown until he no longer has to worry about the safety of his family. Jinchul carefully observes the defeated Naga's thick skin, which couldn't be pierced by ordinary weapons. He also sees the necromancer channeling the use of his main skill, extracting the dungeon boss's shadow to strengthen his army. The shadow resurrects at the same level as Tusk, which is amazing because Jinwoo was able to retain most of its strength. The only notable difference about this guy is his decrease in size. Bro took a height nerf, even though his usual shadows stay the same size. Regardless, the creature is pulsing with incredible mana, making it a formidable addition to the army. It's time for the hardest part of the dungeon raid, which is choosing a name for the boss monster. Jinwoo picks Jima, which is a bit odd-sounding but cute. Like always, Jinho is impressed by his brother's accomplishments. With the boss monster defeated, the dungeon is about to collapse, which is good enough of a sign for them to leave now. As for Jima's original corpse, Jinwoo wonders how he should handle it. Emerging from the dungeon, the mere sight of the giant tusk leaves reporters in utter shock. They snap pictures of the behemoth carrying the monster corpse. Tusk enjoys the limelight and even shoots them with a smile. I love that his soldiers have personalities of their own. Jinchul is more speechless than ever, especially when he reported every last moment of what went down to the chairman. Gunhee understands that Jinchul has been a part of many raids in his time, and from his report, it's only understandable he got overwhelmed despite his experience. Jinchul rephrases the meaning of the event he had just been a part of. That wasn't a dungeon raid, rather it was a massacre at scale. Gunhee is happy for his contributions and tells Jinchul to take a break. Later that evening, the chairman is deep in thought after Jinwoo's recent accomplishment of clearing a dungeon all by himself. Even he agrees that this guy is more than just a one-man squad at this point. It's like the hunter is a guild on his own. The chairman is content with his decisions to favor the S-rank hunter, because now, the entire world will see a major shift in power. Speaking of the world, let's hop over to Japan and see what's going on there. The Japanese citizens were going about their day when all of a sudden, something terrifying cracked open in the skies. Shinjuku is engulfed by a catastrophic gate of black, eating everything in its path. Japan is in a state of uproar as all major guilds were called in to have a meeting regarding an urgent matter. Speaking of the major guilds, Sugimoto comes with the best of his S-ranks around. The Blades Guild took a heavy blow in the Jeju Island raid, having lost a total of 7 S-ranks to 1 monster, among them being their strongest hunter Goto Ryuji. It's all because of the chairman's naive scheme that took the lives of many hunters. Sugimoto overheard their conversation, as they're shit-talking about the best guild in Japan for having its days numbered. All 4 S-ranks wait to shoot a devious side-eye back at them, instilling so much fear that they walk away like pussies. Minoru is irritated that these cowards have gotten cockier ever since Ryuji's defeat. More than that, there's a rumor going around about the Phantom Guild merging with the Snowy Mountain Guild. This makes their combined guilds have 4 S-ranks, just like the Blades Guild. But just having 4 S-ranks isn't enough to take Japan's #1 spot on the list. Sharing a meeting with the members of the Japanese Association, the board members are throwing an uproar about the arrival of an S-rank gate in the heart of the country. They're deathly afraid that a dungeon break could be devastating at this scale. The Japanese chairman, Matsumoto, argues that their S-ranks aren't strong enough to contest S-rank gates and clear them on their own. They could use the national-level hunters, but Japan doesn't have any of them. Knowing what happened in the Jeju Island raid, it's inarguable what will happen again with this dungeon. Still, they need a solid plan instead of moping about the difficulty of the gate. Unfortunately, Japan doesn't even have the funds to recruit Thomas Andre from the US to take care of this gate. And with the recent spike in gates, only a handful of countries are willing to send out its hunters to help Japan. As they're in a pickle, Sugimoto offers a way out, stating that they could seek the help of one hunter. This esteemed individual is the barrier specialist, Yuri Orlov, who is Sugimoto's top pick for the mission. Back to the Korean scene, Sung Jin-woo is glad to have reached level 101. He also has the key to challenge the Kartanon Temple again, and his job-specific skills leveled up too. With the amazing changes happening as a result of him leveling up, he's curious about his growth in the future. He parks his car, wondering if Jinho's doing well on his own. Thankfully, Jinwoo doesn't have to worry about the technical aspects of the guild as his vice guildmaster can handle everything for him. Coincidentally, he sees Hunter Cha Hae-in just walking nearby. They exchange a glance, so she quickly turns away to leave. But he makes the move on her and asks why she's running away from him and his office. To that, Hae-in flails her finger helplessly, pointing to the car she left in his parking lot the last time she came here. Jinwoo used a shadow exchange for their transport, so she left it here. Also, she asks if he's available at the moment. A myriad of questions race through her mind, as Hae-in is itching to ask about his association with Soo-hyun and why she was hired instead of her. Swatting away all of those questions, she brings up the important message she was asked to forward from Byung-gu. Astonished, he recommends they walk upstairs for a chat in his office. Having arrived inside, she's rather surprised that no one's around. Jinwoo mentions that his only companion is away, leaving Hae-in flustered as she's sharing a private space with her crush. Jinwoo pours her some coffee and asks about the message she received. To explain what happened, she talks about the voice she heard in her dream. The sequence followed when Byung-gu plunged her out of the darkness and told her about a message. She didn't know what it was all about, but Byung-gu wanted her to tell Jinwoo about the terrifying nature of his dark powers. Before he was able to talk about Jinwoo's real army, the message was cut off. The scene also cuts off. Unfortunately, we didn't get any more cute moments between the couple. Jinwoo munches on his sandwich, wondering what the implication of her message would entail. It's true that he's gotten absurdly more powerful, but he's yet to discover the source of his powers. At any rate, it's become even more important than becoming a stronger hunter for the time being. Jinho is reminded of the times they used to raid lowly C-rank dungeons back then. He thinks it's best for the foot soldiers to do all the work, but Jinwoo claims that he's got more to worry about. Unfortunately, he has an experience point restriction based on how far he is from his summons. Jinho checks on Gina's condition, and learns that the doctors recommended her complete rest until recovery. He has left her with his best shadow, so there's nothing to worry about. Speaking of which, Jinwoo decides to sneak up on how she's doing using his shared senses skill, an ability that helps him share the feelings of his shadow soldiers. Bro is actually surprised to see Baru slacking off on duty and enjoying a period drama. Gina's sleeping soundly, so he's enjoying himself. Jinwoo suddenly realizes that this bastard gets all his fancy lingo by learning things from his TV shows. He checks up on his mother, Jong-in and Yoon-ho, and finally one more person. This person just so happens to be enjoying a bath for herself. It's Cha Hye-in. Just seeing her in such a state causes him to erupt in embarrassment, surprising even the likes of Jinho. Jinwoo shamefully averts his eyes, and he's so sweet, he thinks he has intruded her personal space and wants to buy her dinner to make up for that. Jinho breaks the ice and focuses on the latest S-rank gate that has spawned in the Shinjuku area. Only 3 days remain until the gate will break, and Japan is currently scouting hunters from all over the world to contain it. Jinwoo is surprised that the gate has been spawned for a while, and while he did receive a call to join the raid, he refused to participate in place of more urgent affairs. Right now, his focus is 100% catered to the key to the double dungeon. It will unlock the answers that he has been desperately searching for. Jinwoo wants to know for himself what he's dealing with and what he has become after all this time. With only a day left to spare, he thinks the truth is around the corner, and he will soon get all of his answers. The scene cuts to Yuri Orlov, the man who is widely considered the best support-type hunter in the entire world. His reputation supersedes him, and he reviewed a bunch of files sent over by the Japanese guild. Yuri understands that while the Japanese hunters are competent, they currently lack enough manpower to contain the looming threat in the skies. Sugimoto confirms that at least one S-rank from each guild will stay behind to protect the A-rank gates spawning all over Japan. This means only 3 of them can participate in the upcoming guild. To that, the drunk hunter denies such a hideous plan, believing that they won't be able to protect their country with a reckless plan like that. Slamming his fancy bottle on the table, he states his price at the height of $3.6 billion for a contract of 1 year. And to hire this fool for 1 day, he demands at least $10 million to keep the gate closed for good. The revolting price tag causes Sugimoto to spiral. It's an absurd price for 1 day's worth of service. But Yuri looks at it differently, arguing that it's actually a good price to save their country. And of course, he's not even coming close to the enormous 36 trillion price tag of Thomas Andre. I think I finally get why entire countries can't hire this powerhouse. Holy shit. Minoru uses Kanai as a translator to interpret Yuri's wild offer. The hunter offers them a dilemma. They could either watch their country burn or save it for $10 million. Of course, they've got no time to waste and choose their options, and Yuri unreasonably says that he may not be open to accepting an offer later on. Sugimoto questions if he's truly confident in his ability to contain the gate with a wild offer like that. Naturally, Yuri testifies that he's even better than the likes of the foolish S-rankers standing behind them. Both Minoru and Kane are offended by his comment, and yet both of them are paralyzed from the ground up with the lift of Yuri's hand. He controls the space around them, and they're jammed in place, rendered unable to move an inch despite being S-rank hunters. Yuri scoffs at the Japanese hunters, stating that he'll take care of their gate for them and let Sugimoto's lackeys go off for free. Now that he's confirmed Yuri's abilities in person, Sugimoto is more confident in his powers, though it's unclear whether the Japanese government can afford such a ridiculous price. Either way, this is the only option they have. Sugimoto makes up his mind and agrees to the deal. Let's throw away that boring stuff aside and focus on the well-anticipated return to the double dungeon. Jinwoo is preparing himself to leave, his mother standing over in worry. Concerned for his health, she asks if he's going to be okay. Showing her a confident smile, Jinwoo assures his mother that he'll be okay. He's just off to a small appointment. And just like that, he goes off to confront the double dungeon. The hunter materializes the dark key, unveiling the location of the double dungeon. Interestingly, the Korean Hunters Association is intrigued to discover a gate opening at the same location again. One of the agents tries to stop Jinwoo from entering the gate, until she learns that it's the S-ranker himself. He learns that the gate has been here for about 3 full days, which was clearly what he wasn't expecting. The system only told him about the location of the gate, not when it would appear. Visually, the gate appears at the C-rank level at most. It turns out that a strike squad has already been sent inside. Jinwoo urges the agent to call back the squad immediately, as the entire team is in danger and at risk of death. Saying so, he enters the gate, stating that he'll return with the squad on his own. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough time to offer a proper explanation. As for the strike squad that went inside, these guys have successfully made their way through the boss's lair. But to their astonishment, the door has yet to open. Jinwoo pops up out of nowhere, informing them about the trap. These hunters don't know about his identity, so he tells them that he's one of the only few survivors of the double dungeon event. The hunters are confused momentarily until one of them realizes that this is Sung Jinwoo. The S-rank hunter has appeared in the flesh before them. The necromancer is insistent on his warning and pleads them to leave the place as he's going to manage the raid on his own. Surprisingly, when he inspects the gate, it refuses to budge. Jinwoo notices the keyhole, hinting him to use the mystical key that he acquired. This wasn't a requirement the first time he arrived at the double dungeon. Anyway, he magically opens the door before their eyes, shocking the hunters greatly. Before he goes inside, one of the hunters confronts him about his sudden hijacking of their dungeon raid. All of them group up to protest against his sudden takeover of the raid, putting Jinwoo in a pinch. He decides to give them what they truly desire, a chance to enter the gate on their own. One of them confidently steps foot inside, but the system quickly takes notice of the intruder, causing a statue soldier to swing its incredible weapon at the human. It's only thanks to Jinwoo's last-minute assist that this guy survived to see another day. Because these golems look nasty with their terrifying eyes. Having fucked around and found out, Jinwoo tells the dumbass hunter to leave while he still can, because he's only going to be facing tons of statue soldiers like that inside. Also, he requests them to contact the association as soon as possible about the appearance of the double dungeon. With his entry, the door slams shut, recognizing him as the rightful entrant. The room illuminates with blue flames, appearing the same as last time with its statues. The heart of the room is where the statue of God sits. Without a doubt, the story began here. Jinwoo has returned for answers, this time stronger than ever. He recalls the memories of his traumatizing experience at the dungeon. The fear is so familiar that he can relive the memories in his bones. The strange fact about these statues is that, not only are they not living beings, but they're also not monsters. They are something else. They're puppets of someone, and perhaps even something. Only one of them is emitting sharp magic in this room, that being the haunted eyes of the statue of God. The hunter stands before the angel holding the mystic runes, demanding an answer from him. A frightening face straight out of a horror movie pops out with a sinister smile, glad to have received Jinwoo at its doorstep once more. The scene reverts back to Yuri Orlov's deal with Japan. The man has just landed freshly at the airport, and he's already receiving a ton of interviews from reporters. The people are curious about his strategy of handling the S-rank gate. Appearing overly confident in his abilities, Yuri claims that he'll use the process he entrusts the most. First, he's going to cast an enormous magic circle around the gate, and then seal it shut using his immense mana. This way, whatever's inside will be enclosed for good. The reporters are curious if he's really confident in stopping an S-rank gate all on his own. To his haters, Yuri expresses that he won't be able to maintain a barrier single-handedly on his own. Though his magic circle possessed the ability to draw mana from the surroundings, which means setting up a bunch of mana crystals could ensure the barrier stays up for a long time. It's similar to initiation transmission on a vehicle. The barrier will operate smoothly by continuously absorbing mana. Maintaining his big shot personality, the best support hunter in the world declares that he will save the country with his powers. Witnessing the news live, Gunhee doubts Yuri's abilities, and knows for a fact that hell will break loose once he fails to sustain the dungeon break. Like usual, the chairman is curious about Jinwoo's whereabouts. Turns out he's raiding a bunch of gates throughout Korea, and the Ajin Guild has also requested entry for every single gate accessible in Seoul. It's a huge request because some of the gates spawned in the territories of other major guilds, which could always create some conflict among the guilds. Gunhee finds the idea of a one-man guild equaling the might of the major guilds quite amusing. The Ajin Guild made a secondary request to handle all the nearby gates for 1 week. The chairman is content with that approach. Jinchul gets a sudden call and requests to have a moment for himself. The chairman also departs for a meeting of his own. Jinchul picks up the phone and learns about the report of a dungeon in the same area where the orcs attacked. Though there hasn't been a serious incident yet, sightings of a double dungeon have been discovered. The words double dungeon spiral the agent to act. The scene cuts off there, and finally we get to the good stuff. The cloaked figure extends its wings, ready to confront the hunter that stands before it. That fancy tablet containing the set of rules shatters to pieces as the figure breaks free, commending the human for having achieved up until this point. While this is happening, Jinwoo contemplates if it was really a good idea to destroy the stone slab. In the end, it only signifies that none of the commandments or rules on the slab ever really mattered. The demonic statue emphasizes that they meant a lot, but for today, they're unimportant. Jinwoo addresses the entity before him, questioning if he's the one who summoned him here. The creature confirms, so Jinwoo asks if what he's witnessing is some kind of monster. But this entity argues that he's focusing on the wrong aspect of what they should be discussing. It's not what he is that is important, but rather his own significance and who Sung Jinwoo is. Now that he's overcome enough obstacles to come here, the mastermind forces Jinwoo to partake in a final test. If he survives this battle, all answers shall be revealed to him as a clearance reward. Immediately after his words, the stone statues resumed function and began to approach him. Casually standing in his place, Jinwoo calls forth his shadow army. But here's the plot twist. There will be no shadow summons in this battle. It's a fight that Jinwoo must overcome on his own. So he places a restriction on the system, stopping him from using any job-specific skills for the test. After all, it's Jinwoo's abilities that must be assessed, and not the servants he's acquired over the years. Also, he can no longer access the shop for potions or anything like that, not even his status recovery healing ability. It's quite the nerf. To top it off, the player will be unable to leave the dungeon until the test is over. And now the real battle begins. No shadows. Just one human against a dozen statue soldiers. One golem prepares to lunge its spear against the player. Regardless, Jinwoo is capable of accessing the items stored in his inventory, so this time he'll focus on overwhelming the monsters with his raw strength. He catches the stone spear with his bare hands. This man is a monster on his own, as he chucks a powerful fist against the weapon, breaking its tip. Armed with the sharper end of the weapon, Jinwoo releases the blade at full speed, hitting the stone golem with a clean headshot. But here's the thing, these guys are not typical monsters. They're still fine even after an attack to the head. So Jinwoo goes the extra mile and obliterates its head using his legs. The next monster, this time a knight, attacks him with the full swing of his blade. To that, the hunter merely counters by manifesting his blades and cleaving its weapon clean in half. Jinwoo leaps away, using his small size as an advantage in this battle. He then descends upon one of the statues, plunging both his blades inside its skull. Right as he's finished taking care of this one, an archer releases its arrow at full speed, causing Jinwoo to hastily react. Swinging his blades in quick succession, he's able to repel and break the arrow in half. Using the sharper end of the arrow, the hunter jumps through the air and propels a powerful kick, launching the arrow right back at an even faster speed. It goes on to obliterate the statue's face completely. As he's moving along to find his next target, the hunter internalizes just how long he's been waiting to have a second chance against the same dungeon which became his undoing. Every single obstacle and battle he has faced up until right now has been preparing him for this moment. The mastermind is rather impressed that one lowly human has achieved boundless strength in the body of a human. It even commends the player for his immense progress. Though these statues seemed unstoppable to beat before, now he can see their movements clearly and follow them with precision. Jinwoo understands that they're insanely difficult to beat, but he's confident in his strength and believes he can overcome the test. The mastermind casually enjoys the fun and thinks that it's time to kick things up a notch. So he activates perhaps the scariest card in his arsenal of weapons. The statue of God rises from its seat, towering over everything else like Godzilla facing a bunch of ants. In comparison, the rest of the statues look like insects. The terrifying statue creeps up its demonic smile as the mastermind declares that it's time to worship God once more. Cutting to the scene of the association, Gunhee receives a contract that forces them to surrender all the essence stones that were extracted from the Jeju Island raid. He looks at the contract in confusion, as the Japanese representative explains that they want to hire Sung Jinwoo in exchange for the essence stones. The chairman is perplexed before letting out a laugh, apologizing in advance. The thing is, Jinwoo doesn't represent the association or any other major guild, so he can't be handed over like this. Of course, the Japanese official understands this. He just wants to get in contact with the hunter for the time being. Gunhee reflects how desperate the Japanese association is for them to surrender so much of their profits just to get their hands on one hunter. It only adds on to the fact that they severely lack the manpower to contain the S-rank gate, and Goto Ryuji's absence upsets the power balance even more. While it's a good offer, Gunhee lays out a proposition that must be discussed without translators present in the room. The Japanese official is stunned to discover that Gunhee understands Japanese just as well. The translators exit the room as both Chairman Matsumoto and Chairman Gunhee engage in a proper discussion. The Korean head doesn't want Matsumoto to pull any more devious tricks like he did at the island. Gunhee also knows that the Blades Guild has severed its contact with him completely, a confidential fact that shocks him to hear from Gunhee's mouth. The Blade Guild were the center of attention and the front lines for the Jeju Island raid, and it was thanks to the influence of Ryuji that they got this far. But that is no longer the case as the other major guilds are now competing with their guild on equal grounds, forcing a difficult situation from the association. Matsumoto's appalled face is all you need to know about his response to the situation. The thing is, if this dungeon breaks hell, he's the one who'll be brought into question as the decision head. Gunhee knows Ryuji had his personal agenda. It still didn't change the fact that he was a Japanese hunter, and coupled with all of the tragic events that soon followed Japan's demise, everything happened because of Matsumoto's personal schemes. Gunhee hands him a camera that was connected to the Ryuji's team on their transmission end. His expression darkens and his face stiffens, much different from the typical laid-back old man we know and love. Gun-hee is pissed because he knows about the true purpose of the Jeju Island raid. Matsumoto is shitting bricks in Gun-hee's presence, because if the Koreans really decided to leak this information to the greater public, Japan is going to hang him for his disastrous ploys. Interestingly, Gun-hee crushes the camera as well as the damn table underneath it. This man is strong as hell. He just demonstrated that he isn't a scheming rat like Matsumoto, and has no need to expose him like that. He doesn't want to risk the continent of Asia to suffer doubts because of the naive and reckless decisions of one scumbag. Back to the scene of the battle, Jinwoo is blitzing his way past the stone statues, dicing their heads like butter. However, there just doesn't seem any end to their enormous number, which means he's at the risk of exhaustion. Turning a sharp glance to the beaming eyes of the statue of God, he assesses that there's no point in dodging attacks anymore. Activating Commander's Touch, he uses his telekinetic powers to grab hold of the stone golems. All the while, the statue of God unleashes its heaven-piercing laser beams. Luckily, Jinwoo is able to carve up a bunch of stone golems as a shield to siphon most of the beam. The statues are disintegrated to pieces, but luckily Jinwoo's skill experiences an evolution and reaches its final stage. The beam goes on to incinerate everything in its path, with Jinwoo barely evading it. Despite becoming overwhelmingly strong at his level, there's just no way he would be able to survive an attack like that, a fact that he knew too well. Deeming him as the most powerful threat in the dungeon, Jinwoo fixates on his target. Bursting with ground-shattering speed, Jinwoo leaps all the way to reach the statue of God. In response, the gigantic statue lifts its feet, stomping the ground in an effort to crush the bug that made its advance. The statue of God is satisfied, believing that it must have squashed the lowly human. But a sharp beam of blue mana is enough to indicate that Jinwoo managed to evade the strike. And right now, he's catapulting like a missile about to reach its target. The statue of God quickly prepares a second laser beam strike, which at this distance would be utterly lethal for the human. Since he's in the air with little room to dodge, Jinwoo combines his speed with his newly acquired Dominator's Authority ability, allowing him to zip past the statue's shoulder and avoiding the blast in its full might. Despite having used just a fraction of his Dominator's Authority skill, he was able to harness incredible speed and successfully evaded the strike. Now within striking range, Jinwoo prepares his blades as the face of this ugly bastard turns to shit for the first time since its appearance. Initiating the mutilation skill, Jinwoo carves open 100 blade strikes across the statue's face, but his expression turns to shock and disappointment once he realizes that not even the Demon King's daggers are sharp enough to deal enough damage. Resigning his approach to his weapons, the hunter lunges forth to unleash an attack with his full strength. Pinpointing a location on its face, Jinwoo exerts so much muscular strength into his arm that his sleeve rips away into non-existence. Clocking his fist at full force, the hunter is able to leave an entire crater in the statue's abominable face, impressing the mastermind once more with his tactical abilities. Continuing on his rampage, Jinwoo unleashes a second hook to the statue's face, this time with enough force that it knocks the entire structure from where it stands. Arming the full might of his strength ability at level 103, he plows deeper and deeper and deeper into the statue's face, until it topples over its own feet, and its face is reduced to a shambled mess. The statue of God crumbles to the ground with a loud earthquake. The main obstacle is finally defeated. Jinwoo plummets to the ground, causing the golems to hurl themselves forward and attack the human. Luckily, he's far from being exhausted, as he activates the use of his Dominator's Authority, this time pinning each and every single one of the golems into the ground. With that, each golem has been defeated, as so is the statue of God. The hunter lives again, having gained more confidence in his strength than ever before. In response to his brilliant performance, the mastermind applauds the hunter for having achieved so much. Jinwoo doesn't care for praise and seeks his answers. However, just when we thought the test was over, we came to learn that it was only a trailer of the real thing. Jinwoo faces nervousness as the system tasks him with an urgent quest, a second test to defeat the mastermind within 10 minutes. This time, if he can't beat his opponent, his own heart will be forced to stop, raising the stakes of the battle. Faced with so many questions, Jinwoo exhaustively inquires about the identity of the mastermind before him. It's the same question he asked when he came in here, so the mastermind decides to amuse him with an answer. Lo and behold, the angelic statue introduces himself as the architect of the system, its very own creator. Jinchul arrives all geared up with the rest of his surveillance team. He was able to gather the 7 most elite hunters among the association, though he understands fully well that they may not be enough to help Jinwoo either. Before entering the dungeon, Jinchul is faced with tremendous pressure that leaves him at a loss for words. It's as if he's facing the fear of literal death looming over him, an aura unlike anything he's ever seen before. Realizing that the situation is more dangerous than he initially let on, he tasks his men to contact the Hunters Guild. Both S-rank hunters Cha Hyen and Zhang In are ready to partake in the raid with the squad. Jinchul wants them to make a secondary request, urging them to participate immediately. It causes him even greater worry for Jinwoo, who is inside the dungeon all on his own. Zooming to the scene of the battle, Jinwoo awaits the architect's battle transformation. Its wings turn into a bunch of arms, all for the sake of giving his opponent a tough time. With unfathomable speed, the architect speed blitzes Sung Jinwoo and unleashes 3 fists against his body, sending him flying with an absurd amount of force. Jinwoo crashes into the wall with a loud explosion, his body registering the shock felt from the pain and blood gushing out his mouth. Before he's even got a chance to breathe, another fist nearly smashes his face. Thankfully, Jinwoo is able to evade in time, but what good is it when 2 more punches are headed his way? Like a Gatling gun, the architect unloads a myriad of striking attacks against the hunter with glee, overwhelming with immense power. To his surprise, Jinwoo has yet to be decimated, as he's managing to counter each arm with as much speed as possible, shooting him a glare from his attempt. Once more, he managed to impress the creator of the system with his guts. Receiving a harsh blow to his face, the architect laughs, but the hunter no longer cares about the pain as he grazes his face against his arm. Jinwoo manages to deliver his first strike right in the head, causing his opponent to momentarily retreat. The architect never would have expected that fighting a lowly human would be so much fun. He had never anticipated a day would come where a human would astonish and surpass his expectations. Despite his shattered face, it all seems amusing to him. Jinwoo can barely tell apart the conversation. Right now, he's bleeding from his head and it clogs his vision. He understands fully well that the architect must have underestimated calling him here. But as the fight rages on, his confidence increases as well. The hunter questions the purpose of the system, and why specifically he was chosen of all the options. He has tons to ask, but right now isn't the time, as the architect lunges forward to attack him, stating that he will only get his answers upon defeating him. Jinwoo understands fully well that a fight in close quarters actually puts him at a disadvantage against such an opponent. Choosing to make use of his dominator's authority, he tries to manipulate the architect's body, but it's pointless as he can merely Jinwoo's telekinetic powers with his own. The attack cancels out, leaving Jinwoo with a troublesome predicament. He can't use any long-distance attacks against an opponent that can mimic his own powers. Maintaining the continued smile on his face, the architect argues that there's no point even if he does manage to defeat the system's creator. The answers he will receive have been decided ahead of time. As intriguing as that sounds, the battle enters its final phase as the architect grabs 8 weapons in each hand, roaring that the answers Jinwoo seeks were prepared the moment he decided the system. Baffled as ever, the hunter questions just how he was able to receive so much power, and how an entity could manifest a godly system of infinite growth. To that, the architect reveals an interesting fact. Personally, it was against the idea of choosing him as a candidate. He's nothing more than a moderator of the breeding system that he made. His design is flawless in every aspect. Though he would love to talk more, Jinwoo is running low on his time limit. The architect decides to unleash the full weight of his powers for the remainder of the battle. He attempts to crush Jinwoo with his weapons, but the hunter evades his strike. Both combatants enter a vicious battle of blades clashing against each other. But it's in the middle of this battle that Sung Jinwoo experiences a unique feeling. It's as if he's growing as the battle continues on, with all of his senses sharpening with every exchange. He takes note of every single weapon in the architect's arsenal. Now that he can sense everything coming his way, Jinwoo responds by sharply evading each strike, facing less and less difficulty. Despite using his full strength, the architect is stunned that Jinwoo is responding to each of his strikes perfectly. Not to mention his ever-increasing speed, as the human is slowly getting the better of him. Jinwoo slices off one of his arms, and despite inhabiting a fake body, the architect feels a surge of pain coursing through his limbs. Seeing him like this, it finally makes sense why Jinwoo was chosen as the candidate for the system. There's a tiny aspect of him, something even more promising. Roaring in infuriation, the architect summons more of his golems to stall for time, even going as far as to summon the statue of God. All of a sudden, Jinwoo is facing headless golems, and the same damn behemoth he had trouble taking down last time. Exerting Dominator's authority at max strength, Jinwoo is able to annihilate every single one of the golems with a single attack. Mustering what speed he can, the hunter blitzes his way to reach the statue of God, evading its punches and fixating his attention on cleaving the architect's limbs. With more of its arms chopped off, Jinwoo receives a wide slash across his body, but he refuses to give up, his appearance resembling more monstrous than ever. Behind him is a shield warrior, the same bastard that was responsible for chopping off his foot the first time he came here. Annoyed to the brim and ready to deal some payback, Jinwoo elbows his head open like an egg. With 2 minutes on the clock to spare, Jinwoo slashes 2 more limbs and the battle comes to an end. Jinwoo pins his dagger against the architect's face. It's game over. The architect admits defeat and concludes the end of the test. Jinwoo finished the battle with 2 full minutes remaining. That's why this man is the second coming of Michael Jordan. Pointing to the human, the architect reveals that all answers rest inside of him. It is a confusing remark, so the system pops up a prompt for him to accept. The hidden data will be revealed upon accepting the quest. Jinwoo finds himself lost in thought for a moment. But without hesitation, he accepts the choice, causing the stage to erupt in a beam of yellow. His consciousness is transferred to a sea of black. Here he floats like a spirit, hovering over millions of demonic monsters just underneath. The mere sight of their sheer size leaves him shocked. They're just as strong as the next, and they all seem to be staring at something. Intrigued to follow their gaze, Jinwoo glances to his left, where he sees a dozen gigantic gates. Just from this sight alone, he concludes that this dimension or planet has to be someplace other than Earth. This army of monsters is filled with elves, orcs, goblins, giants, and other kinds of monsters. If they managed to unleash a dungeon break, humanity would lose the fight. But as it turns out, they were never targeting the human realm in the first place. A gate cracks open and shatters to oblivion, revealing thousands of angelic warriors, each armed with a weapon of their own. Jinwoo is baffled by what he sees. It didn't take a genius to figure out that war was breaking loose. Monsters were facing off against the Silver Soldiers, each weapon clashing with a set of armor. The battlefield was engulfed in blood, filled with the screams of the fighters. The Silver Angelic Soldiers appeared formidable, capable of fighting off each monster and mostly dominating the war. But then, their confident trajectory came to a stop with the appearance of a godly being. Donning purple flames of shadow, this entity issued the command, "Arise," and unleashed an army of shadows. The field stretched far and wide, but only shadow soldiers were visible throughout. Jinwoo realizes that he's facing the original Monarch of Shadows, clad in his royal black armor, channeling the godly ability of immortality, an army that isn't bound by the shackles of death. These monsters put their own life on the line, but unlike other creatures, death wasn't an obstacle to their being. They continued to devour more and increase the size of the army. Seeing the Shadow Monarch summon millions of shadow monsters like nothing, Jinwoo realizes just how inferior his own abilities are compared to a literal monarch. The defeated monsters were given a second chance at life, and soon they waged war against the Silver Soldiers. They were slashed numerous times, but death didn't hold them back anymore, and as such a fierce battle between the two sides commenced. The scene of war erupted as though the angelic soldiers should have won this battle, but now the tides appeared shifted and equalized with the appearance of one king. The Shadow Monarch unleashes his gigantic blade, dashing through as he clipped the wings of the angelic warriors, bringing them down to the earth. Unleashing yet another one of his abilities, the Shadow Monarch used Dominator's authority to crush dozens of his enemies in a swoop of a single motion. The Shadow Army was revived countless times before they were able to get the upper hand against the Silver Soldiers. With every step the Shadow Monarch advanced, destruction was left behind his path. This battle seemed clearly victorious for the Shadow Monarch until his own unexpected allies arrived on the battlefield. The scene cuts back to Jong-in, Hai-in, and Jinchul, who are navigating their way to get to the double dungeon. They sense the presence of Jinwoo surging from inside, but Hai-in can also feel a sinister mana coming from someone else. It's her first time arriving at the double dungeon, and owing Jinwoo a favor for saving her life, she's come here to help him. As for Jinchul, the agent vividly recalls their conversation. At the time, Sung Jinwoo clearly mentioned that he wasn't the one responsible for clearing the double dungeon at the time they discovered him. Jinchul is loaded with questions to ask, not knowing why the S-rank hunter returned to this haunted place. Upon opening the door, Jong-in eyes widen as he's speechless to describe the shattered field. The statue of God and other golems are all defeated. Jinchul can't believe that the reports of the stone soldiers were actually true all this time. Hearing the chattering of humans like the insects they were before the architect's eyes, he met them with glee, almost surprised by their arrival. The hunters can't believe that they're actually hearing a monster speak the human language. To that, the cunning mastermind is agitated to find a bunch of insects disturbing his king from his slumber. The word king confuses the hunters, until the scene focuses on Hunter Sung Jinwoo, who is standing on his own and alone with his thoughts. The hunters wanted to ask questions, but before they could even comprehend what was going on, their bodies cut open like meat against the edge of a sharp blade. The architect wasn't in the mood to play around, though he is glad to have met a bunch of competent humans to offer the arrival of his king. Back to the dream sequence of Jinwoo, he sees two gigantic gates appearing before the Shadow Monarch, each donning a different color. From the blue portal emerged an army of demons, the same demons we had seen throughout the Demon's Castle raid. Jinwoo understood the various symbols of the clans that he had faced inside the castle, as among them, even the Raider clan is present. From the second portal emerged a gigantic force of nature, an avatar of beastly fear, a gigantic wolf with its army of primal creatures. On one side there was the Demon Monarch, and on the other was the Beast Monarch. Both stood to oppose the Shadow Monarch and his army, confronting him with the stench of betrayal. Shifting back to the scene of the injured hunters, they're barely being healed thanks to the healers present in the party. Zhang-In attempts to delay the inevitable by stalling for his men, facing the shattered golems that refuse to stay down. Among them, the most terrifying threat also rises from its slumber. The statue of God stares the tiny humans down, while the architect is glad to announce that those who survive his onslaught will have the honor of meeting his king. Immediately popping the use of its deathly laser beam ability, the statue of God unleashes hell. Zhang-In warns his men as the beam melts the ground like butter. The S-rank hunter counters and retaliates with an enormous fire blast of his own, hitting the statue of God with his full might. Having created a distraction for them, the guildmaster directs them to use this time to beat the golems. Jinchul rises to the scene by mustering the full weight of his strength to clash against one of the statue's faces. But to his utter shock, the stone statue didn't even flinch from its place, and successfully tanked a blow from one of the most powerful A-rankers in the association. Zhang-In follows through by blasting the golem with his fire spells. He notes that each statue bears a strong resistance to physical strikes, so their best bet is using magic to dispel them. He thought he had done something valuable by taking down a golem, but when the fire settles, it is revealed that the stone statue is alive and well. This makes the mage wonder if they're also resistant to magic spells. Right now, even Ki-hoon's group is in trouble as each one of their skills are practically useless against the stone statues. They've got no chance fighting off a threat like this, causing Zhang-In to worry for their doom. At this moment, he only sees one man as their hope. Zhang-In wants to risk everything to make Jinwoo wake up from his slumber. Realizing that he may have been placed under hypnosis, he throws a fireball against his body in order to wake him up. Unfortunately, the architect wasn't going to let that happen. He intervened by blocking the fireball with his own body. The frightening entity lunged forward to slay the hunter who dared to strike down his king. Zhang-In is certain that he's about to die, but thankfully, 3 competent hunters including Jinchul manage to delay the architect's strike. The agent signals Hei-In to do her best to wake up Jinwoo while they're keeping the statues busy. She uses her top speed to get to him as fast as possible. Jinwoo is still witnessing the events of the past unfold before his very eyes. The armies of monarchs clashed against each other. What surprises Jinwoo the most is the immense pool of mana that the Shadow Monarch possesses, allowing his army to infinitely regenerate without any trouble. The Demon Army and the Beast Army continue to devour the Shadow Soldiers with an overwhelming might. But that is mostly because the monarchs weren't supposed to fight against each other in the first place. Their true enemy were the Silver Soldiers. Jinwoo pieces together the fact that the Shadow Monarch's allegiance wasn't with the monsters, but perhaps something else. This internal conflict resulted in a battle to break out between the monarchs. By the end of the fight, the Shadow Monarch approached the leader of the Demon Army, who was now defeated. The Shadow Monarch was merely interested in hearing an explanation from his former allies. After all, they could have successfully defeated the Silver Soldiers today had they not intervened to oppose him. In response, the Demon Monarch only felt a regret of being unable to kill the Shadow Monarch. Regardless of his feelings, the Shadow Monarch questioned once more, as he wanted to know about the reason for their betrayal. Letting out a snickering laugh, the Demon Monarch chanted something in his language, an encrypted message that isn't revealed to the readers at this moment. But it causes the Shadow Monarch to react strongly, as he grabs a hold of the Demon Monarch using Dominator's authority. Still bickering his words, the Demon Monarch keeps talking, forcing the Shadow Monarch to crush his throat, ending his life. Carefully focusing on the Demon Monarch's eyes, Jinwoo feels a sense of familiarity from having encountered them somewhere before. When the Shadow Monarch released the demon's body, he retrieved his helmet. It is then we discover that this was actually Baran, the same Demon King that Jinwoo faced at the castle. Though he's got a bunch of questions of his own, the scene glitches and before long, Jinwoo finds himself inside the Shadow Monarch's armor. He realizes what's going on. The armor slowly melts away, but in return, a purple beam is emitted from his body. No longer was his body channeled by only a single heart. He had now possessed the black heart of the Shadow Monarch. As the armor withers away, Jinwoo looks back to the army of Silver Soldiers and their leader staring down at him. With that, the recorded sequence of the past comes to an end. Cutting back to the architect, he commends Hei-In for her bravado. He wants her to try and contest his perfected designs for his own amusement. In response, Hei-In flings her swords in a dance-like motion, actually putting up a solid fight against the architect and his blades. Or maybe I spoke too soon because this chick gets her shoulder deeply slashed and retreats to protect herself. The architect chuckles, seeing her flailing limitations that are merely boring before his designs. His perfected system was created to counter any and all possibilities, so there's just no way a bunch of feeble-minded hunters could get past his creation. At any rate, they're just struggling to survive against the golems, delaying the inevitable doom for themselves. A powerful blast erupts against the architect's face, It's the S-rank hunter Zhang In doing his best to try and wake up Jinwoo. With him delaying the architect, Hei-in rushes full speed to approach Jinwoo. However, the architect's gigantic hand nearly swipes her body away. Luckily, she dodges and outmaneuvers him, allowing her the leisure to continue her stride. With his carved smile, the architect is rather impressed, and even surprised when he spots Hei-in's shadow left by Jinwoo for protection. Of course, the shadow can't manifest because of the rules planted in the double dungeon. And yet, the fact that Jinwoo went as far as placing a shadow on her. This makes the architect deeply curious about their relationship as he inquires for an answer. Holding together her useless arm, Hei-in responds with a determined look on her face. A friend. That is what she believes she is to him. A friend who wants to help him in the time of need. Realizing that she holds somewhat of a special relationship with the king, the architect allows her a unique opportunity. He announces that the greatest monarchs will resurrect into this world, and she will be made to witness such a glorious event unfold before her eyes. But this opportunity only extends to her, as the rest of her friends, the hunters that came along, they'll all die. That is until Sung Jinwoo finally responds, denying the farce. The confused architect's face is smashed against his powerful fist. Perplexed and enraged, Sung Jinwoo emits a purple, more sinister aura as he questions the changes made to his body. Jinchul, Zhangin, and Haiyan are finally relieved to see him regaining consciousness. He pummels the architect's face into the ground. The mastermind is as confused as ever. This wasn't supposed to happen. His king was supposed to descend. There's no explanation as to why Jinwoo retains his consciousness, or why the Shadow Monarch didn't descend upon this land. The Black Heart is Jinwoo's newest power, allowing him a pool of near enough infinite mana at his disposal. From the architect's reaction, the hunter pieces together two observations. First, he knows that the Black Heart wasn't granted to him by the system, nor was it intended for the player's personal use. Also, the data that he received wasn't clear enough to hand him all the answers he needed. Jinwoo recalls the architect's words, who brought up how he was against the human selection as a player. But he has yet to comprehend what a player truly means in the first place, or why he became a puppet in their plans. But instead of answering his question, the architect fumes with rage with a realization of his own. The Shadow Monarch had betrayed him and the rest of the monarchs. That much was clear now. Unleashing his various blades from portals, he aims them at his enemy. Yet another ability acquired thanks to the possession of the Black Heart. The hunter is done playing around and demands answers. The mastermind laughs in the face of defeat, finally realizing the reason behind the player's selection. The hunters operating under Zhang In are terrified to see even more statue soldiers moving to face them. The architect understands that he's outclassed in terms of strength, but he threatens to slaughter the hunters if Jinwoo tries to kill him. But Jinwoo is straight up acting like a monster. This man threatens to kill both his creations and the creator. Arming another threat against him, the architect teases him of the grim outcome that could occur if he kills the system's creator. To that, Jinwoo carves out a malicious smile, realizing that the architect was threatening to return him to E-rank level again. The hunter had thought about it for a long time, and he understands that the system won't shatter just because the creator of the system dies. In an effort to forcefully stop his heart, the architect attempts to destroy the system as well as the player. But to his utter shock, Jinwoo pulls an Uno reverse on him by denying him access to the system. It's crazy that the system's admin itself was restricted access from his own creation. Enraged and confused, the architect questions what's going on. To that, Jinwoo answers with glee. He put quite some time into uncovering the true purpose of the system. He came to the conclusion that he must devour the system that governs his growth. So the architect's so-called perfect design, it could no longer stand to pose an obstacle to the hunter anymore. Judging this to be the end of their discussion, Jinwoo slashes across the architect's body until he is split open to pieces. Leaving behind an ominous prophecy for the newly descended Shadow Monarch, the architect instills his words into the hunter's eyes. He warns the human of his inevitable death in the future. Glaring back with an apathetic look on his face, Jinwoo disregards the prophecy completely. In the outside world, the hunters are getting impatient as none of the members of the Hunters Guild have yet to return from the double dungeon. At last, they see a silhouette of the hunters coming back. Every single one of them is deeply injured from the event. To see the S-rank hunters in such a grim condition, the hunters can't believe that they struggled so much in a C-rank dungeon. Jinchul requests the hunters to recover the bodies of the dead. Meanwhile, Jinwoo also returns, appearing more injured than ever. With the system's creator gone, he was unsatisfied, unable to grasp the answers he truly wanted. Jinchul reports that nearly 20 elite hunters died in this raid, and a dungeon break of this level could have unleashed unfathomable damage. And yet, Sung Jinwoo tried eliminating the threat all on his own. In the end, sacrifices were made and lives were lost. Jinwoo responds that his survival was guaranteed thanks to the help of the Hunters Guild and the efforts of the association. Jinchul was glad that he requested for the Hunters Guild help right as he sensed the ominous energy leaking from the dungeon. And yet, even after receiving so much help, hunters lost their lives. Jinchul is curious how the hunter was able to uncover the double dungeon at a random C-rank gate. To that, Jinwoo responds that it was actually the gate itself that called him here. He received a message that appeared inside of his head, demanding him to arrive at the gate. Jinchul realizes that the hunter isn't playing around with his words, though he's confused by what Jinwoo means. Heian is deeply worried about his condition and asks if he's okay. He tells her that he's doing okay, but then the exhaustion of the long fight starts to take over as his body staggers and he collapses to the ground. With Jinwoo knocked unconscious, Jinchul and the others come to his rescue. The double dungeon arc ends here, and we circle back to the S-rank gate in Japan. As requested by Yuri Orlov, 200,000 mana crystals were placed nearby to charge his barrier. His plan is to cast a gigantic magic circle encompassing the gate. Then they'll use the mana crystals to supercharge the barrier, allowing the circle to sustain itself and draw its own power. Though his plan is flawless, Yuri is concerned about a strange sensation. It's as if he's being carefully watched by someone hiding nearby. Shouting into the atmosphere, he demands the person to make their presence be known. His assistant wonders why someone would be so bold to spy on them when the dungeon break is only tomorrow. To that, Yuri smiles, arguing that he wasn't referring to a person. His suspicions are actually proven true, as Sungil Hwan is observing their plans. The dark apocalypse that he warned about a long time ago is about to begin. The Japanese S-ranks of the Blades Guild are also on the scene, though Kanai questions the use of military might when normal weapons don't even affect the monsters. Turns out that they want to prevent casualties in case Yuri's plan fails. Kanai dubs them as a bunch of fodders because they're going to die protecting the civilians. To that, Sugimoto argues that even the hunters are the same so long as they stay on the front lines. It's during the time of the S-rank gates that humanity truly realizes just how powerless it is in facing a threat beyond its powers. On the flip side, Yuri is arrogant in his ability to contain the gate all on his own. He is hunting for the celebrity status mark of being the one responsible for containing the S-rank gate. He's also drinking to calm down his nerves. Taking a large gulp, Yuri learns that about 15 S-rankers surround the vicinity of the area. Yuri would have liked more of them to see his talents. He inquires about the actions of the US and whether or not they have sent their S-ranks to help Japan. Interestingly, more S-rank gates have been discovered throughout England and India, which means there's a huge shortage of exceptional hunters who can contain such a threat. The assistant trembles in fear as the gate unleashes dark energy. The dungeon break is nearer than ever. In the hospital, Hunter Sung Jinwoo opens his eyes, realizing that he is recovering. It's been a long time since he was admitted to a hospital after all. Always being by his side, Jinho comes to check on his health, frightened that he woke up so late. In fact, in typical manhwa fashion, we learn that he was knocked out for 3 full days. It only adds to the fact that he accumulated an insane amount of fatigue over his body and hadn't managed to rest at all. Then there's the recorded data that he just can't forget from his memories. Suddenly, Jinwoo realizes an even more important issue at hand. The dungeon breaks. He curiously asks Jinho about the outcome of the S-rank gate that appeared in Japan. Jinho averts his eyes in disappointment. We then come to learn what truly happened. The hunters on site were appalled to find an army of giants emerging from the dungeon. These monsters could easily classify as A-rank boss monsters, and yet they were emerging from the dungeon like nothing. Yuri Orlov stands confident on his own, deeming them the situation under control. Using his powers of the magical barrier, he siphons the energy of the magic crystals, allowing the barrier to form all over the dungeon gate, containing it with an electrical cage. One giant attempts to shatter the barrier with the full force of its weapon, but Yuri laughs in their faces for believing they could cut past an S-rank hunter's barrier technique. Shoving aside one of the giants, an even more terrifying monster emerges to the scene. This monster was so threatening, in fact, that Yuri trembled in fear from where he stood. The barbaric giant exerted its full strength and with a single slash, breached the barrier that was supposed to be Japan's last hope. The conclusion? The attempt to stop the S-rank dungeon break failed. The perspective shifts to Jinho's father, who was infuriated to find himself asleep again. His men were on standby to take him to the hospital as per his orders. The agent talks about the recent awakening of a patient from eternal slumber. Jinho's father can't believe what he just heard. He also learns that it just so happens to be Jinwoo's own mother, which means the hunter must have found some way of curing the disease. The second thing is regarding a woman who has come to visit him, inquiring how long his condition has worsened for. Back to the scene of Japan, Yuri Orlov's barrier was breached, and the arrogant clown met his end by being devoured by one of the giants. With his plan gone up in flames, the military might is doing its best to stop the rampage of the giants. But it's pointless, as even with heavy gunfire, they're incapable of hurting monsters. Sugimoto sends all 3 of the S-ranks under his command to defeat the giants at once. Kanai goes for an attempt to slice off the creature's eyes, but she is stunned when the giant reacts swiftly to each of their attacks. She can't fathom how a creature of this size can react to someone so small and agile. News coverage about the raid reaches the global world. Jinwoo sees literal hell going down in Japan, the hunters proving worthless to stop and contain the destruction. Without a doubt, more casualties will pile up and risk endangerment of all of Asia. Just as he's about to leave, his sister comes out of her room, pleading with her big brother not to partake in the raid. She knows that he's going to leave, and her traumatized face says it all about her feelings regarding the situation. Jinwoo gets up, emphasizing that he's not leaving for now, as he needs some rest of his own. Patting her head, he tells Gina not to worry. To catch some air, Jinwoo heads to the park, commanding Beru to come out. He confronts his servant for watching period dramas instead of keeping watch over his sister. Asking for an update on Gina's situation, Jinwoo learns that she's doing all right. But it's clear to him that Gina is completely traumatized after the incident at the school, as she never once stopped him in the 4 years he worked as a hunter. Not knowing how he should help his sister, Jinwoo takes a walk, when suddenly, a car stops by him. The scene fast-forwards to him sharing a meeting with the chairman of the Eugen Construction Cooperation. Jinho's father introduces himself and quickly hands him an empty check, clarifying that while he's not one to believe in the value of money, he wants Jinwoo to take it as a token of sincerity. Of course, from here on out, even the hunter understands that their discussion will be private. He inquires about the purpose of the meeting and becomes shocked after Jinho's father reveals that he suffers from the eternal slumber too. His son has no idea, as only a handful of people know, including Jinwoo himself. He's tried looking for a cure, but nothing has worked so far. He understands fully well that it can't be a coincidence for Jinwoo's mother to recover all on her own. That is why he only seeks nothing but the truth from the hunter. Jinwoo enters a state of deep contemplation. Both his sister and the father of his best friend are placed in a predicament, and he stands between them to make a choice. Destruction. That's all the reporters can mention in their broadcast as the giants demolish every semblance of human life in their path to destruction. The military might? Useless against them. The reporters think they're safe at their altitude, but even they fear the terrifying monstrosity peering down from afar. The largest of the giants is guarding the gate with a sinister smirk on his face, as if he's inviting the human forces to come try and meet its wrath. It's a good thing that he's not unleashing destruction. Interestingly, the reporter shares his own opinion, believing that this giant seems more robotic in its operation compared to the others. Though if it was truly a robot, their military might would have succeeded in demolishing the giants. The hunters are at a loss, having eliminated 2 of the 30 giants that escaped the dungeon. With 2 days already passed, most of the city is destroyed, and it won't take long until these giants go on to wreak havoc in other parts of the world. Focusing back to Korea, and more specifically Jinwoo's office, Jinho expresses his shock when he hears Jinwoo's decision to participate in the raid. The stakes are much higher this time, as the raid is considered even worse than what happened on Jeju Island. But Jinho is arguing with the wrong person here, as Jinwoo simply wants to participate in the raid so that his guild can be recognized among the top dogs of the world. It's actually noteworthy how Jinho, who is usually extremely confident in Jinwoo's abilities, is showing signs of worry about this raid. It only speaks volumes about the severity of the dungeon break. Having made up his mind, Jinwoo is surprised when Jinho shows his personal interest in tagging along, reasoning how among all the strange gates that occurred recently, there has been one strong similarity among the articles covered about them. Holding out a piece of the article, Jinho sheds tears, unable to accept the fact that he's not catching any of the fame in the recent events. He's nothing more than Jinwoo's fiddle for now, which hurts his pride apparently, despite being a trust fund baby with an infinite cash resource. Jinho wants to be where his partner is willing to go, even though he was arguing against Jinwoo's own involvement only a few moments ago. However, he's changed his mind after deciding to trust his partner, a comment that makes our boy smile. Getting up from his seat, Jinwoo reveals that he was actually joking about his participation, as he's got no reason to be there. He abruptly leaves, greatly astonishing Jinho, his face showing his concern. Taking a walk to battle with his thoughts, the hunter reflects how the architect was basically his equal in the fight. And that means there are many foes out there much stronger than even him. In a hunter's world, things can be ruthless, and Jinwoo no longer wants to adhere to the thoughts of being some kind of noble hero of justice. He's not trying to eat shit like a shonen protagonist. So he comes home to his dear family to enjoy a dinner, but even here, despair finds him when he sees that Gina isn't there to eat with them. He remembers the conclusion of the meeting he shared with Jinho's father after declining his request. Jinwoo argues that if he knew about the cure and wanted to profit from it from the beginning, then he would have exposed the details to the world already. That's how he left the meeting, disappointing Jinho's father with his answer. In the elevator, the hunter collected his thoughts, realizing that he's doing this to his best friend's father. It's a hard choice because he hardly knows anything about the man or his intentions, or if he really even suffers from eternal slumber. What's more, he's only got a spare amount of potions for the elixir of life, which means he can't spend them recklessly. Though the money was something to consider, it didn't convince Jinwoo to take the step. Right now, he wants to resolve unfinished business and take care of any choices while he still can. Eating his food, he tells his mother he'll be back soon. Again, Jinwoo understands there are plenty of people out there way stronger than him, but he trusts his continued growth and believes he should re-enter the battlefield to become even more strong. His mother recalls how his father boasted a similar attitude to Jinwoo because he wanted to help others. While this is happening, the traumatized Gina is crumpled up in her bed, alone with her thoughts. That night, Jinwoo decides to enter her room, requesting to have a conversation, despite her demand to leave her alone. The big brother sits by her bedside, realizing that he doesn't even know where to begin. So he tells her the truth, about how he encountered a near-death experience in a recent dungeon. Turning back to her, he sees that she shows no reaction. Realizing that he said something off, Jinwoo rushes to clarify what he meant, stating that he was really going to die this time around, even though he understands that the life of a hunter involves constant danger. Regardless, he made it out safely, appreciating every single time he returned from a dungeon raid. Patting her head, the brother promises his dear sister that he'll return home this time too. He thanks her truly for trying to stop him and showing her consideration. His words move her to tears. Gina responds, stating that he wouldn't have listened to her anyway. Jinwoo smiles, confirming that to be the case, but he assures her that he'll be back, and he won't fail in protecting her no matter how far he is. Fast forwarding to Gunhee's announcement, we come to learn that Jinwoo made his involvement in the raid public to the people of Korea. Both the hunter and the chairman shook hands in agreement and soon arrived at the airport. Jinho quickly located Sung Drip Woo, donning a majestic all-black outfit. With both of them looking determined to get this cleared, the two faces of the Ajin Guild advance forward. In Japan, the rescue teams are in a pinch, only able to rescue a handful of patients per trip. Unfortunately, the giants are headed this way, so they can't even spare a moment to argue. The doctors are unrelenting to leave their patients because they swore an oath to protect them. Deciding to honor that oath for himself, the brave soldier insists that he too shall stay until the end, knowing that the people he's supposed to protect are here. He's in the middle of giving his next instruction when his face turns to shock and horror. The giants are peeking at them from aside the building, a man crunched in one of their mouths. The soldiers rush to open fire, their bullets tickling the monster's hand. As the creature is about to squash them, the brave soldier tries to protect them the best he can. But then a gigantic lance from out of nowhere is shot, impaling the giant's body and tossing it into the ground. Comparable to the size of a giant, a shadowy aquatic monster stands by the human's side. The soldiers are unable to express their shock when Jinwoo comes around telling them to rush to safety. Jinho is also having his aura farming moments because this guy is protecting the hospital staff, deciding to personally evacuate the innocents. This gives Jinwoo the ability to roam free with his summons. The same monster unleashes its weapon against the giants, plunging it inside its body. Not gonna lie, this thing is looking like Godzilla's cousin. Jinwoo leaps atop his summon before jumping right off and lasers down on the giant's face with a sharp slice, slaying the first monster in Japan. Over to the East American side, the Bureau is surprised to learn about Jinwoo's sudden participation in Japan's raid, even though Selner was unable to awaken the hunter's powers. The three hunters sharing a table have had their powers boosted by Selner in the past, and acknowledge that there are limits to every hunter's powers. They think Jinwoo is overly arrogant for being a reawakened hunter and has no shot of surviving this dungeon raid. After all, insects and giants just can't be compared. They each bet a yacht and a house on the fact that Jinwoo will die in at most 2 days. To their shock, a giant man with long blonde hair begs to differ. Thomas Andre turns back with a devious glare, betting his entire guild's building on the fact that the hunter will return alive. This showcases just how much he trusts in Jinwoo's abilities. He even reminds the hunters to focus on the S-rank dungeon break in America, taunting that neither of them is going to survive when that happens. Thomas thinks he would have had way more fun dealing with Japan's gate than his own, though he's happy to enjoy an S-rank dungeon break in his own territory as well. The scene cuts back to Japan. The reporters are baffled to cover footage of hundreds of shadow soldiers teeming on the giants' bodies. In quick succession, each giant is getting devoured by flesh-eating ants. One of them in particular is chasing down a girl who's doing her best to run away. Her savior arrives, slicing the giant's hand clean off and safely evacuating the girl. It's our majestic knight, Igris. To finish the job, Iron chimes in to bash the giant's skull with his heavy axe, defeating the creature at last. Igris doesn't seem best pleased by the sight, while Iron shoots him a confident smirk. Igris's reaction shows that he's done with Iron's antics and he cutely pets the child. Jinwoo is witnessing the fight from afar, glad to find Iron doing well on his end. The soldier comes around to issue the hunter a proper thank you for saving his life. In response, this man throws a powerful thumbs up, commending the soldier for his bravery, a compliment that means a lot to him. The guildmaster turns to his assistant and tells him to wrap up the evacuation. With all his obstacles cleared, Jinwoo decides to amp up the intensity of the battle and raises the dead once more. The Japanese Association is glad to report that they're turning the tides against the monsters. It's at this moment that Matsumoto recalls Goto Ryuji's words regarding Jinwoo's talents. He encountered the hunter at the airport, but never before has he met someone on a completely different level than him. It's as if he's the definition of being unrivaled. Matsumoto apologized for abruptly speaking to them and requested Jinwoo to focus his defense around the Osaka region. Matsumoto thought that Jinwoo wouldn't be able to take down all the giants on his own, so he felt it was necessary to use him to delay the disaster for as long as possible. In response, the hunter refused to adhere to their commands, upsetting Matsumoto as he nervously inquired about his plans. Jinwoo ridiculously made the request to defeat every single giant all on his own, which he's confidently doing all on his own. Back to the scene of the battlefield, our boy has successfully resurrected his first giant. He struggles with the most difficult part of the dungeon raid, which is assigning these guys their names. Since there's so many of them, Bro just gives them a bunch of numbers to go by. Beru returns to report the defeat of yet another giant, adding the 6th giant to his list of monsters. Of course, the necromancer is going to move to their location to cast his spell. He tells Jinho to sleep and focuses on taking care of some more giants. The thing that worries him is how easy it has been at the beginning. And that's how the battle of the Shadow Soldiers raged on against the giants, allowing Jinwoo the chance to increase his army's strength. Also, his soldiers abused their regenerative powers, allowing him practically 0 losses on his end. The real chain effect caused by the dungeon break is how many other dungeons spawned thanks to one of them breaking. On the 7th day of the Japanese dungeon break, Jinwoo and Jinho walked around the destroyed city. Just about everything was in ruins. Meeting up with them, Hanakawa came to report that there wasn't any hunter guarding Tokyo anymore. Tokyo has been demolished to the point of no return, and of the total 16 S ranks working to contain them in each country, 6 groups have been made to combat them. So far, there have been 3 casualties from the S-rank hunters, including Yuri Orlov himself. It's tough to defeat the giants, especially when each one of them is on par with an A-rank dungeon boss. Jinwoo understands that so many more hunters must have fallen, but only the demise of S-ranks is being brought up. With 31 giants in total, one of them is attempting to cross the oceans to reach China. Right now, Jinwoo has taken care of most of the giants all on his own. Hearing that, he realizes that all he needs to do now is take care of the biggest one of them all guarding the gate. Witnessing the demolished cityscape, he is nostalgic of the scene of the burning city in the floors of the demon castle. Now, if the architect was intentful of his design, Jinwoo wonders what he meant by including the demolished cities. The creator of the system is dead, and the fact that there hasn't been anyone communicating with him through the system after that implies that he's gone for good. Jinwoo is adamant in stopping the future presented in the demon's castle from coming to reality. He had come so far in his journey as a hunter to become unrivaled. With his preparations finished, Jinwoo states that it's time to roll out. Despite Hanakawa complaining about the situation, the scene cuts to Kanai, who is exhausted fighting against the giants alongside Minoru. It's a good thing they're alive, but she's pissed that a bunch of mere shadow soldiers are destroying the same giants she's having a hard time fighting against. It demoralizes Kanai to be treated as some kind of cleanup squad member. Jinwoo summons a good portion of his shadow army, peering at the largest giant from a distance. Including his lineup, there are his generals and knights, all ready to serve him in the battle. With multiple hordes of monster species under his control, the most prominent summons kneel before their master. His strongest summon, the insect king Baru, descends to the ground with a powerful landing, bowing before his master. The shadow soldiers have taken care of the rest, and Jinwoo commends them for it. He tells Jinho to stay close to Hanakawa, and he goes on to extract the shadows of a dozen more giants. With his shadow army prepared, the commander raises his hand, and like a true military leader he orders them to march forward. Jinwoo orders his army to charge, the shadow soldiers racing on ahead to confront the only giant in their path. In response, the giant simply waits, not showing any signs of reaction. Hundreds of shadow soldiers creep up close by when suddenly, the giant releases its first strike, annihilating a good portion of the army with a single slash. This guy is literally demolishing a path through hundreds of shadow soldiers as if they were nothing. Jinwoo grasps the immense strength possessed by a single monster. The creature easily dismantled a chunk of his soldiers with one attack, and the creature's mere presence instilled a sense of fear in its surroundings. From the hunter's eyes, he couldn't really comprehend what was going on. To get rid of this feeling, Jinwoo argues that there are 2 ways. The first is to run away from the situation, prioritizing safety. But the second one is the one he fancies more, and that's called destroying the source of the feeling. In this case, the giant is fed with a fiery ball, and a shadow giant also tries to creep up and attack from behind. But this god of war, this Dark Souls monstrosity is so insane that he makes light work for their attack. Hundreds of ants collectively tried to creep up on the giant's flesh, only to get demolished with a lift of his leg. Witnessing the scene, Baru senses the urge to participate in the battle immediately. But like a wise strategist making use of anticipation, Jinwoo signals his shadow soldiers to stay put. He knew this was going to happen, but now that he's got incredible reserves of mana by his side, he doesn't have any need to rush the fight. The shadow soldiers are getting demolished, and the effect trickles down Jinwoo's mana every time they return from the dead. Of course, the creatures are still ganging up on the giant, who sweeps away and destroys whatever is bothering him at the moment. Jinwoo collects his thoughts, realizing that the giant has a unique magic armor wrapped around its body, which is why it can recklessly fight without worrying about defending. At the same time, the giant forcibly blocked the fireball thrown by Tusk, which means it was afraid of getting directly hit. Summoning his beastly wyvern, Jinwoo takes it to the skies alongside his most trusted generals of the army. The giant hadn't expected their sudden participation, and Baru's initial assault causes the creature to stagger, allowing for Igris to come flying with his longsword mounted on top of Kaisel, rendering a clean slash. But luckily, or should I say impressively, the giant evades the attack, dodging well despite its size. But this is everything Jinwoo needed to see. He located the opening he was dying to exploit. The next slash actually hurts the giant to some extent, though it's not enough to pose incredible damage. Feeling relieved for a second, the giant senses Igris lunging on top of its body, aiming right for its face with a wide swing of his blade. The giant is forced to block the attack in hastiness, but this created yet another opening for our glorious king to exploit. Jinwoo opts in and out of stealth to mount the giant's body, slashing one of its eyes. The plan is working well, and Baru's being Baru, clawing the giant's flesh all the way up to its face. Activating ruler's authority, Jinwoo looks like a goddamn villain with that damn pose and glare. He hammers the giant's face using his blades, resembling an ability used by Gilgamesh from the Fate series. The giant continues to rampage against the shadow soldiers, and witnessing the scene from afar, Hanekawa shares that it's not even a fight between a hunter and a monster. Rather, this battle resembles one taking place between two creatures of destruction facing against each other. While she's terrified, Jinho's got that grin, supporting his homie from the sidelines. The giant's face is all ruined with how many times Jinwoo's blades have slashed him. The onslaught continues with the usage of his mutilation skill, cutting open the giant's eye as he screams in agony. Purple blood bursting out from its socket like a fountain and wrapping the hunter's skin, Jinwoo roars at Baru to strike. Our favorite bug boy comes blitzing like a goddamn rocket, pulverizing the same spot that Jinwoo weakened, inflicting even more pain on the giant's body. The hunter spams the usage of his mutilation skill, cutting the giant's flesh over and over again with hundreds of slashes. Baru is all the same, ripping the giant's body from the inside. Overall, the monster is reduced to a pitiful condition, nearly incapacitated to fight as it coughs out blood. The creature's body staggers, no longer functioning on its own, as the system confirms Jinwoo's victory. With the defeat of this incredible monster, Jinwoo levels up 4 times in a row. Thankfully, the fight is finished, and they've taken care of the most prominent threat on the battlefield. Unfortunately, Jinwoo is afraid of one critical detail. It seems he has yet to defeat the dungeon's true boss, as this guy only seems to be a sub-level boss. The raid is yet to finish, and since there isn't any kind of black smoke emanating from this giant's body, shadow extraction can't be used. It's a bummer because this guy would have been a monstrous addition to his army. In any case, an alarmed Jinwoo turns to his surroundings, gesturing Jinho to a halt. But it's just Baru, who emerges like a loyal soldier returning from duty. Turns out it wasn't something to be worried about. That is, until the gate starts reacting harshly, sending gushes of black lightning. It's an enormous GST of mana waves that even sent Jinwoo back. Luckily, Igris protected his dear friend. He's such a real one. Turning back to the threat, Jinwoo realizes that the gate is actually siphoning the giant's magic power. The scariest fucking thing? Jinwoo received a sharp cut from just being around the magic power, which is insane. Realizing that the raid is far from over, he signals Jinho to stay put while he investigates what's going on inside. The hunter dashes right in, entering the other side of the S-rank gate. His first reaction is one of shock because everything appears magnanimously large. It's because the place was made for giants, so the dungeon appears larger than usual. Baru accompanies his king, both of them sensing a terrifying laughter coming from the distance. Jinwoo finds it rather intriguing that their enemy is busy celebrating the arrival of an intruder. Now let's see and check who this psychopath really is. The leader of the giants laughs without holding anything back, cursing at the naive ruler's faction for failing to prevent the meeting of two monarchs. Caged with special shackles, the monster welcomes the monarch. The monster commands him to help release him from the chains, as he will unveil the plan of the rulers that he has come to discover. But taking another look at the human before him, the creature's expression grows firm, resembling anger at the confession that Sung Jinwoo is not the one he was seeking. The hunter questions if the rulers turned him into this mess. Turns out the rulers intend to use this guy to strengthen the foundation before the real war erupts. Now here's an interesting fact. In the past, as you guys may have noticed, Jinwoo always asked monsters for sensitive information and never received a response. But this one here is freely answering without being restrained. Jinwoo wants to know more about the rulers. Turns out, they're actually long-standing enemies of the monarchs. This puts Jinwoo in a predicament. After all, if the rulers are their enemies, then does that make them his enemies as well? At last, the chained monarch confirms that he too belongs among the sovereigns. He shares how the shadow monarch is actively being hunted by both factions, and while he lacks the firepower to deal with them immediately, Jinwoo could increase his chances of survival with his help. The chained monarch demands to be released. But of course, before being a monarch, Jinwoo is a human, and humans have never trusted monsters to help them. The monarch decides to steal Jinwoo's trust with a loud chant in an unknown language. After that, the system immediately prompts him with the introduction to the King of Giants, Legia, who activated a skill called the Oath of Faith. This is basically a contract that restricts both parties from lying to each other upon acceptance. Jinwoo considers his options before accepting the request. With this, the Oath of Faith kicks into effect, causing both parties to speak only the truth. The King of Giants repeats his request, offering to help the Shadow Monarch in return. Jinwoo tries to speak a lie in an effort to fool Legia, but suddenly his sentence cuts off. Legia shares that the contract basically prevents either party from spitting out a lie. Jinwoo continues his interrogation, asking how a creature like Legia has the ability to speak freely unlike other monsters emerging from the gates. Realizing that he's referring to the denizens of chaos, Legia counters with a question of his own. He thinks it's baffling to compare a sovereign that rules over the denizens of chaos with his own subjects. Simply speaking, the creatures emerging from the gates are nothing more than tamed beasts who have lost their memories and have no sense of being. However, a monarch like Legia has complete influence over them and maintains his rationality. He's been longing for the day to be freed, until finally he encountered Jinwoo today. The hunter continues his line of questions, asking if the angelic soldiers clad in white armor belong to the ruler's faction. To this, Legia confirms that to be the case. So now, Jinwoo is curious why the rulers have been sending out monsters to ordinary beings of Earth. The Monarch of Giants lets out a toothy smile to that question. He reminds the hunter that the rulers are preparing for the war to come, and they want this world to be their personal battlefield in their fight against the monarchs. But Jinwoo is confused, because he still doesn't get why sending monsters to Earth would be beneficial in that case. To that, Legia reveals a shocking truth about the rulers' plans. They're forcibly inserting magic energy onto Earth. To simplify, monsters emerging out of gates is surely bad, but the magic energy emanating from them allows the creation of hunters and thrive society with much-needed valuables. But as it turns out, those useful blessings have been nothing more than a ploy by the rulers to turn Earth into their own battlefield. Legia reveals that the rulers are making use of their hostages to concentrate the high levels of magic energy on Earth. Magic energy is responsible for strengthening entire planets, and the rulers intended to produce a world that can withstand a devastating war. Inquiring further about the war, Jinwoo comes to learn that the monarchs will have a rematch against the rulers' faction, both sides waging the entire planet to hellish destruction. The worst part? It's right around the corner. Legia expresses that neither faction will approve of Jinwoo's contact with the Monarch of Giants after this. The hunter wants to know why he's been singled out and targeted from both sides. This shows that he truly doesn't know anything about his powers. Legia tells him that the source of his power stems from an original owner, the true Shadow Monarch who ended up passing on the mantle to Jinwoo, therefore betraying the rulers and their plans. This makes him a direct enemy of both sides. Legia promises to solely stand by his side as his one and only ally, requesting Jinwoo to release him in return. For a second, Jinwoo channels his internal ruthless Shadow Monarch, arguing that it would be much better to gain Legia as a shadow soldier if he really wanted to help. To that, the Monarch of Giants experiences momentary terror. He could have sworn that he saw a vision of the real Shadow Monarch. Legia also reveals that both monarchs and rulers actually require spiritual manifestations as their avatars, which means they can never become shadows. Under the Oath of Faith, he tells Jinwoo that he can't become a shadow. Finally, the hunter is starting to make amends with his understanding of the situation. But something about it just feels off, his gut feeling telling him that there's more than what is being said here. Materializing his demonic dagger, Jinwoo walks up to Legia, questioning if he really meant it when he said he'd help him. The Monarch of Giant agrees that he will do exactly as told as a fair deal. Jinwoo breaks off some of his chains and asks the most important question of all. Is Legia on the side of humans? To that, the monarch goes all quiet, not uttering a single word, much to Jinwoo's insistence. Of course, this is thanks to the Oath of Faith being in effect, stopping the Monarch of Giants from spitting out a lie. Jinwoo notices something around Legia's neck. It's a magic stone, which means he's being force-fed the commands of the rulers, who consistently order creatures to slaughter the humans. In a fit of rage, Legia attempts to lash out and strike Jinwoo with his hand. Negotiations are no longer on the table anymore as Jinwoo plunges his blade inside Legia's body, believing that he would be making a serious mistake freeing an apocalyptic creature like him. Ominously, the Monarch of Giants corrects the hunter, stating that the real danger is actually the Shadow Monarch himself. Deciding to attack him once more, Legia's efforts are meaningless with Jinwoo impaling his thick skin several times, driving his blade over and over inside. Despite enduring so many attacks, the chained monarch reveals that Earth will soon become a war zone of destruction. In his final moments, he lets out a dark prayer, pleading that the war takes away everything Jinwoo loves and holds dear to him. The Shadow Monarch promises that the outcome will be much different from that. With that, he deals the finishing blow by slicing off Legia's head and defeating the dungeon's boss as a consequence. The first monarch is slayed at last. The system calculates an overloading amount of experience points gained from the defeat of a monarch. Jinwoo collects a runestone as a trophy piece, and this man jumps 8 levels ahead within seconds. With his spiritual body destroyed, Legia turns to nothingness, while Jinwoo climbs all the way up to level 122. The scene cuts to the States, where a renowned national hunter receives an unexpected visitor. Christopher Reed is met with an abrupt visit from Ms. Selner and Michael as they've got plenty to discuss. He orders his assistant to handle things in his absence. During the meeting, Reed is curious what brought them here, and immediately makes his position regarding the S-rank gates clear. He doesn't want to participate, but Selner has come here for a different purpose, a more serious problem. The national hunter experiences a jolt of shock when he is told about his prophetic death in the near future. Reed is told of his death in the future to come, and he takes it as an offensive joke and immediately goes serious into questioning. He wants to know what the hell is going on. Turns out that Lady Selner had a recent dream about the guy, a dream that showed her his fight against several people. Now, instead of heeding to her warning and taking it seriously, the national hunter continues to take offense at her suggestions. In fact, he doubles down and goes on to hurt Selner's reputation of her past as a psychic. This confession saddens her, though Christopher Reed's confidence is overwhelming because of his national hunter-ranked status. Because a hunter of his caliber is basically a god in their world. Selner tries to warn him about the things that happened in her dream, but he's unrelenting and doesn't want to deal with her delusions. Furthermore, he believes it's pointless to tell him anything when it's clear he can't even reach out to anyone to help a national-level hunter. Selner goes all silent before admitting that there's potentially one candidate, a hunter called Sung Jinwoo, who could protect him using his powers. Reed realizes that she's talking about the S-rank hunter of Korea. Back to our boy and his progress with the dungeon, he ended up killing the monarch and made the safe choice. The only reason it was easy is because of his restraints by the rulers. Luckily, Jinwoo was able to uncover Legia's true intentions and handled the threat before it blew out of proportion. Realizing just how outclassed he is in the world of godly beings, Jinwoo faces a crushing need to get even stronger. It didn't take long for news to spread all over the world about the defeat of the giants. People were ranting on social media about the appearance of a new national-level hunter, and this time, it wasn't just the Koreans agreeing with their word. The only giant that managed to cross the ocean and arrived in China was destroyed by their most accomplished hunter. Furthermore, Matsumoto ended up pleading guilty for his crimes, likely because he felt responsibility over his actions. Apart from that, in Maryland, USA, the American hunters managed to safely clear their own S-rank gate as well. There is a party celebrating the occasion filled with esteemed hunters. They're the same lousy rats who were betting against Jinwoo's chances of survival. Thomas Andre locates them at last, recalling their best, reminding them of the yacht and the mansion. Also, he really likes a tie one of the hunters is wearing, and even though this guy didn't even place a bet, Thomas the Gigachad ended up taking it for himself. He shows it off to his assistant later, only to rip it off as it doesn't match his shirt. With that aside, his assistant reports about a new conference being held in Korea, involving the Ajin Guild. Thomas realizes that Sung Jinwoo is soon going to be on his way to America, a future interaction he's excited for. Back to the scene of Japan, Jinwoo's shadow soldiers successfully managed to obliterate all the giants, greatly shocking the Japanese hunters by his overwhelming strength. Jinho is feeling like a proud brother, happy to see our boy finally get the recognition he rightfully deserves. Hanakawa hands Jinho her phone, apparently it's a call for him. When he picks up the phone, he's startled by what he hears and apologizes to Jinwoo for leaving on a short notice back to Korea. Jinho refuses to clarify what exactly happened, but hints that it involves his family, which is a pretty big tell for the main character. Jinho marks his leave, and in the helicopter he's so nervous because of the way his mother sounded over the phone. Or maybe it's a small matter, as he desperately hoped it would be. At the Incheon airport, Jinho's plane lands and one of his father's assistants leads him straight to a vehicle prepared for him. Jinho still doesn't get what's going on, so the assistant finally drops the bombshell. Jinho's father, President Yoo Myung-han, has officially fallen into the state of eternal slumber. Of course, seeing his father in such a critical condition, Jinho screams his heart out, but of course he's not allowed to go inside because the presence of a hunter only accelerates the condition of this illness. Poor guy can't even go near his father and feels guilty for being a useless son. Then he's handed a set of documents that his father had prepared right before being knocked unconscious. He wanted Jinho to know when the time was right. Opening the document, Jinho realizes that his father pinned down all the articles that involved his son's raid with the rising talent and his partner Jinwoo. It may have appeared that he seemed distant, but in reality, his father stored every valuable memory of his son. President Yoo truly loved his son, and those words are enough to make a grown man cry, as Jinho sheds tears for his father's pitiful state. The assistant recommends they go home now, when all of a sudden, Jinho feels a sharp sensation nearby. He turns to look, but no one's around, so they go on to walk away. When they're gone, it is revealed that our boy was secretly observing everything that was going on using his stealth skill. Jinwoo admits that Jinho's tearful session made him emotional just now, so he goes against his initial decision and pops open a bottle of the elixir of life. The scene cuts to Jinho's sister, frowning in defeat and loss. She notices Sung Jinwoo walking just nearby. When she goes into her father's room, President Yoo is wide awake and fully recovered. The doctors go crazy over the miraculous recovery. Watching the scene from outside the building, Jinwoo turns and smiles. He's such a good guy, not even claiming any credit for his deeds. As Jinwoo walks away with content, he thinks it's just the perfect gift for his beloved friend, Jinho. The hunter realizes that he's got 2 hours to kill since he just exploited the use of shadow exchange to get here. He's got free time to kill and no one's here for him. A thought of Hunter Cha Hyen crosses his mind. He hasn't forgotten her confession. Instead, he sways such thoughts and wonders if he should locate another dungeon. The scene cuts back to Christopher Reed's mansion. This man is chilling in his bed when suddenly shit gets real, and he senses the incoming threat. He walks out all dripped out, ready to face whoever the fuck is about to catch smoke with him at this ungodly hour. He doesn't see or hear anyone. Reed tosses a wine glass to test his surroundings. And what do you know, the shattering of the wine glass didn't produce any sound, which means something is going on. He has yet to understand the situation to the fullest. Michael did hand him a phone number to contact an emergency, which means Sellner's predictions are turning out to be true. In the distance, a figure materializes out of nowhere. It's a tall man, donning a beautiful robe and blonde hair. Reed stares him down, but as it turns out, this isn't a one-on-one beef. Nah, this is a full-on gangbang jumping session, because 2 more figures are peering at him from behind. The blonde explains that his efforts for the humans will be meaningless if he continues to operate this way, referring to the national-level hunter as a fragment of brilliant light. Of course, Reed has absolutely no idea what they're talking about as they're communicating using monster language. The blonde tells him to sit his ass down as he was speaking to someone else, a person responsible for handing Reed his powers. Once again, there is too much ambiguity at play, and Reed legit pulls an "Am I a joke to you?" card in response. Transforming his body into his beastly state, he promises to kill at least one of these bastards in this fight. The other 2 monarchs observing him are rather impressed to see a human utilizing their spiritualization skill. Reed unleashes chaos inside of his mansion, the structure erupting in heavy flames and roaring destruction throughout. The outcome of the fight is kept ambiguous for now. More importantly, Jinwoo's departure from Japan has earned him hundreds of thousands of fans, appreciating the famous hunter for his commendable efforts. Beru is proud that these insignificant humans are worshipping his king, so in response, the king must hold out his hand and show consideration. It's so funny because even Jinwoo is like, "This isn't a period drama, you dumb insect." Boarding his plane, Jinwoo is rather peeved to find a familiar face enjoying his seat right next to his, knowing that this can't be a coincidence. Adam is there chilling in agreement, happy to see him again. Of course, our boy didn't even remember this guy's name. It's only thanks to Beru reminding him in his ear that he brought it up. In any case, Adam apologizes for making his move like this, but he's come to inform the hunter of some critical information. At first, Jinwoo assumes that the US failed to stop their S-rank gate and that's why he's here. But that's not the case at all. Opening his laptop, Adam reveals footage of the fight involving a national hunter inside his own residence. Reviewing this footage, Adam explains that Christopher Reed was responsible for a fire that involved 2,000 firefighters to extinguish, along with 14 brilliant hunters. Yeah, I was shitting on Reed, but he is crazy strong for that. Jinwoo wonders what could have caused the national ranked hunter to use so much of his strength. And man, my boy Reed got done dirty. This man got his body roasted, slashed, and beat the hell down in the most disrespectful fight outcome I've ever seen. But on an even more serious note, Adam White pulls out a photograph of someone that causes even Jinwoo shock. It's his father, and the Federal Bureau strongly believes that he's connected to the case. Hearing a wild accusation involving his father, Jinwoo loses his sense of rationale and uses ruler's authority to pull this man up in the air, seconds away from cruising him. Enraged, Jinwoo promises to cripple Adam if it's some kind of twisted joke he pulled. Adam begs him to stop, revealing that this man recently exited the dungeon, so they have little information about him. Jinwoo also learns that his magic power is similar to that of magic beasts, and he was responsible for defeating an S-rank hunter on top. But this man is not playing around. Oh hell nah. He's ready to throw hands if the world is accusing his father for the incidents caused. Jinwoo sets Adam free, as the agent reveals about his father's recent involvement with defeating hunters and escaping from the Hunters Bureau. Despite Jinwoo's feelings as his son, they had no choice but to make him a prime suspect for the incident involving Reed as well. The hunter doesn't get why they're telling him this. So Adam shares that the International Guild Conference will take place soon. Here, the representatives of all the major guilds in the world will come together. They plan to reveal Jinwoo's father as their leading suspect to the entire world. And you can just see our boy giving him the meanest glare ever. He's ready to catch smoke with the entire world. The problem is, the USA has just lost one of its most powerful hunters, so they're doing everything in their power to reprimand the suspect responsible. Since the association promises to uphold an excellent relationship with Jinwoo, they wanted to meet with him and inform him about the international meeting ahead of time. After all, if this happened at the event he was going to attend, Jinwoo would have lost it. Come to think of it, the same man who disappeared nearly a decade ago has returned as a monster, a fact that is difficult for the hunter to grasp. Adam is still adjusting from the strong telekinetic ability he just endured, a power much terrifying than other mages with the same ability. It's clear to Adam at this very moment that Sung Jinwoo is without a doubt the 6th national-level hunter in this world, so he has to inform his leaders immediately. Anyway, the International Guild Conference is supposed to be this grand event for all the guilds to attend. And only a couple of days later, the US Association ended up releasing the official invitation list for those attending. Among them was Ajin Guild, representing the whole of Korea, especially with the recent developments it has made. Its only prominent member is Hunter Sung Jinwoo, our glorious king. Apart from that, the association specifically invited only one hunter to represent each guild to reduce clutter. Regarding the international conference, the Ajin Guild is mostly the center of attention. Jong-in is being interviewed regarding his thoughts. He believes they made the right choice, the clear and obvious choice in fact, even though some reporters object to calling the Ajin Guild a guild at all with its one-man show business. To that, Jong-in counters that the one man running it is Sung Jinwoo, and that deserves praise, because he on his own represents the strength of hundreds of guild members. Jong-in is straight up glazing at our boy by even going out to say that the Ajin Guild may just be the most powerful guild in the entire world. Though he's disappointed not being invited to the event, Jong-in feels proud that he can rest easy in the time of despair, as a hunter even more powerful than him has marked his presence into this world. He truly appreciates the fact that Sung Jinwoo got the invitation instead of him, and I like this detail a lot. Jong-in receives a report about a new A-rank gate spawning in, though he's confused why the Ajin Guild hasn't reserved a reservation yet. Turns out that they've been laying low recently. 4 days have passed since Jinwoo's return from Japan, and he's yet to touch a single gate in Korea since then. Though it seems like a moment of celebration for the major guilds in Korea, Jong-in feels a different way. Regardless, his assistant is happy to note that their profits are going up thanks to Ajin Guild backing down from the gates. Also, Jong-in is extremely suspicious of what's keeping Sung Jinwoo busy. The scene cuts to the Korean Association headquarters, where Jinchul reports about China's inquiry regarding Sung Jinwoo's information. They don't want his personal information or anything like that. All they care about are his raid records and accomplishments. Gun-hee is glad that the Chinese Association isn't so naive to ask for personal information, though he contemplates what purpose would it serve for them to acquire this information at all, as Jinwoo intends to stick with Korea for now. Interestingly, the information wasn't requested by the government, but rather a single person. This man is none other than China's most powerful hunter, Liu Zhigang, a name that astonishes Gun-hee. You see, the Chinese hunters have their own accomplished system of hunters. In it, achieving 5 stars means you're at the highest possible rank. But for Zhigang, this man is literally built differently, to the point they created a special 7-star rank to classify his strength alone. And that man is now expressing interest in Jinwoo, the same person who exterminated a giant after it entered China. Gunhee realizes that it's out of his interest to speak with another competent hunter. But still, the Korean head isn't planning to send any information and declines the request. At the Scavenger Guild's headquarters, Thomas Andre learns of Jinwoo's expected arrival tomorrow. Knowing what's about to happen, he called Dong-soo for a meeting. Thomas has something to tell him, and decides not to beat around the bush. His one and only order is for Dong-soo to keep his damn hands off of Jinwoo. Perhaps the most shocking part about this scene is how Dong-soo looks like a pathetic mutt in front of his guild's leader. It's hard for him to accept this order, and Thomas understands that. Dong-soo's eyes convey an objection, but Thomas's immense physical pressure keeps Tide without a word. The national hunter reminds Dong-soo of his place, stating that he hadn't yet given him the permission to speak. Just hearing him talk is enough to make Dong-soo shit his pants. Even Thomas's assistant thinks it would be wise to just shut up in this instance. Only a handful of people existed in this world that could cause an S-rank hunter to tremble in an instant. Still, Dong-soo's maniacal behavior won't be easy to stop. Thomas explicitly reminds Dong-soo of his orders, demanding that he take a vacation while the conference is being held. In response, Dong-soo can do nothing but accept the situation presented to him. He leaves, but as he leaves, Thomas's assistant wonders if it's alright to leave him be. Even the guild leader understands that it won't be enough to stop Dong-soo's rampage, so he wants Laura to keep a close eye on this scumbag. After all, he would much rather pick being afraid over being dead. We get a miserable shot of Dong-soo biting his damn lip to quell his rage, his blood boiling at his helplessness. The day of the conference meeting is here at last. An esteemed national hunter from Germany has also arrived, commenting his confusion on the commotion. Leonard Neerman learns that it's actually because of the Korean hunter who everyone is going crazy about. Leonard thinks it's good to get acquainted with Jinwoo right off the bat. But as he's approaching our boy, he feels an intense physical pressure which stops him. Leonard is the only person in the room who is able to sense the fact that Jinwoo's shadow hides hundreds of shadow soldiers just lurking underneath. With an army like that, this guy could single-handedly wage a war against an entire country. Jinwoo takes notice of Leonard's continued staring, remarking that a weird foreigner keeps looking at him. Jinho, on the other hand, asks why Jinchul is accompanying them at all. Poor guy has to embarrassingly reveal that he's on a mission to protect our glorious king, which, as you know, sounds ridiculous, and even Jinho knows it. Anyway, Jinwoo takes notice of the members of the Hunter's Bureau. They've come to personally handle any affairs regarding the Korean hunter. Jinwoo is told to come along while the others are ordered to return to the hotel. The hunter is on his guard, knowing that this might be about his father again. However, Adam clears his name, emphasizing that the Bureau only views him in high respect. He has yet to tell him what this meeting is about as it's top secret. Boarding an escort vehicle, they travel to the Hunter's Bureau. Adam admits that the loss of their recent national-level hunter has upset the scales of power of the states. Then there's the fact that they can't pinpoint the cause of his death, which means they're soon going to be investing incredible resources to recruit a hunter replacing his caliber. Turns out Jinwoo happens to be one of the candidates among them. He talks about the value of a runestone and how its powers are directly linked to the monster it was extracted from. Jinwoo is introduced to Kamish's Wrath, the mission dubbed as humanity's greatest obstacle. The runestone extracted from that mission, they're looking for a new owner for it. Having located a mage-type hunter, they're offering him the stone in exchange for his allegiance to the Bureau. But that's not what the hunter cares about. His undivided attention is pinpointed on the photos he just saw. The corpse of the dragon is what he truly cares about. Jinwoo inquires if Kamish's corpse is intact, which he finds out it is. The hunter forgets about everything else and simply orders to pay a visit to see the dragon's corpse as his immediate request. Adam tells him that not even someone like him has any idea where the corpse is located, but he'll try and put in a word for Jinwoo. And that's how the leader of the Bureau came to learn about Sung Jinwoo's interest in Kamish's corpse. Turns out he didn't care a single thing about the runestone itself, which begs the question on why he's so invested in seeing the corpse. Brennan hopes to speak with the deputy director and questions about the hunter's intentions. Michael believes that skills very much define a hunter's worth with their lives. The fact that Jinwoo rejected a runestone to pay a visit to the dragon's corpse means that he's in it to gain something far more valuable. Brennan questions about the hunter's necromancer abilities, which causes Michael to reach a sudden enlightenment. Of course, that's what he's after. There's the possibility that Jinwoo might be able to resurrect a creature from long ago. This man, who is fully dripped out in his all-black fit and man-spreading like a god, intends to make Kamish a part of the Shadow Army. Brennan strongly opposes the idea as that would hand too much power in the hands of one person. However, Michael thinks they won't be able to sustain a good relationship with the hunter if they decline his request. Despite his concerns, Brennan green signals the request, intending to take Jinwoo there on his own to see the extent of his powers. So the three of them board the elevator and head to the lowest level. Walking his way to the gate, Jinwoo senses magic energy mixed into the air. It's interesting how the creature which has been defeated for nearly a decade can still produce such powerful magic energy. It only makes him wonder how strong Kamish will become as a part of his army. Greeted with the creature's bony remains, Jinwoo learns that 5 national-level hunters were required to take down a threat of this level. Its runestone is so powerful in fact that it fully supplies all of the energy resources for their main headquarters. The director asks if Jinwoo's all done with his inspection, but how could we leave out the good part? The Korean hunter instructs them to stay back, and moves on ahead to execute his most anticipated extraction. They want to see how he's going to pull off the impossible. Jinwoo looks majestic as hell as he extends his arm, channeling his dark powers and commanding use of his extraction skill. The first extraction attempt fails, leaving him with 2 more. Jinwoo takes a deep breath before ordering a second resurrection. The ability causes the creature's body to release a dark dragon the size of a Goliath, its fangs pointed to the ceiling. The purple dragon unsheathes its fangs in all its glory, questioning the Shadow Monarch who has brought it back from the dead. Brennan and Michael are at a loss for words. The dragon identifies the humans as immediate threats, and recalls its orders to slaughter any and all humans. With a slight pressure applied to the enforced glass, the beast shatters the glass window and breaks free with a loud roar. The calamity of destruction then charges a sphere of destruction, ready to annihilate the entirety of the Association Tower. Jinwoo orders the dragon to stop from unleashing its hellfire breath, reminding the beast that the mana crystal no longer forces it to follow the commands of the rulers. The association members are utterly stumped to find Jinwoo directly speaking to a monster. Kamish finally understands what it means to become a subject of the King of the Dead. He once served the King of Dragons, and has now found a new master. Jinwoo pats the beast, greeting him and inquiring about the Monarch of Destruction, who controls the dragons. This is evident by the fact that Kamish has an incredible ego even after becoming a shadow summon, far surpassing the likes of any creature in his army. And I kid you not, Kamish is out here wagging his tail like a puppy being pet by his master. Even Adam and Michael are at a loss for words here. Jinwoo collects his thoughts, reflecting that he's found out about 3 monarchs in total now. Unfortunately, this fateful encounter turns into a heartfelt goodbye, much to the Shadow Monarch's confusion. Kamish's body can't sustain for long as too much time had passed until its death. Jinwoo is shocked that not even the strength of the Shadow Monarch is capable of withstanding a timeline of 8 years. In his uncharacteristic panicking, he starts yelling at the system to do something. Kamish's body fades, his last words envying the eternal soldiers that will worship the Shadow Monarch forever to come. As he disintegrates, he tells Jinwoo one final piece of information about the 4 rulers who possess the strength of rulers. Kamish reminds his king to be careful of them, and he pays respect to his dear new king before fading out of existence. The shadow extraction ends in failure as Kamish's skeletal remains hit the ground. Jinwoo learns from the system that no further extractions will hold any effect because of the 8-year gap. In response to all of this destruction, Jinwoo apologizes to the director and intends to cover the damages out of his own pocket. Saying this, he leaves, and shortly afterwards, they hear a thud. Just ahead, Jinwoo frustratingly smacked his fist into the wall, pissed that he couldn't recruit such a valuable weapon into his army. I mean, I get it. Kamish would have literally become his strongest summon, so it's not an easy thing to just move on from. In any case, he meets up with Jinchul back at the event building, realizing that Jinho actually left shortly after him. All this time, the agent believed that he would be following Jinwoo, but it turns out he's nowhere to be found. He's not even in their recent visitors log. Jinchul only recalls a hunter personally coming to escort him 2 hours ago. Adam expresses that they don't have the authority to intervene against the matters of the guild, but he still decides to check on them to see what's going on. Our boy is out here thinking that something bad might have happened. Over to Laura's side, she receives the report from Adam, and instantly realizes what the hell is going on. She wants them to find out about Jinho's location at once. Adam tries to forward this report to the hunter, but just like Batman's parents, he disappears out of nowhere. Jinwoo blitzes like a damn missile at full speed, realizing how careless he had been to neglect Jinho without even sending a shadow soldier after him. He fears the worst, terrified that something bad might happen to his dearest friend. Panicking in a rush, he calls out his shadow soldiers and sends them all scattered to locate Jinho. When Thomas Andre returns to his guild, he finds a bunch of his men all knocked unconscious. The culprit is obvious, and he's overstepped the line. The National Hunter is pissed, but he's even more afraid that Jinwoo might end up killing the bastard if they fail to pin him down first. Cutting to Dongsu's side of things, he's got Jinho tortured and bloodied up in pain, a sinister smile carved on his face. On top of a skyscraper stands a hunter with a piercing glare staring down at the conversations taking place in the event hall. From this safe distance, he wonders if Jinho left the city in an emergency. Still, the fact that Jinho's a powerful hunter makes him strong enough to resist a normal kidnapper. This means that the missing person in this case would have tried to resist being transported. The only clue and connection Jinwoo received from the information he has is that the Scavenger Guild is involved in some ways. Recalling the existence of Dong-su as one of the Huang brothers, he thinks it's possible the hunter may have been waiting for this opportunity for a while. Also, there was the fact that only Jinwoo and Jinho survived that brutal dungeon, indicating that they must have been responsible for his brother's death. At the time, Jinchul warned the hunter to be wary, and though Jinwoo held zero regrets over his actions in the past, he's seriously pissed at himself for not being cautious enough with Jinho's safety. The mere thought of Jinho's life being threatened causes him to feel disturbed. Meanwhile, Thomas hasn't also received any word from his men regarding Dong-su. At this point, the hunter believes that Dong-su must understand the strength difference between him and a monstrosity like Jinwoo, which means plotting a simple revenge plot would be stupid on his own. But even Dong-su understands that Thomas cares about his guild and will be forced to step in. It's a fault he shares for being too considerate of his hunters. Checking with Laura, he learns that they've analyzed all kinds of movement patterns for Dong-su and found 3 potential paths he could have taken. Thomas wants the locations because he personally feels involved and wants to go. Also, Laura convinced the Hunter Bureau to act up in havoc in order to prevent a potential clash between Sung Jin-woo and Thomas Andre. The Hunters Bureau is in great turmoil, especially after learning that the Hunters of the Scavenger Guild have begun making their move. It's clear to Michael that Thomas is now active on the move. Let's catch up with the bastard Dong-su and his desolate location. He and his goons are busy torturing Jinho. Dong-su is here for one purpose only, he just wants confirmation. The reason he's so confident in brutally torturing Jinho is because the guildmaster technically only instructed him to stay away from Sung Jinwoo, but not his partner. His plan has always been to take down Jinho to get the answers he's been dying to seek. Dong-su merely wanted the truth to be heard from Jinho's mouth, a confirmation of Sung Jinwoo murdering his brother back at the dungeon. After that, he won't be touching Jinho even a little bit. Smacking him back to his senses, Dong-su shoves his heavy fist into Jinho's chest, causing him to spit out blood from the sheer force. His healer friend is rather impressed by Jinho's resolve, as a typical human would have been killed by now. Dong-su argues that Jinho's bravery is only putting him in a greater world of pain, and the bastard doubles down on his point by slamming the guy's head in the pillar. The maniacal Dong-su emphasizes that he's in no mood to kill, and his bitch-faced friend with his glasses is a good healer who's always going to prevent Jinho from dying. And that means this torture will continue until Jinho spits out the answers Dong-su is dying to hear from him. Then there's the fact that this factory has been abandoned for half a decade now, meaning no one will be able to help him. For a moment, Dong-su senses that perhaps Jinho is finally saying something. He listens closely, as the tortured hunter gives him a sharp smirk, followed by a loud "fuck you." Now that's a real homie right here. But maybe I spoke too soon because Jinho's head is getting smacked into the beams. Dong-su's methods are becoming more violent with his patience running out, his partners reminding him not to overextend and accidentally kill the guy. Unfortunately, Jinho's condition seriously looks pitiful here. A pool of blood trickles down his mouth. Revealing his evil fucking self just like his brother, Dong-su shares that he's only just getting started with the torture. Suddenly, he looks to his left and locates an odd-looking creature in the distance. It's one of our boys' red orcs. Deciding to take care of the nuisance on his own, Dong-su walks up to the orc, its body trembling from being in the presence of the hunter. The enraged Dong-su charges at the monster with a terrifying fist. The orc shivers in fear when at the last second, its master utters the word exchange. Back at his apartment, Jinwoo's mother wonders what her son is up to. Of course, Baru is the one protecting them. He strongly believes that no one in the world is safe from his master's rage. Watching the news, Baru gets excited seeing Jinwoo appear on the news. His entire body shivers when he feels an incredible emotion emanating from his master. It's a feeling he understands too well, the feeling of sheer anger. At the Knights Guild, Jong-su and his lackeys are busy in their own way, when Yoon-tae expresses his shock on spotting the guildmaster's shadow move from underneath his feet. He's been having a lot of similar incidents lately, but his boss refuses to believe his word. Thomas Andre is out here stuck in traffic, and immediately stops the car when he senses a surge of energy coming from nearby. Kicking the damn door open, the behemoth of a human climbs right out, and tells his men to follow him as best they can. And then this guy literally launches off like he's fucking Superman or something, causing his butlers to wonder how much damage he's gonna have to cover for the destruction this time. Let's pay a visit to the fight we've all been waiting for. A fist curves its weight against Dong-su's flesh, his partner's shocked, while Jinho finally shows a smile of relief on his face. Dong-su experiences a sharp jolt of pain, his mouth gushing out blood in response to the physical trauma. That attack sent him flying, and the one who attacked him is none other than the necromancer, wearing a frightening aura of purple around him. The first thing Jinwoo does is attempt to use healing potions on his dear friend. Unfortunately, Jinho's condition is so critical that not even healing potions are working. This causes Jinwoo's rage to kick up a notch. His voice cuts through their surroundings as he demands to know if either one of them is a healer. He wants them to heal his friend immediately. Here's the issue. These guys are Americans, so they have no idea what our boy is saying in Korean. Meanwhile, Dongsu walks out of the rubble, translating that Jinwoo wants them to heal his friend. They've finally had their first official encounter. But Jinwoo is uninterested in anything else. He utters his final warning to heal his friend. The stupid healer refuses to listen and gets his damn face grabbed and obliterated into the nearest beam. Next, Jinwoo turns to the other guy, asking if perhaps he's the healer. With one of them already dead, the other guy is scared shitless of what might happen. And since he didn't answer Jinwoo's question, the hunter turns his body to mush using telekinesis, ending his life. Finally, it's only Dongsu left. He just wants to seek confirmation from the man himself if he was responsible for killing his brother. With what little words he could muster, Jinho tells his dear friend to be wary of Dongsu. Jinwoo politely orders him not to speak for a while and turns his gaze back to the man who will soon become his victim. The two hunters channel immense aura and glare at each other before Jinwoo delivers a bone-chilling declaration that Dongsu will soon learn all he needs when he meets his brother. Provoked, the bald head chucks a heavy fist towards the monarch of the dead. Our boy casually dodges it and returns a heavy punch against Dongsu's liver, causing him to feel an even worse pain than last time. That attack sent his body knocked out of the building. It took a while for Dongsu's ragdolling to come to a halt. This man Jinwo got him spread out with 2 hits, giving this egghead the humiliation he deserves. Before Dongsu can even recover, the vicious hunter pops up out of nowhere, shooting him a lethal glare. Dongsu attempts to retaliate, but it does not matter at this point, as Jinwoo grabs his head and shoves it into the ground, an attack he similarly used to end off Dongsu's brother. But it's not over yet. Jinwoo goes on to smash Dongsu's head over and over again until an unexpected visitor appears. And this man is the national hunter Thomas Andre, who orders Jinwoo to stop. Fortunately, he came right before Jinwoo was about to kill this guy. Of course, he's trying his best to communicate with the Korean hunter to let this one slide. Jinwoo looks at him, his victim's blood splattered over his face as he questions what would happen if he refuses that offer. Thomas is losing his patience and tells him he'll have to get involved. It's an outcome Jinwoo is more than happy to handle, so he chucks the near-dead Dongsu into the air like a toy. But this is exactly what this clown wanted. His entire plan was hinging on baiting Thomas to take a fight against Jinwoo, resulting in the Korean hunter's death, which would achieve Dongsu's personal goal. Game recognizes the game as the 2 most powerful hunters in the world stare each other down. Pissed as hell, Jinwoo doesn't give a flying fuck who he's facing, and openly declares that it doesn't matter if it's Thomas standing before him. His shocking bravado impresses Thomas, a man who grew up in a poor family and had many enemies of his own. And yet, he received the greatest blessing in only one kind of talent: violence. He could use his violence to overwhelm and overpower anyone in his path. With that, he earned many foes, and even after his awakening as a hunter, he reigned the most powerful as the true king who ruled with might. No one could pose a threat to him, and he constantly maintained a realm of superiority over others. And that's how he knew that there was only one way to deal with the ones who didn't obey him. Thomas reaches out to grab Jinwoo. Aside from this, hunters of the Scavenger Guild also show up to see what's going on. A powerful shockwave cuts through their cars. It's actually revealed to be Thomas Andre, who successfully blocked Jinwoo's first attack. He doesn't want any single one of them to intervene in this battle, and merely walks right past the tiny humans next to him. As for Jinwoo, he orders Igris to take Jinho to the nearest hospital and get him treated. Igris and Kaisel take off, leaving the necromancer to summon his army of shadow soldiers to face off against the entirety of the Scavenger Guild in a true showdown. Glad to have finally found a worthy opponent, Thomas grows excited. He doesn't even care about the shit show that went down with Dongsu. All he cares about is killing the arrogant Korean hunter who damaged his pride. As Thomas begins to power up, he warns Jinwoo one last time to apologize and have a chance to spare his own life. But I bet you weren't prepared for this guy's cold fucking response. A middle finger straight to his offer. Seeing his audacity, Thomas's body concentrates a pool of golden mana, his blood boiling at the sight of a hunter so arrogant. With his body fully submerged in magic, the shadow soldiers stare down at the hunters of the Scavenger Guild. The full-scale war between the two guilds begins with Jinwoo leading the attack, his army of purple soldiers swarming the hunters ahead. To guard against their powerful attack, the tanks of the Scavenger Guild concentrate their might in materializing a powerful shield. What's more, the behemoth Thomas Andre is ripped apart by hundreds of shadow soldiers as if they were paper. He focuses on the gigantic mage preparing a heavy attack before him. But Thomas's monstrous speed insta-kills Tusk with a single lunge. He thinks Jinwoo's shadow soldiers are nothing before his might, and he immediately makes his descent to focus on fighting his true enemy. In the distance, a bunch of shadow soldiers have defeated the hunters. Jinwoo is easily crushing anyone who stands in his way without even lifting a finger. His eye darting in the direction of the approaching Thomas, Iron steps in to stop the National Hunter. But this guy is standing on business as he demolishes Iron with a single swipe. To his shock, the hunter is nowhere to be found. Jinwoo reappears next to him in a flash using his incredible speed, his blade jabbing Thomas's side. But to his shock, this guy's got impenetrable abs that not even the Demon King's daggers can pierce. Thomas uses this as an opportunity to land a clear hit against Jinwoo's body, launching him away. The National Hunter taunts him for taking him lightly and activates his telekinetic ability to maneuver Jinwoo's flailing body. Shocked to find another hunter matching his own ability, Jinwoo is sharply pulled near to Thomas and in response activates his own Dominator's authority, which is even more powerful than Thomas's as it exerts a whole different kind of pressure on him. Jinwoo comes flying with full speed and chucks the full weight of his fist against Thomas's jaw, this time launching him to the distance as payback for the previous attack. Thomas Andre maintains his stance, stunned to find himself actually bleeding for once. The necromancer dashes in without stopping, recalling Thomas's words which he so proudly declared. Jinwoo goes on to annihilate the hunter's body with hundreds of hits throughout. This forces Thomas to bring out his true strength, activating his spiritualized state. Meanwhile, the members of the Hunters Bureau are hot in pursuit of the clash between the two hunters. They quickly realize that approaching the factory is only going to risk their own lives. At this very moment of Thomas Andre's transformation, only one thought was crossing Sung Jinwoo's mind. He remembered the words of the mighty dragon Kamish, who warned his master of the 4 humans possessing the strengths of the rulers. And those 4 people are none other than the national-ranked hunters. Jinwoo faces the incoming threat, arguably his strongest opponent until now as Thomas's golden armor peers at him in the distance. Deciding to go on the offensive, Jinwoo dashes in, but Thomas wasn't planning on letting that happen, so he destroys the ground beneath him, shattering everything through the shockwave and forcing Jinwoo on the back foot. His terrifying might is even giving him trouble in this fight. Thomas unleashes his hand, which goes on to release a powerful and incinerating black hole. It swallows every last one of the surrounding shadow soldiers using its immense gravitational pull. This dude suddenly became a literal god. Jinwoo goes back, recognizing the severity of the attack. The only reason he wasn't sucked in was thanks to his telekinetic powers. The Golden Goliath stares him down before unleashing even more destruction. By the end of his attack, the factory is reduced to a mess. Our boy takes the high ground, his opponent declaring that he won't miss with his next attack. Now that's a terrifying threat coming from Thomas. But our boy is too busy being Batman with that pose and doesn't seem to be worried. Thomas's men are focusing on creating distance from their guildmaster because they know what kind of hell he is capable of raising. Thomas takes off like a rocket and propels towards his target. He closes the distance when suddenly Jinwoo uses his head as a lever to draw away. Thomas quickly tries to use his earlier move to try and catch Jinwoo in the air, but in response, our boy uses Dominator's authority to propel himself forward. Thomas realizes what's going on. This guy was pulling him and accelerating using his own speed at the same time. In simple terms, it's a head-on collision that neither can avoid. Deciding to meet him head-on in a battle of strength, Thomas reinforces his arm. Their fists clash in a chaotic boom, sending out ripples of mana. But it appears that Jinwoo's fist overwhelmed Thomas by a long shot, his expression remaining stoic as he causes Thomas to be sent crashing from the impact. Jinwoo shortly catches up with the Golden Goliath emerging from the rubble in pure rage. This battle is seeing its end as Thomas's increased size only becomes trouble for him as he fails to catch Jinwoo and his incredible speed. The necromancer grabs the horns of his helmet and throws a heavy knee in his face, cracking the armor. Seeing a monstrous fight like this unfold, the agents of the Bureau are speechless and prepare for the worst to come. As much as they wanted to intervene and stop the fight, there was no way they were going to jump in and stop Jinwoo from absolutely massacring Thomas's armor with hundreds of punches. While he's dishing out uppercuts left and right, Thomas is out here having a monologue, internalizing his shock and confusion. There's just no way a mage-type hunter could produce such overwhelming strength. It's the first time Thomas is starting to grasp the idea of defeat. In denial, he tries to retaliate. But it doesn't matter, because Jinwoo hammers down on his punches and swats away any attempts. The one thing that made Thomas Andre the best in the world was his violence. And yet, he is being overwhelmed by a violent force much stronger than him. He roars his name into the skies, reminding Jinwoo that it won't be easy taking him down. But the necromancer swiftly elbows his back, calling back to his own words and remarking with a thrilling glare that it didn't matter who he was. This man relentlessly keeps throwing hands, even after the agents beg him to stop. He's like Saitama releasing his serious punches. Every single punch causes a mountain of pain and shreds Thomas's armor, peeling away the gold until he admits his own defeat. The fight is finished as Jinwoo stops himself from releasing another punch, his expression stoic as ever. The strongest hunter in the world, Thomas Andre, has been defeated. The agents can't believe Thomas was reduced to such a pitiful state. No one in the world could do this to him. Just the sheer mention of this news will shock the world. The best healers of the Scavenger Guild step in to heal their guildmaster. The verdict? Sung Jinwoo left every single damn bone in his body broken, and they require numerous healers working together to keep him at bay. Also, it's only because he was the Thomas Andre that he could survive against Sung Jinwoo's wrath, because any other hunter would have been reduced to a bloody paste. Thankfully, no one died from their guild. Adam also learns about Dongsu's apparent death, which means Jinwoo ended up getting what he wanted by killing Dongsu on his way back. The scene cuts to the next day, where our favorite hunter is staring down at the association building, reflecting how he switched places with Baru after the incident and ended up back in Korea. He talks to one of his newly appointed shadows, remarking how Jinho is currently being healed by Baru's abilities at the moment. The newly appointed shadow speaks, requesting its master to bestow a name upon him as well. His appearance resembles that of Dongsu, and Jinwoo even mockingly nicknames him Greed, as it was befitting of his death. He asks if Dongsu likes his new name, and the humble servant merely accepts, without offering any objections. Jinwoo still seems mad about what happened, to the point he's punishing this guy even after his death. Immediately the next day, the hunter arrives at the International Guild Conference to attend the important event. Dozens of reporters are flashing their cameras right in his face, with Michael remarking how his fight with Thomas Andre has already made the big screens, so there's going to be trouble avoiding attention for now. He can't believe that this dude single-handedly defeated the best guild in America, and of course, at this rate, Jinwoo has no intentions of even sparing a thought about the pest he killed. He merely came to the States for a singular objective, and after he's done with what he's after, he'll be long gone. Since he's Korean, the hunter is handed earbuds, allowing him to hear the direct translation of the speech in real time. Jinwoo enters the hall, with just about every other important member looking up to his eyes to meet him. Some are intrigued, others are unapproving, but Liu Zhigang is most welcoming of his arrival. The Korean S-rank hunter who bested Thomas Andre glares down at them. As he's descending to his designated seat, murmurs of his battle against Thomas Andre are talked of. They can't believe that he disgraced the national-level hunter who was believed to be the top dog in America. Jinwoo quietly takes his seat and sits down, and with that, the conference officially takes off. Dr. Belzer, an esteemed researcher, quickly brings up the recent influx of high-ranking gates popping all over the world. There's no explained cause as to why, but they've come to learn that the density of magic energy is becoming greater. He terms their newly merged atmosphere as the Magosphere. Speaking of this Magosphere, it's currently hovering over the heads of several countries. Counting 9 of the total countries, the most concentrated density of the Magosphere lurks in Seoul, South Korea. The moment South Korea is brought, everyone is thinking the same thing. They all turn their heads to Hunter Sung Jinwoo, as if accusing him of being suspicious. Even Dr. Belzer tells them to chill the fuck out, because even if this monstrous hunter was responsible for creating a Magosphere, then that only speaks volumes of his strength. Busy in his own reflection, our glorious king wonders if the 9 places are directly linked with each of the monarchs. Belzer continues by helplessly admitting how they can't do anything about the Magosphere yet. He also warns that their world may be undergoing an extreme change once again. Belzer concludes his part of the presentation, allowing the leader of the Hunters Bureau to take over. Brennan gets straight to the point by announcing a matter of extreme urgence. He understands that this news may not be easy for some people to hear. Brennan reveals the death of Christopher Reed before the entire world. The assassination of a literal godlike hunter spirals the various guild representatives in a state of havoc and turmoil. Once again, they all start to peer their judging eyes at the one who also fought Thomas Andre recently and bested him. The Korean hunter doesn't give a damn about them and continues to maintain his nonchalant look. The full news regarding Reed's death will eventually be revealed to the wider world soon, but there is someone they suspect to be the culprit behind this crime. And that's exactly why Jinwoo has come here. They call this man Suspect S. Brennan releases pictures of Sung Il-won, shocking the people attending the conference as they were fully expecting Jinwoo to be the suspect. They're actually scared shitless right now because of his immense pulsing aura, because Jinwoo is infuriated at the sight of his father being framed like this. He's got a bundle of questions of his own, but he remembers Kamish's words at the last moment. He suspects that the rulers share an involvement by creating a monster out of his father. Brennan goes on to unwrap the full details of Il-won was found, how he escaped and defeated Dongsu, and annihilated their headquarters. Considering the fact that he could easily best Dongsu, they suspect that he probably banded together a group of assassins to bring down the nationally ranked hunter. In one of the footage put on display, Jinwoo is shocked to hear his father's voice, who left Dongsu with a warning, reminding him not to touch his son, or else he'd never rest even after death. This is a direct reference to his powers, And after confirming his theory with Dongsu, Jinwoo is now fully convinced that this man isn't just a monster, but his real father. Brennan explains that they'll be actively hunting down Suspect S for his crimes. One man demands proof of Suspect S being a monster, and in response we get to learn that his magical energies are comparable to that of a monster. The second question is whether this guy had a real identity at all, which is also confirmed to be true. This brings up the elephant in the room. Why isn't the head of the association directly announcing the suspect's name? To that, Brennan respectfully shares that they don't want to offend one of the hunters present here, as he is connected to that man. The final question comes from Liu Zhigang, who is in a mood to have some fun, and argues that it'd be much better to reveal the name. Without wasting any more time playing safe, Zhigang boldly asks about Suspect S' relationship with Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Now that he's cornered, Brennan realizes that he can't turn down Zhigang's question, and reveals that Ilwan is confirmed to be Sung Jinwoo's father according to their investigations. This sparks even more vitriol and gossiping among the conference members. Zhigang's voice pierces sharp, addressing Sung Jinwoo and asking what will the hunter do when the world is going to hunt down his father. Being pragmatic about the situation, Jinwoo responds that he's fine with hunters eliminating monsters as they've always done. And if his father happens to be something like that, he'll personally eliminate the threat. However, in the case that his father isn't a monster, then he's going to raise literal hell. Sung Jinwoo is going to declare war against the hunters and the world, going as far as to do anything to hunt down anyone who dares threaten his loved ones. After the conference meeting, Jinwoo stands firm on what he said. Adam thinks he's got balls of steel for saying something so ferocious and provocative in a hall of the world's strongest hunters. The only other person who would have said something like that is currently resting in the hospital, and it's Thomas Andre. Adam is in the middle of telling our boy about a feast, when suddenly Jinwoo spots the Chinese 7-star hunter walking in his direction. The people around them are worried about a conflict. Zhigang says something in his language, so the agent translates the message for Jinwoo. The Chinese hunter is talking about the one giant that slipped from Japan and escaped to their country. Jinwoo is pretty impressed that Adam knows multiple languages. This guy knows every Asian language there is. Dude has been maxing out his Duolingo stats. Anyway, Zhigang admits his surprise upon finding a powerful monster emerging out of nowhere. Also, he's apparently a fan who has been dying to meet the hunter who could annihilate an entire group of indestructible giants. Also, he's pretty ecstatic that our boy dog-walked Thomas Andre, believing that the American hunter was wrong overall. Based on their conversation so far, Jinwoo is pretty impressed to have found an interesting person in Zhigang. They shake hands, with Zhigang leaving with a final note, praying that Suspect S isn't connected to Jinwoo's family. Zhigang's final words also convey that he really doesn't want to fight a monstrous opponent like Jinwoo. So if anything, that remark implies that the rest of the world is going to suffer our boy's wrath. The director of the bureau comes to have a conversation with Jinwoo in private. He gets to meet Madame Selner for the second time. This time he's unsure why she's come here to speak to him. Selner starts off by stating that she's been having the same dream over and over again. The dream describes the horrid death of the best hunters in their world. And slowly after she had these dreams, those hunters died in real life. Jinwoo learns that Christopher Reed was timely warned, but he didn't take it seriously and suffered the consequences. Selner has come here to emphasize that even more powerful hunters will soon begin to fall one by one. The entities hunting down these hunters won't stop at any cost. This makes Jinwoo curious if he's next in line, but surprisingly, Selner has a different opinion. She astonishes him by formally requesting him to protect the hunters. After all, she has difficulty remembering the hunter identities from her various dreams. That's why she adopted a different approach and tried to directly confront her dreams. The upgrader remembers the time she peeked into their soul. Selner describes the terrifying traumatic experience, vividly remembering just how frightening it was when the voice inside their souls spoke back to her. The hunter is curious to know what the voice said. It uttered only a single command, to return back and prepare for the war to come. Jinwoo instantly catches on that it's the fight between the monarchs and rulers that Ligia spoke of. In which case, he's now wondering which side is hunting the hunters at present. Jinwoo thinks it's kind of useless to ask him to protect the hunters against a powerful force like that. But here's the kicker. Selner reveals that she detected a similar kind of power emanating from the hunter himself. This throws him in a state of contemplation, realizing that she must have seen the Shadow Monarch's powers within him. This confirms to Jinwoo that it's actually the monarchs killing the top hunters. Brennan adds that these entities are far beyond anything humanity has faced, and even the top hunters are useless against them. That's why they've come here to formally request Jinwoo to use his powers to protect them. And their confidence only grew after seeing him defeat Thomas Andre in their battle. They understand well that he won't just do charity work, so they're offering him the runestone left behind by Kamish as a reward for his trouble. The director believes that some hunters are critical to this world and have always preserved the balance, and if those hunters fall, their world will soon follow. In response, our boy starts off by apologizing, but it's not an apology to decline the request. It's actually because he's unsure whose side he should be fighting on, and who he's clearly fighting against. Basically, he needs more information before making his move. Jinwoo concludes the conversation with that. Adam recalls his chilling words from the conference room. But our boy has a heart of gold. He stops and asks Adam to send him a list of important hunters that need protection. He'd be happy to meet them in person. Hearing his consideration, Adam's face lights up, and he's more than willing to assist the hunter with his request. It's the final day of the guild conference, and this night is celebrated with an event called the Night of the Hunters. The hunters are casually networking with each other and enjoying the dining experience. Jinwoo has also come here alongside his vice guildmaster, who's feeling fresh after his recovery. Bro is out here fangirling over the fact that Jinwoo took down Goliath himself just in his name. Even some other powerful hunters are terrified that they can't even detect our boy's presence while he's standing right before them. In an effort to pitch their offer, one of them tries to chat up Jinwoo for the purchase of all the giant corpses he collected. Since he's not interested in that kind of stuff, he lets Jinho deal with the negotiation in his stead. Jinho goes on to speak to the gentleman, which allows him to have his place as a proper vice chairman of their guild. Jinwoo is really happy that his homeboy finally found his place in life. Anyway, he's handed the list of all the important hunters at the event. Each hunter is ranked appropriately according to their contributions in the world. The list is ranked according to hunter points, which makes our boy curious where he ranks. According to Hunter Guild activity, Adam reveals that he'd be at least 3rd or 4th on the list. The top spot is taken by Thomas and the second is by Zhigang, followed by some more national hunters. Since it's annoying to memorize each and every single name on the damn list, Jinwoo thinks it's way better to attach a shadow soldier to every hunter present at the event. This way, the moment something blows up, information will reach him immediately. Seeing a familiar presence approaching from the distance, Jinchul tries to break the confrontation, but our boy is more than happy to talk. This guy is actually Thomas Andre, and bro is still not fully healed. He just wants to ask one question, seeing as though not even the best fucking healers in the world could fully heal his arm. Thomas is curious why the hunter refused to annihilate the rest of the scavenger guild after defeating their guildmaster. And yet, despite the ferocious warlike battle they had, not a single hunter from their guild died. Apart from Dongsu's miserable existence, of course. Thomas just wants to know why he spared their lives. Our glorious kings responded, stating that none of them had committed a crime worthy of death. Meeting his response, Thomas tells him that a funeral will be held for Dongsu, requesting Jinwoo to let him at least have a funeral despite his crimes. As he parts, he invites the Korean hunter to a proper meal when his arm's all done recovering. His assistant also bows down in respect, adding that Thomas is truly grateful that Jinwoo showed them mercy during their encounter. She also funnily reveals that Thomas is actually pretty shy and requests our boy's contact information to offer him a gift for doing them a favor. When Jinwoo declines, she insists that Thomas is super competitive with receiving favors, so he just wants to pay him back. Against so much insistence, our boy does some quick thinking and wonders if they could pitch him a good dagger. It'd be funny if they just handed him the Blades of Chaos from God of War, because you know this man is Kratos at this point. Jinwoo turns back to Adam, curiously asking for the 6th person from the list, who isn't present at the event. The agent reveals that they'd lost contact with the man shortly before the conference, and they're still searching for what happened to him. This worries the necromancer, who thinks the hunter must have been assassinated in secret, leaving only the top 7 for him to protect. The scene cuts to Gunhee's office. For the past few days, he's experienced unusual shaking in his heart. And even though his old heart has been suffering the effects of old age for a few years now, this kind of shaking is abnormal. The doctor gave him half a year to live, but since then, 2 years have passed and he's grateful to have survived for so long. I don't know about you guys, but Gunhee is probably the most respectable character in this manhwa. He talks to his wife and realizes he should just head home to his love. But the chairman immediately senses a terrifying presence as the room goes dark. Sitting to the far end of his right is a malevolent figure, a monarch who has come to assassinate him. Gunhee gives this fucker the most devious glare ever and wonders if a negotiation would help him survive this confrontation, especially when this enemy is overwhelmingly powerful. The Ice Monarch starts off by informing him about the closed dimension he's casted, which means no one will be able to rescue Gunhee. The fight starts with the chairman receiving a sharp cut on his shoulder, a cut that spews out sharp ice on his flesh. The Ice Monarch reminds him that this certainly isn't a dream, and the pain he's about to experience is very real. Realizing it's time to get serious, Gunhee questions his opponent's identity. Though the Ice Monarch was hoping for him to know about his advance, he's rather disappointed that Gunhee turned out to be nothing more than a mere human. Those words echo throughout the chairman's head as he wonders what he could mean. The Ice Monarch unleashes his aura before remarking Gun-hee as a fragment of light, before mocking the true essence in Gun-hee's body, who is using him as a medium to stay a part of this world. Sensing that there's no point in having a discussion, the Ice Monarch releases a powerful orb of ice, which expands upon impact. As the smoke settles, a pair of golden gleaming eyes stare at the monarch from afar. The true battle has now begun. The Ice Monarch swipes a second strike with the same speed, but only this time, Gun-hee parries the attack with a swipe of his fist, looking like a menacing goddamn warrior from where he stands. The Ice Monarch is finally impressed to meet the most powerful fragment of light at last. The Ice Monarch has set up a dimensional barrier to lock them inside, and he's been dying to have this battle for a long time. He reveals how they've already uncovered the location of all 7 fragments, with 2 of the total 9 destroyed as well. So now, he's come here to destroy the brightest fragment as his next target. Gun-hee roars at him, showing his aura and standing in his place to fight against the threat. But it's not like he's got a good chance in this battle. After all, one of them has completely conquered their vessel, while the other is barely harboring the body of a human. The fight between the two godlike entities takes another step as the Ice Monarch sends a wave of icicle spikes against his opponent. Gun-hee goes on to crush the wave with his powerfully charged punch. This man nearly lands a solid hit too, but the Ice Monarch quickly catches on by retaliating with a spike brushing past Gun-hee's cheek. The fragment of light hovers another fist, but his attack is blocked by a wall of ice popping in mere seconds. Gun-hee breaks free, and I love this shot of them dashing and keeping up with each other. The fragment of light realizes that he can't afford to lose more time by drawing the battle, so he expires most of his energy into an attack that sends the Ice Monarch flying. But here comes the main issue. Gun-hee's at his limit. His human body merely can't keep up with the powers he has. Witnessing his collapse before his eyes, the monarch lets out a grin, pitying the fragment of light. The monarch blitzes before his eyes and ends up impaling Gun-hee with an ice sword, which looks painful as fuck to endure. The Ice Monarch is happy to know that it's going to take a long while until the fragment of light will manage to locate a powerful vessel again. But by that time, the world will have already collapsed under the heels of the monarchs. He thinks the rulers made a foolish decision to protect Earth, especially without using numbers to their advantage. Showing off a little smirk, Gun-hee forces the blade in place, revealing that he had a goal of facing off the Ice Monarch from the beginning. After all, there is one factor that the monarchs had yet to consider among their plans. Gun-hee's body lets out a powerful surge of energy, a final attack that the Ice Monarch easily dodges. He goes back to mocking the fragment of light for using a pitiful final attack, but Gun-hee's attack was actually intentful from the beginning. You see, that blast was never meant for the Ice Monarch. His goal was to shatter the dimensional barrier, and that plan ended up being successful. Still, it's not like anyone could help him in this situation, right? Psych. Gun-hee had that plan too. He allowed the Ant Shadow Soldier to jump out and escape into the outer world. The Frost Monarch takes a while to realize just how fucked he actually is, so he hastens to stop the damn ant from escaping. Locked in on the Shadow Monster, he attempts to destroy the ant with the swipe of his blade. But the moment his attack is unleashed, it is easily caught by none other than our glorious king. The Aura Farmer manifests out of his Shadow Soldier, immediately going for the bastard's throat, questioning the strange-looking creature's identity. The Frost Monarch is shocked to see the Monarch of Shadows, who has gathered an enormous army and yet refused to come in contact with the others. Remembering Baruka's failed extraction from long ago, Jinwoo simply stares at him with a bored expression. To escape, the Frost Monarch unleashes his icy breath in an effort to freeze the necromancer in place. Jinwoo manages to escape with only his arm stuck in ice. I swear to God, he's aura farming even on the back foot, because look at pose. The Monarch of Shadows understands that he's facing an ice-type opponent. He casts a dagger, breaking free immediately and staring down the Frost Monarch. Of course, the coward isn't looking for another battle. Jinwoo has no idea what he means, so the Frost Monarch playfully tells him to go and check on the human who really needs some help. Realizing that the ant that escaped was actually placed in Gun-hee's shadow, Jinwoo experiences a sudden realization of despair. He sees the chairman just peeking out with a hole in his chest. To put him in a desperate situation, the Frost Monarch puts him in a dilemma. Jinwoo can either choose to save the human or fight him as an enemy. To make it worse, the cunning monarch sends a blade of ice aimed right towards Gun-hee. The easiest way to stop the attack would be to use his telekinetic ability, but it actually fails as it interferes with another monarch's authority. Faced with such desperation, Jinwoo chooses to use his full speed to catch up to the blade, even throwing his own demon dagger to try and stop it. But this annoying fucking blade casually readjusts its trajectory to evade the dagger, still continuing to reach for its target. It really seems like it's about to hit the chairman, until Jinwoo comes flying and blocks the attack with his second demon dagger, deflecting it back. Unfortunately, This leaves the Frost Monarch with an easy method to escape using his dimensional portal. Jinwoo is not done fucking him up, so he uses his arsenal of daggers to strike down the Fursat Monarch on the way out. The blades actually manage to injure the Monarch, giving him some backshots on the way out for messing around. In his parting words, the Frost Monarch reminds him that he's going to meet the Necromancer again. Of course, he taunts Jinwoo to resurrect Gunhee as a part of his army after he dies. Turning his attention to the chairman, Jinwoo realizes that his condition is severe. He's lost way too much blood and he can't be assisted with a damn potion. Roaring his lungs out, Jinwoo summons Baru, who comes rushing to him faster than lightning. Jinwoo tells him to heal the chairman, and though Baru has the powers of the late Byung-gu and his S-rank healing abilities, the chairman's condition is near fatal and can't be healed. It's unfortunate, and it leaves our boy backed into a corner to the point he wants to use the elixir of life. But before he expires its use, Gunhee gently pats his hand away, pleading not to save his life. He's grateful enough that the hunter came to rescue him. Jinwoo wants him to hold on for a while longer, but there's nothing in this world saving him from the injuries he endured, and the chairman knows it. He's happy to have been able to fight such a sovereign and uncover their plans. Showing a genuinely concerned side to him, the hunter roars at the chairman and his fleeting condition. Gunhee thanks him for coming into existence as a beacon of hope for the world. He reveals one truth about the world before his passing. The gates and the dungeons were never intended from the ruler's side as a catastrophe for the humans. Rather, they were being used to strengthen and protect the human world. Gunhee reminds Jinwoo that he's going to eventually face a future where he has to decide between choosing the one side. And when that day comes, he requests with his tear-filled eyes full of sorrow, the chairman requests Jinwoo to stand on the side of humans. He doesn't regret being unable to fight alongside them. For now, he's happy to let the younger generation take on the mantle. Gunhee realizes that the only thing his heart kept beating for so long was probably because he had yet to meet a special existence like Sung Jinwoo. His vision fades, seeing Jinwoo's sad face, as the last of his life expires and his hand slips out of Jinwoo's grasp. Is someone cutting onions, or am I the only one sobbing? With his death, the dimensional barrier shatters as the scene cuts to his funeral. The skies of Korea knew only rain as the news of Gunhee's death reached all over the world. Even more, some of the best hunters all over the world were found brutally murdered all the same. The world succumbed to a state of panic, seeing dozens of the greatest hunters getting slaughtered one after the other. It was a widely known truth that hunters were supposed to protect humans as their one and only role, but it was never anticipated that a day would come where even the hunters would need protection. This mass-scale terror was met with only panic. Jinwoo stands silently as Gunhee's body is granted a proper burial. He spots Jinchul just nearby, who looks the most devastated I have ever seen. This guy's been having it the worst and has lost himself. Jinchul is distraught that Gunhee was taken down by an entity not even Jinwoo could defeat in time. He can't believe that it has come to this. It's just ironic how Gunhee had made plans only yesterday, and all of a sudden, he's no longer a part of this world. He thanks the hunter for valiantly protecting the chairman even in his final moments. But Jinwoo lets out a declaration of anger, sorrow, and determination. He wants to kill the creature responsible, and he swears upon his life to live up to his words. A tear runs down Jinwoo's face as he mourns the loss of a figure he really cared about in his life. He requests Jinchul to call for an immediate press conference. Despite his mourning, Jinwoo stands resolute to do what he must. Right after the chairman's death, hundreds of reporters gathered to see what the hunter had to say. Jinwoo decided to reveal the truth to the world about how there is a class of monsters bearing extremely high intelligence targeting powerful hunters. He also addresses the reporters' questions and reports that these monsters have the ability to cast dimensional barriers, making it hard for him to track down the hunters. That's why he requests such hunters to stick to their allies at all times. Recalling the Frost Monarch's final words, as well as Legia, the Necromancer fully understands that these guys are world-class threats that not even the best hunters can stop. So he adds another request to the hunters who lack powerful allies. He wants them to contact him through the association to receive his protection. And so the Battle of Monarchs finally begins. The scene cuts directly to the 5 active monarchs, holding a council meeting to discuss their plans. The Frost Monarch informs them about the existence of the Shadow Monarch, who has taken form. One of the monarchs is shocked to hear that, as he was among the only 2 monarchs who was so strong that not even a vessel would contain their powers. But seeing him fight, the Frost Monarch only claims what he experienced. And he's easily considered this new monarch a more powerful threat than any fragment of brilliant light. The Frost Monarch wants to take matters into his own hands to handle this threat. But he seeks the aid of the remaining monarchs to assist him in this battle. Perhaps one of the smarter monarchs among them reminds this guy that they're practically fighting death by choosing the Shadow Monarch as their opponent. He's going to be fighting one of the strongest monarchs in existence, and it would be much wiser to wait for the arrival of the Monarch of Destruction before making any premature moves. But the Frost Monarch is in a haste, reminding his allies that they're still the powerful monarchs and yet they're supposed to pathetically wait for the Dragon King to act. Right now, they have the best shot of defeating the Shadow Monarch, especially since he's just a vessel and nothing more. Two monarchs simply decline right off the bat, wisely believing that it's foolish to take on the Shadow Monarch. To that, the Beast Monarch calls them a bunch of pussies, but hey, I think they made the right choice too. After all, Baran is a good example of why they shouldn't be fucking around with the representation of death itself. Even though the monarchs can't be turned into shadows, the architect helped create an essence of Baran and trapped him inside the system, which is why the other monarchs are afraid. The monarchs who rejected the idea simply backed out into their portals. The Beast Monarch is curious for proof about the vessel of the Shadow Monarch. Now, the only reason the Frost Monarch is dead confident in Jinwoo being a human vessel is the fact that he used a poisonous dagger, which is a move Ashbourne, the original Shadow Monarch, would never have done. Hearing that he applied the use of poison, Korisha is intrigued because even she knows that Ashbourne wouldn't use such a cowardly move like that. She offers them a helping hand in this battle, which makes a total of 3 monarchs ready to combat the might of one. Their only objective is to kill the Shadow Monarch and remove humanity's only chance of survival. Let's fast forward ahead to the scene where our glorious king is casually on the lookout for the Frost Monarch's energy. Tracking down an opponent like a monarch isn't the easiest even for him. Currently, he stands at level 133, and remembering both his conversation with Ligia, Jinwoo totally understands that he can't turn the monarchs into his own shadow soldiers, which is an unfortunate thing for him. This also means that monarchs can't be tracked with shadows, even if there was a chance. But apart from being a monarch, Jinwoo is also a hunter, and a hunter never misses tailing down their prey. A week has passed since the death of the Korean Association's chairman, and since that time, the board members are finding it difficult to replace him. Unfortunately, they'd lost the only figure who was controlling and governing the guilds with an unbiased approach. Hiring S-rankers isn't the safest option either. After meaningful consideration, one of them points to Jinchul as a perfect suggestion for being the president of the association. Initially, Jinchul is shocked, as he's mostly an assistant. But the board members are actually quite satisfied with their decision, arguing that Jinchul boasts amazing ability in leadership, and it's not like the role of president is restricted by rank. Jinchul could become the new beacon of hope for Korea, even though he believes he's quite inexperienced and naive compared to other people. He just doesn't get why a man like gets to be assigned such a great role, sharing a position such as his fallen master once did. To that, the board members argue that the other executives don't have the power to influence Korea's forces. But Jinchul is different, as he shares a rich network with other guilds, and he is personally associated with Jinwoo. They understand that it's a big position for him to fill, so they're not trying to force him onto the seat. In the end, Jinchul considers their proposal for the time being. The scene cuts to the Scavenger Guild headquarters, where Thomas Andre is taking a short trip to the lowest level of their building. It had been a while since he came here, so even his servants were shocked. He's made up his mind, the gift he wants to offer to Sung Jinwoo for sparing his life as well as the lives of his men. Thomas argues that Jinwoo makes the perfect candidate to utilize the weapons he's about to hand out. He catches a glimpse of the beautiful daggers, a set that only exists 1 out of 1 in this world. And yet, Thomas plans to give them away to a guy who beat his ass. We finally get a good look at the daggers and Holy Mother of God. The design screams the blades of chaos. Kratos would be proud. Korea receives its newest Hunters Association, and it's none other than my boy Jinchul, who totally deserved this position for being so loyal. Gina is stunned that Gunhee's replacement ended up being a handsome young man. She thinks the country is more unstable than ever. Jinwoo's mom is doing the dishes when Gina suddenly suggests moving to another place. She wants to move on from this apartment, a place they've shared for many years. There's nothing to like about the place, but their mother bears a special connection to it. She also tells Gina to go and clean up the laundry clothes, filling Gina with an air of annoyance. But when Gina goes to do her task, she sees something and instantly runs back to her mom. We don't know what she saw, because the scene advances forward to Thomas Andre sharing a meeting with our glorious king. You can literally see Jinho about to shit himself out of fear just meeting this man in the eyes. I feel so bad for him. Thomas Andre personally came to Korea, and he's personally anticipating Jinwoo. And then there's Germany's top hunter Neerman too, ranked 12 in the whole world. 2 whole hours have passed since their arrival, and yet Jinwoo isn't even picking up his damn calls. Yup, I think Jinho's about to get sent to the hospital again. Anyway, Leonard Neerman is fucking impressed that the Goliath himself is on the lookout to search for Jinwoo. Thomas's assistant translates his words to Jinho, asking if Jinwoo's constantly out for raids. Speaking of the devil, he actually returns at last. The entire office erupts with relief because they were scared as shit out here. Our boy had guessed that someone important came based off of the reporters he checked outside. Jinho is looking as pale as a ghost, and notes how the hunter's clothes are all tattered. It's because Jinwoo has been busy grinding the shit out of gates lately, refusing to slow down when it counts the most. Thomas gets up to greet the man properly. Meanwhile, Jinho is praying to every single god that these fuckers don't start a fight in their office. Thomas reveals that he's come with a precious gift that he promised from last time, and he's really happy to see Jinwoo get curious. He recommends switching places though, as the item is dangerous to be let loose in a place like this. Jinho is terrified and wonders if this is about to be the second coming of Hiroshima and shit, because this dude thinks it's a bomb. As for Leonard Nierman, he also makes his presence be known. But Thomas Andre doesn't give a flying fuck, and only cares about their personal meeting. Nierman shares his own complaints, arguing that he also waited 2 whole hours to get a spot. But when Thomas gives him a threatening glare, reminding Nierman that not even someone like him can intrude upon a secret that must be kept between the two hunters. In the end, Nierman doesn't get what he wants. Poor guy really just waited 2 of his precious hours all for nothing. They share a meal at a restaurant, and here, Thomas shares that he's been waiting for a long time for this moment. His assistant puts the case on the table, sparking our boy's curiosity. Thomas teases the hunter, questioning if he can feel the sheer power being emitted from the weapons inside. He pops open the case at last, revealing the pair of daggers formed by Kamish's remains. Jinwoo recognizes them right off the bat, and learns that Thomas was bitten by Kamish's largest fangs. Upon surviving the life-threatening encounter, he kept the dragon's tooth and carved a weapon out of it. Unfortunately, no sword could be made, so it was turned into daggers instead. And now Sung Jinwoo can use them at will. Their sheer attack power crosses 1,500 points, which is nearly tenfold of an increase from his Demon King's daggers. To test them out, Jinwoo flails around the weapon and really enjoys them. Thomas is out here glazing the daggers, reminding Jinwoo that he could easily give him a cut if he even accidentally hits him with these. I didn't know this man was also a comedian, starting to like him even more now. The necromancer understands that these blades are on a whole different level, and they're openly accepting their new master. At this point, even Laura, who was originally against the idea, feels convinced of Thomas's decision. Jinwoo can't believe that he's being handed the strongest daggers in existence for free, but the National Hunter reminds him that it came at the cost of sparing the lives of the strongest guild. He accepts it with glee, and as their meeting comes to a close, something happens. A sharp surge that could be sensed by both hunters draws them to the energy nearby. The citizens of the country are speechless at the sight of another dimensional rift opening. Finally, the intense magic energy and soul has taken its true form. It's the largest gate ever recorded, even larger than the one where Kamish came out of. Humanity is challenged once more by a catastrophic trial. The giant gate floating in the skies receives immediate media attention. It's the brightest gate confirmed to be ever recorded. Dr. Belzer believes that this is just the beginning, as more of these gates will come into existence. He's been researching gates for a very long time, and even he believes that the only human response is a helpless prayer, a prayer for the world not to end up obliterated. Meanwhile, to get a closer inspection, Hunter Sung Jinwoo mounts Kaisel and realizes that he strangely can't seem to enter the gate for now. It's as if he's being blocked from an internal force, some kind of wall that is beyond the awakened beings. This makes him wonder what kind of evil beings will pop out of this ugly mess. The most worrisome part is that this time, the battle is going to take place in Korea, his home country. At this moment, his phone rings. Jinchul comes in contact with the hunter and still admits that he feels awkward being handed the president's position. Anyway, he's currently working on Jinwoo's request to scan the area. But here's the kicker. Not a single new gate other than this one. 3 whole hours had passed, and yet there weren't any gates popping up in the vicinity of the country. It was no longer a coincidence, but a striking observation. Jinchul intends to pull for an immediate evacuation of the citizens living near Seoul. As for the hunter himself, he's got his own plans to do the very best he can. The call ends, and shortly afterwards, we catch our boy throwing hands with Baru at the gymnasium. Even Baru's evolved quite a bit. He can't even lay a damn finger on Jinwoo, despite his best efforts. The final attack is caught, and since the battle has been conveniently easy, the hunter is starting to question the integrity of Baru's efforts. He lets go of the powerful ant, who kneels before his master and promises that he wasn't holding back. Unfortunately, there's no one available for our boy to train with, so Baru was his only choice. It's quite the compliment to our favorite bug who's getting more and more expressive as time goes on. The necromancer believes it's time to continue the fight, so Baru, who is maxed out, proceeds to catch him at his fastest. But Jinwoo is casually dodging like this dude stole Goku's Ultra Instinct or something. Tell me why he's not even breaking a sweat while casually catching Baru's attacks and chatting if he wasn't facing a bug that could likely kill a national-level hunter at this point. Bro dodges more of his strikes before landing a heavy punch in Baru's body, reminding him that Igris and Greed will soon contest for the commander's position and steal it from Baru if he slacks off. Realizing that he must maintain his rank, Baru goes batshit crazy out of jealousy. Even though Jinwoo has provoked him to quite an extent, he still doesn't feel confident that Baru will be able to face the Monarchs, who are in a whole different league of power. The ant attempts to catch him, but Jinwoo merely chucks another fist in his face, before evading another attack and popping from behind with a crazy right hook to the abs. This punch alone sends Baru crashing into the wall, and the only thing he can comment after that beatdown is how powerful his master truly is. At this point, Jinwoo wants to get rid of their TV so Baru doesn't add more words to his vocabulary. Press F for Baru in the comment section because my poor bug looks miserable hearing that. Realizing that their little sparring session has absolutely destroyed the gym, Jinwoo thinks it's best to do something about it. So he calls the chairman and explains that he's got about 300 ants who will be of great assistance repairing the place. Shadow Army? Nope, this is the construction crew with Baru the builder. Swinging forward to a scene with Thomas, he just can't find himself leaving Korea, not after witnessing a beautiful gate before his eyes. Laura thinks his admiration for the gate is weird, as most would call it terrifying. Thomas expresses that certain things stand out as beautiful to him. Kamish, the gate, and even Sung Jinwoo's boundless strength are included in that list. Bro literally got humbled by our glorious king and ended up becoming a D1 simp for him. Anyway, Thomas is just enjoying the moment, while Laura remarks that he's finally met his match. He doesn't want to return to America when a gate is right before his eyes. Also, he strongly believes that being besides Jinwoo is probably the safest place on Earth. Also, he's dying to know if this gate will become humanity's final stand, or a fresh new beginning of something even greater. Chief, I don't know about that one, because it certainly feels like the beginning of the end. See what I did there? Korea's under fire, and Gina's wondering if they should evacuate. Apparently their mother is unconcerned with evacuating because they aren't even in the danger zone. But I still think it's kind of crazy to stay stuck here. Gina complains that her life is just starting, and it's already about to end at a place like this. Her mother strongly believes in her son, hoping that he'll be the one to protect them all, just like their father. Speaking of her lovable son, he's just staring down at the scene, worried at being unable to track the Monarchs down. It's his duty to stop the gate, and yet he feels responsible for failing to protect the closest people around him. Believing that this battle could be his last, he checks his contacts and wonders who he should spend his final moments with. There he sees Cha Hyen's name, who he categorizes as his friend. The beautiful warrior is currently hard at work in her training session. Her master, Chiul, senses hesitation in her strikes as of late. It's as if she's built up a fear of some kind. But it's only reasonable since she faces terrifying monsters on the daily. Right then, her phone rings, and she scoots away to pick up the call. Hae-in hears the person's invitation and immediately requests for a leave. Her face shows a flustered expression, so Chiul is more than happy to let her attend to her personal matters. At the amusement park, the people all around are shocked to spot Hunter Sung Jinwoo walking casually with the beautiful Cha Hyen. They wonder if she's his girlfriend. Poor Hae-in is too shy to even speak. It's on, boys, the ship is sailing, we are getting an official date for the king and his queen. While Jinwoo isn't a fan of amusement parks, he's always wanted to visit it at least once. When Hae-in asks why he brought her to one of his least likable places, he tells her that she's the only person he considers as his true friend. The sweet remark causes her to pause for a moment, so he reminds her of her own words in front of the architect. Hae-in experiences a gush of embarrassment, shocked that he was able to hear her words despite his state. While she wants to know more about the dungeon, Jinwoo brushes the conversation away. And since the reporters are getting annoying, he summons his shadow soldiers to clear the path for them. Hae-in reflects that a whole 2 years had passed since her becoming an S-rank hunter, and in those years, she hadn't gotten the chance to enjoy a moment like this. She always feels a distinct emotion whenever accompanying Jinwoo. They decide to chalk up a list of rides they want to ride. Hae-in is so overjoyed that she wants to try everything in the park. Seeing her angelic smile, our boy is happy that she's sharing his excitement. Here's the funny part. They end up trying the roller coaster and a whole bunch of other rides that would normally terrify anyone. But to them, these guys are unfazed. They don't even feel afraid of the horror house. Hae-in clearly isn't enjoying it, and Jinwoo sees that because she didn't feel excited even once. He understands it though, because S-rank hunters experience so many thrilling moments in their line of work that this is just nothing to them. Jinwoo is out here seducing her with a long gaze and asks if she wants to ride something more fun. And yes, I intentionally worded it like that because where's the fun otherwise? Anyway, they take to the ethereal skies, mounted on top of the Shadow Wyvern. At such an enormous height, Jinwoo feels more in his element, and Cha Hyen is at a loss for words. This is the kind of thrill she couldn't experience at the amusement park. Hae-in admits that it's a beautiful and unique experience, her blonde hair flowing carelessly. She wonders why Jinwoo wanted to go to an amusement park when he could enjoy heights like these. To that, our boy answers that it was the closest memory to his father, who disappeared in the gate just nearby. That's why he's been meaning to visit the place. Hearing that, Heian offers him gratitude. She wanted to bid him a proper farewell to a man who only showed kindness to him all this time. But our glorious king is not done yet. He has to show off just how much of a gem he is. So after the sunset, they decided to take a rest in a forest, underneath the graveyard of stars. Seeing the sight for herself, Heian's gaze is lost in the stars. The night comes to a close with Heian leaning next to Jinwoo's shoulder as a shooting star cuts a sharp line. At the Korean Hunters Association, we share a perspective of a nobody B-ranker who is afraid of the terror that this gate will bring upon cracking open. He bumps into a guy that looks like a behemoth in comparison to him. This guy is bigger than any humans ever run into. The B-ranker stupidly hollers at the Beast Monarch for bumping into him and continuing on without an apology. His meaningless shouting comes to an end when this frightening monarch literally chomps the dude's head off and spits out his blood. The hunters around aren't even fast enough to escape as they all get clobbered into the walls. The Beast Monarch announces the start of his hunting, remarking that each of his fangs will rip them to shreds and they can do nothing to stop his wrath. The scary scene cuts to a mellow morning for Jinwoo and Heian, who have plans to go to a hotel for some breakfast. Even though he said the place is nearby, it's actually quite 5 minutes away for Jinwoo if he runs. Which only begs the question for Heian how fast this guy is. Anyway, they fly off with Kaisel, unknowing of the events that are taking place in Seoul. The real shock comes to Jinchul, who wasn't expecting Korea to get hit by a strange monster. Then there's the fact that only a few hours remain until the dungeon breaks open, meaning the association's really in a pinch. Unfortunately, they can't even get a hold of Jinwoo, which calls for desperate measures. At last, they receive word of the arrival of a powerful hunter. And though he's not Jinwoo, this guy is actually Leonard Nierman, the national ranked hunter from Germany. And he's looking majestic as hell with his suit. But his confidence says otherwise, because he's getting the worst feeling imaginable from this opponent. Nierman is having his main character moment, but Thomas is such a funny guy. He just shoves his head back, arguing that Nierman is nothing more than a distraction in this fight. Meanwhile, our boy is enjoying his breakfast without worries. They couldn't call him because he had no signal. He wasn't expecting to hear the news of a monster wreaking havoc in Seoul City, even before the dungeon break. Jinwoo asks to confirm the number of monsters, and learns that there's only one. The fact that the majority of hunters are stationed in Seoul to combat the dungeon break remains to be the case, which is even more troubling when you consider that a single monster is capable of destroying them all. An entire guild was vanquished in an instant by just being around the creature. Even now, Thomas is currently facing off the creature on his own. But this just doesn't make any sense, especially when Jinwoo planted his shadows on each of the VIP hunters. The only logical reason is that these hunters are getting vaporized in an instant. Also, he detects a faint signal from each of his shadow soldiers that he planted afar, which means another medium is diluting his connection with the shadows. He actually can't even locate some of the soldiers he sent. Jinwoo's date ends up getting interrupted by the event. All of his theories lead to one conclusion. The hunter quickly requests the chairman to confirm the creature's shadow, because it will determine their chances. Back to the scene of the fight, the Beast Monarch's unrivaled rage roars past the national hunters. The hunters are happy to see the Goliath himself participating in the battle. He quickly understands that this isn't any ordinary foe. The Beast Monarch is more than ecstatic to face Thomas in this battle, who is willing to take him up on the challenge. Both behemoths stand to face each other in an epic showdown. The fight begins with the Beast Monarch slashing Thomas's chest, but those muscles of steel are unaffected thanks to his enchanted state. In response, our golden Goliath dishes out a powerful fist against the monarch's face. He's hit with an attack to his sides, feeling considerable amounts of pain. Thomas slams the Beast Monarch into the ground. On the other end, Jong-in arrives to check on the situation. He asks for a report and learns that all major guilds from Korea have been dispatched to the location of the fight. Since the Hunters Guild also plays a role in this battle, it's better for them to focus on evacuation. Even though one of the greatest hunters in the world is facing off against the magic beast, Jong-in just can't shake off his unease. The presence he's feeling right now is even worse than the Jeju Island raid. It begs the question, just what kind of opponent is Thomas facing against? Back to the scene of the battle, we see the Beast Monarch getting smacked into one building after another. Thomas Andre is actually pulling the fuck up and standing on business. Even though he's dealing heavy hits, the Beast Monarch merely returns even more menacing than last time. This guy, and I kid you not, headbutts Thomas' fucking abs. Who even does that? But it allows for the Goliath to use this opportunity to grab his opponent's body, swinging for a suplex like the king he is. The attack concludes, but it ends with the Beast Monarch making Thomas smell his feet. Apparently the smell was so musty and bad that it sent Thomas flying, and we also see the Beast Monarch's nasty smirk like he knows that shit did some damage. Thomas channels his inner Dragon Ball Z character and applies reinforcement, which means this fight is about to get even more intense. Cutting to Baek Yunho and his guild, They're just next to the fight scene where the magic beast is utterly dominating the fight. The opponent fighting him is the one clad in golden armor, the one and only golden Goliath, Thomas Andre. Even Yunho's guild is cheering in support for Thomas. But all he cares about is for the dumb hunters to take cover. Yunho attempts to transform, realizing that he should assist in the fight. But the moment the beast monarch walks past him, this guy is whimpering like a scaredy cat. It's basically the definition of sheer dominance, the instinct of an animal, the struggle not to be recognized as a prey. Yunho realizes that he ain't built for this. This is out of his league. So he lets the two of them duke it out like men. The beast monarch uses his own telekinetic powers to throw dozens of vehicles towards the Goliath. Thomas counters rather easily and returns the favor with his personal telekinetic powers. The sheer force of his pull drags the beast monarch right towards him, and he goes for a double fist slam, dealing a heavy blow to the beast monarch. From then on, Thomas goes for a dozen punches to really deal some damage. But the more he punches his opponent, a unique feeling of despair begins grasping his heart. It's as if his confidence in the fight is flickering. Something about the battle makes him feel like he's not going to win. And then it happens. He goes for a punch and it gets blocked. The beast monarch decides to take it up a notch and transforms as well, looking even more horrifying than last time. Like, I do not want this bitch to appear in my dreams, that's for sure. I bet Thomas must be feeling the same because even his armored face is like, oh shit, I'm fucked, upon seeing his opponent transform. The beast monarch towers over the Goliath, mocking him, taunting him to feel afraid as he cuts apart Thomas like butter. Interestingly, he wasn't expecting a shadow to be safely observing their battle. The beast monarch pulls out the ant, perishing into nothingness for interfering into their fight. Going back to his main event, he wonders if Thomas is happy for a little contest of strength. But to his shock, when he destroys the armor, there's no one inside. Thomas the goat ends up putting this bastard in a Khabib headlock from behind, and this motherfucker actually breaks the beast monarch's neck. How insane is that? But here's the issue. He's not dead. You heard me right. Even after having his neck freaking flipped over, he pops it right back into place and grabs Thomas's face. Just when I thought we were about to catch a W from Thomas, it goes to shit. The beast monarch wipes the floor with his body, apologizing for feeling hungry so soon already. Thankfully, Thomas's life is saved by a direct blast from Leonard Nierman, who clutched at the last second by hitting the beast monarch with his projectiles. Even then, even Nierman remarks that facing a creature like this is the definition of fear. Thomas recommends him to run away, but the national hunter isn't planning on doing that. He's fine with this battle being his last, strongly preferring a meaningful death than an empty one. Even though the German hunter is trying to convince himself that he made the correct choice, his body feels true fear when he sees the face of death lunging forth with its massive teeth. Luckily, another set of giant teeth end up clawing into the beast monarch's body before he's able to land the final hit. It's Kaisel, and this wyvern is hungry. Despite Kaisel's attempts, the wyvern is slashed to death with a few slashes, its body disintegrating to nothingness. From the shadows emerges Sung Jinwoo with his whirling kick, slamming the beast monarch with a force so powerful that he is knocked into the ground. Nierman can't believe what he's seeing. But Jinwoo only has one command. He wants them to evacuate to a safe location as quickly as possible. The beast monarch finally understands the frost monarch's words. He unleashes his full transformation, this time donning the face of a wolf. Nierman and the others back away to safety, leaving Jinwoo to reflect on the battle. He senses the frost monarch just nearby, and both of them are surprised to find that a human was able to utilize so much of a monarch's full capacity. Their guess is that the architect helped pave a way to their success. Pleased to devour a living body, Quarisha comes creeping from behind. She's curious what devouring another monarch would taste like. Her words, not mine, guys. Jinwoo is too busy mogging to actually process the fact that he's up against 3 damn monarchs. All 3 of them immediately recognize him as their enemy. He's cornered and all alone. The 4 monarchs unleash their combined aura, rupturing the skies. Jinwoo realizes he can't hold back at all, instantly summoning his shadow soldiers. Igris and Iron tag team to target Frosty over there, while Tank and the others are targeting the beast monarch. As for Quarisha, ironically her own insects are gunning after her. The monarchs are surprised to face the new soldiers of the Shadow Army, though they aren't particularly impressed. Not when the Frost Monarch basically freezes most of them from where he stands. The annoying attack even catches Tusk. Jinwoo finds his soldiers completely immobilized in the ice prison, while Quarisha is annoyed he made shadows out of her insect children. The Frost Monarch deems his soldiers a mockery out of the original, believing that it's insulting to the monarchs. Even though they consider the Shadow Monarch to be the greatest among them, this is just pitiful to their eyes. Okay, Jinwoo genuinely can't let this shit talk slide. He points his blade to the bastard ice elf-looking fucker who killed the chairman, coldly declaring that he will murder the Frost Monarch no matter what happens. Frostfucker summons his ice golems while Korisha throws in a zombie apocalypse for fun. The zombies are the first to attack Jinwoo, before getting slashed to pieces. He dodges a heavy slam from one of the golems before slicing it to pieces. He also utilizes his telekinetic abilities to their fullest, ripping apart the golems. Jinwoo is trying to target the Ice Monarch when Beastface over here Neri slashes him from behind. They engage in a one-on-one battle. At first, the Beast Monarch is talking shit about his dagger, but our boy makes him eat his words by shredding one of his arms. Unfortunately, Korisha's attack ends up getting him. She's got giant floating hands to deploy as well. As for the Beast Monarch, if you think he wasn't already indestructible, he can also regenerate missing limbs now. How fun! The fight isn't looking good for Jinwoo. He's basically getting jumped Jujutsu Kaisen style over here. Luckily, Baru is the first to free himself from the ice prison, and this fucker is pissed. He's roaring loud as shit after seeing his king get injured by Korisha. It's really freaking funny because when you consider the Monarch's reactions, only the Beast Monarch knows that a commander-level soldier is basically as powerful as a god of destruction, putting respect to Baru's name. Anyway, Korisha attempts to punish Baru for disobeying his original god. But this dude straight up calls her a crazy bitch, somehow stepping on every single one of her nerves. Baru returns to his master, adorably impressed that his master is holding his own against 3 of the strongest entities in the world. Jinwoo sees a bunch of zombies headed his way, and the way both of them team up to slash them all down? Guys, this is the definition of peak. Korisha tries to use the same move from last time, and unfortunately Jinwoo gets hit by all 4 of her hands, slamming him into the wall. Before he can even get up, the sky is full of icy arrows ready to pin him down again. And this man is out here deflecting every single one of those projectiles, while at the same time slabbing the Frost Monarch with his blade. Jinwoo shows him the fit by posing and reminds Frosty that he won't be getting out of here in one piece. Yes, I said that. But really, Jinwoo is starting to feel anxious. He landed a clear hit in his heart, and yet the attack wasn't fatal. Utilizing his dagger rush ability, he strikes down the Frost Monarch and goes for a final attack. And then our boy has a, "Oh fuck, he's right behind me, isn't he?" moment, because tell me how the Beast Monarch swooped in out of nowhere. This guy pulls out a damn blade of his own and lands a clear cut on Jinwoo's back, inflicting insane amounts of damage. Baru, even more fucking pissed, roars for his master. But Korisha, the Monarch of Plagues, is too busy handling him. She pesters him as an ungrateful child who needs to be disciplined. The fight seems like it's on the losing end for our glorious king, especially with the way he's injured right now. Baru is pissed that the rest of the Shadow Army is doing nothing sitting frozen in ice. This command reaches Greed's ears, who breaks free of the ice prison. The Monarchs are rather impressed to combat against more of the powerful Shadow soldiers. Even Tusk and Iron break free, but it's not like anything is going to help Jinwoo in his present condition, right? Wrong. This man literally walks it the fuck off as he activates his one-time use status recovery. People all over the world are witnessing this monumental battle for humanity's survival. Even a nationally ranked hunter like Nearman is experiencing chills just being around Jinwoo's presence. He describes to Thomas that he may very well be witnessing the end of the world right now. Even Yunho is concerned that Jinwoo grew to the level of a god. Back to the epic fight. Igris is keeping the Beast Monarch busy while Frosty is facing trouble with Tusk and Greed. Baru ends up slashing Korisha's hands and breaks free of her grasp. Before she's able to attack Baru, our boy pulls up from behind, sharing how the architect left him with a prophecy that foretold his death. But the one thing he left out was whether or not the pillars would fall. Saying as much, Jinwoo goes for a double slash across Korisha's phantasmal face. Seeing the battle from afar, the leader of the Fiend Guild understands that this is a battle he can't choose to interfere in. All of the best assassins from his guilds were dispatched around the area to support Jinwoo in case something goes wrong. Even then, he thinks it's going to be the worst outcome. It doesn't matter whether they failed or survived in this battle. Not when Thomas Andre was demolished to pieces. Suddenly, one man pulls up from behind and recommends the hunter to stay patient. He tries to attack the mysterious fellow, but stops when he sees who it is. This person's identity isn't revealed for now. Also, let's talk about the fact that dozens of hunters are just watching this fight unfold helplessly before their eyes. They can't do anything except watch. It was going to be the deciding battle for humanity. Korisha finds herself wounded from Jinwoo's last attack, and she activates venomous effects throughout the atmosphere in an effort to catch our glorious king. But like always, that won't work on him thanks to the detoxification effects of the system. The Insect Queen is damn pissed and overextended in the battle, leaving herself wide open when Jinwoo catches her with an overwhelming surge of his telekinetic powers. This allows him to hold her in place and activate his strongest attack skill, Mutilation. The skill dices the Monarch of Plagues to pieces, shredding her body apart. At long last, she finally understands what it means to face death. She can't even fathom the kind of darkness that lurks inside of Jinwoo's body. a darkness that is the brightest of all the monarchs. The system officially classifies this as a victory for Jinwoo, who gains 3 levels after defeating the Monarch of Plagues. The Frost Monarch is starting to feel nervous, seeing as this human is utilizing a good portion of Ashbourne's powers. He believes that the world is destined to feel the immense fear from the Shadow Monarch, but the Beast Monarch has a different opinion. He's got Baru in his grasp, and he cleverly notes that the human is actually in a serious pinch for having to use his shadow soldiers in this battle. When Jinwoo senses Baru's life essence slip away, he faces a sudden realization. The Beast Monarch can actually extinguish his shadows out of existence, the same method as how he perished the ant on Thomas. The worst part? He can't even retract Baru's body, causing him to step in and free Baru on his own. Thankfully, our boy rescued our favorite ant. But this isn't good news. The Frost Monarch goes on to unleash his own transformation, mocking Ashbourne's successor for being unable to tap into Ashbourne's full powers. After all, they can always extinguish his shadows or freeze them from resurrecting. His icicle barrage just now froze every single one of the soldiers at Jinwoo's disposal. What's worse is how powerfully strong the Frost Monarch has gotten in his second stage. His trident ends up slashing our boy across the shoulder and slamming him into the ground. Yeah, that has to hurt. Surprisingly, when the dust settles, Jinwoo's already out. His flank nearly took off the Frost Monarch's head, but unfortunately Jinwoo is getting exhausted and gets slammed for the second time. This is getting troublesome, as the Frost Monarch's sheer speed matches his own. Frosty remarks that his usage of stealth must have cut down a lot of his mana supply, which means this battle is coming to a close against Jinwoo's favor. They engage in a full-on clash, with Jinwoo getting better and better as he reads through his opponent's attacks, realizing that all he has to do is carve a single opening to win. As if reading his mind, Frosty remarks that it's useless to strategize in this situation, and he doubles down on his words by splitting his trident into 2 scythes. Despite his attacks, Jinwoo finally ends up blitzing him from behind. It seems like the fight's over, right guys? Then why is this fucker smiling? Yeah, it's because they fucking got him. They got Jinwoo. More specifically, the Beast Monarch impaled his chest right when he was about to deal the finishing blow. Blood spills out of his body as ice covers his feet. The 5 claws rest heavy against his chest, Jinwoo spilling out blood from every orifice. At level 146, Sung Jinwoo meets his end. His blades flop to the ground, and even though he tries to resist, there's no point as the Frost Monarch plunges his heart with Kamish's dagger, taunting the human to try and heal like last time. He even freezes the blade solid into place, mocking Jinwoo for being so weak that he couldn't even witness the apocalypse before his eyes. And when that happens, humanity will know dread and true fear. Their blood will run rampant like the 7 seas, and they will personally make sure to eradicate every single one of his countrymen in eternal suffering. Keep in mind, this fight is being broadcast to the entire world, so Jinchul, Jinwoo's family, and even Hai In are all fucking traumatized, sharing the same reaction. Our king jumped, and he still put up an amazing fight. Despite his dying body, his perseverance shows a hint of regret, begging for another chance to correct his mistakes. Unfortunately, the system officially declares this moment to be the player's end as his health bar reaches 0. The player has died. It's official, guys. The main character of the manhwa has died. And then, something happens. The system recalls the activation of the Black Heart, and utilizes an unknown skill from his skill tab. The unknown skill activates upon death, forcing a new beginning. When he opens his eyes again, the hunter has been teleported to a hospital bed, his heart panting from the pain he felt in his chest. Regaining his composure, he clearly remembers what went down, and wonders if what he saw was just a mere dream. Jinwoo's even more shocked when he sees himself inside a hospital. There, Jinchul comes to greet him, as the hunter questions how he's even alive. Shocked by his words, Jinchul reminds him that he's actually just an inspector of the surveillance team, and not really the chairman he's talking about. Also, he's really curious how an unknown hunter knows about his identity in the first place. At this point, Jinwoo is starting to remember the timeline of events. He struggles to accept the fact that he regressed back in time. This is the same patient room he was assigned right after surviving the double dungeon after all. But it just doesn't make any sense as his stats are the same. Exiting the hospital, he realizes that none of his abilities have changed. Even his looks are the same, so it doesn't make any sense. Gina comes around asking for her brother, but she's stupefied to meet this unknown dude before her eyes. Of course, this is more of a shock to her because Jinwoo wanted an instant change, instead of the gradual one from the original events that followed. The most notable thing about him is his height. Jinwoo takes his leave, stating that he's got to see the association for a bit. He also tells her to return to school, and leaves a message to Songyi not to become a hunter, which is funny because she's like, how the hell does this guy know my name? Jinwoo doesn't have access to his shadow army, but he's fine with that, so long as he gets a second chance to do what he should. He truly doesn't fathom why he's returned back in time. He goes on to retake the S-rank hunter test, and intends to meet the chairman quickly as possible. Bro is using his knowledge from the future and surprising everyone he encounters. Also, while he's on his way, he shares an elevator with Taishik, who is thinking about spiraling into some trouble. Jinwoo knows this bastard's scheme since he killed him originally. He warns Taishik not to go down the same path, even showcasing knowledge of his stealth skill. Also, he steals Taishik's weapon and reminds him that if he ever even lays a finger on an innocent soul, he's going to personally slaughter him. Taishik is left overwhelmed, questioning the kind of guy he's with. Jinwoo parts ways with him, and finally encounters the chairman, happy to see him alive once again. Seeing him being so formal, he finds it rather funny. Before Gunhee talks about anything, Jinwoo offers him a deal. He wants special permissions to classify his summoned creatures as hunters for raids. In return, he'll annihilate the Jeju Island ants on his own. Also, while this is happening, the system is consistently asking Jinwoo if he wants to restart the world. At first, Gunhee thinks the hunter is being ridiculous, but the moment he senses an overwhelming energy emanating from Jinwoo's body, he's convinced by those words. He can't believe who this guy is. Anyway, every single meaningful moment from the original chain of events gets replayed before our very eyes, as the system prompts him with the same message notification. At long last, Jinwoo resurrects Baru and at last lets out his frustration. He roars at the one responsible for creating this illusionary world, staring down at him from above. And then, the world fades into nothingness but a void. Those system notifications surround him like a tornado. The Monarch of Shadows, Ashbourne, officially stands before his successor at last. From the depths of shadows emerges the one who commands over the dead. The Monarch of Shadows declares that Hunter Sung Jinwoo could forever choose the life he's always wanted with his family, the normal life. If he chooses that, then the dream state would continue on forever. Ashbourne didn't create this world, but rather, it's actually Jinwoo himself who made it. The Monarch of Shadows passes by him, adopting the appearance of Chiul, stating that it's a world that was made to rectify mistakes of the past using the King of the Dead's power. Switching appearance to Juhee, the Monarch of Shadows tells him that this is what it means to rest eternally. This is what it means to experience death. Now, using Gina's appearance, Ashbourne expresses that he's been watchful of Jinwoo's life for longer than anyone in his life. A boy who had an intimate relationship with death, always resisting its grasp. Now transforming into his mother, Ashbourne lets out what is probably the best quote in the entire manhwa so far. He lets it be known that he is the true record, a living evidence of Jinwoo's pain and suffering, his retaliation and perseverance, and finally, the ultimate reward of the agony he endured. He is death incarnate, the face of eternal rest, the embodiment of terror. He is, in other words, just like Jinwoo. Since it's his territory to command, anything can happen here. He can manipulate the smallest of details to his likings and add any flavorful touches however he pleases. He could even absorb Ashbourne's powers. There are limitless possibilities inside the territory, the sheer will to command the creation and destruction of an entire world at that. It's a kind of power Jinwoo never experienced before. Curious, the hunter questions if he and Ashbourne possess the same kind of power in some ways. Turning into the beautiful Chahai Inn, the monarch tells him that he's been waiting for a long time just to have a conversation with him. He's the Shadow Monarch, the one and only king of the dead who reigns over the deepest parts of darkness. I have to pause here for a moment and add a flavorful touch. You noticed how he was adopting the appearance of every meaningful person Jinwoo had met in his life up to this point. That's his way of proving that he's been observing the most fragile parts of our boy's story. Anyway, Jinwoo asks the one question that we've all been waiting for an answer to. Why was he chosen? Why him and not someone else? In order to justify the decision that was made, Ashbourne decides to showcase the beginning that emerged from the end of the life of Sung Jinwoo. Look at me being sneaky and dropping another secret Easter egg in there. While this is happening, Jinwoo's physical body still seems to be frozen solid after his apparent death. Even the Beast Monarch officially confirms that he's dead. Thomas wakes up worried for Jinwoo's life, questioning where his presence went all of a sudden. Unfortunately, the world just witnessed the fall of its greatest hero and final hope. Now there's no one left to stop these beasts of war. As for the leader of the Fiend Guild, he's feeling insanely guilty for listening to what the random person told him and halted his operation. Now he can't allow himself to stay put. Giving the signal to all of his elite assassins, they target the Frost Monarch, who instantly senses his presence and shoots back a demonic glare. But his attention is thwarted when he senses a surge of shadowy energy emanating from the ice prison that served as a coffin for the human. Jinwoo's black heart is working overtime out here, causing great fear into the hearts of his opponents. They want to finish him off before the official Shadow Monarch descends upon this world after the death of Jinwoo. But then one cool motherfucker bashes the Beast Monarch in the face with a full-blown kick, sending him crashing into Frosty and into the ground. I bet these bastards weren't expecting that to happen. Jinwoo's savior is perhaps the greatest savior he could have ever asked for. It's his father, who looks even cooler than him as he declares that no one shall touch this child from this point onwards. The scene cuts to a backstory of the monarchs and the rulers. You see, in another dimension, light and darkness were the first to exist of all creations. The absolute being, or in other words the god of the world, molded the rulers out of light and the monarchs out of the dark. The sole purpose of the monarchs was to destroy the world, while the rulers wanted to prevent its destruction. These two opposite forces clashed against each other time and time again, erupting war continuously. That is when the absolute being's most loyal servant asked a question, desiring to know why God ignores the plea of his dying soldiers, why he doesn't intervene for their sake, or why he doesn't stop the endless war, or lend his strength to destroy the sovereigns. Hearing this proposal, the absolute being simply stayed quiet, not uttering a single word. That's when all of the fragments of brilliant light gained an enlightenment. God was not on their side, and that God merely desired a state of constant war for his personal entertainment. He virtually did not care what emerged as a consequence from the war, as long as it went on for eternity. No one could ever even dream of defying God, always worshipping and praising him in high regard, proving their loyalty. They had been straying true to their cause for a long time, as the law strictly stated that their lives will be cut short on disobedience. But that didn't matter anyway. After all, even if they did follow the law, the consequence of war promised only death for the loyal servants. Ashbourne explains that the war would never have ended if the absolute being continued to exist, so the rulers decided to do something outrageous. A rebellious group was formed. Ashbourne even points to his previous self, one clad in golden armor and beautiful white wings, serving as the embodiment of light. He was the only ruler who decided to defend God even after the rebellion group was formed. But that didn't amount to anything, as his numbers couldn't possibly compare to the strength of the rulers combined. In the end, the most loyal servant was driven to death's door, his body mercilessly impaled from every angle, and that's when it happened. He gained a pact with darkness itself. He did not realize it before, but God had actually blessed his most loyal servant with a secret power hidden within. This power is the darkness that enveloped his body. The first command, "Arise to resurrect the dead," penetrated the world before this one. His body changed to a darker, more shadowy appearance, no longer appearing as if he were a servant of God. No. This was a monster that ravaged the souls of the dead, his new army carving a path forward. But despite his overwhelming victory on the battlefield, it did not amount to anything. Because when he returned to see his master, it was already over. God had been slain from right where he sat. The rulers who remained ended up killing the absolute being and served as the new gods, hence their title as the rulers' faction. They also used multiple tools from within the arsenal of God to hunt down the sovereigns. That's actually how they captured Ligia, which led to a total collapse of power from the two sides. At this point, the monarchs realized that they were in a tight spot, and that's precisely why Ashbourne reached out to them in order to aid them in battle. Since they were already taking desperate measures, they accepted him as part of the monarchs group, and they unified to fight their only opponent, the rulers. The war continued between the two factions, and this time, Ashbourne fought as the Shadow Monarch instead of a loyal servant of God. Thankfully, time was on his side, as his army grew to unfathomable numbers over time in the war. Also, he teamed up with the Monarch of Destruction and his army until it came to the point where both factions ended up being frightened by the Shadow Monarch's true might. Among the monarchs, the ones who feared him the most were the Beast Monarch and the Demon Monarch, who ended up betraying him. That's actually how Ashbourne lost the majority of his army, because he had been fighting both sides by then. Of course, the Beast Monarch ended up being a pussy and ran away while Baran paid the price with his life. After that, the rulers came to see the Shadow Monarch, who had already lost the majority of his forces. He hid Baran's soul inside his essence and confronted the rulers, but for some shocking reason, instead of slaying him, they kneeled down to him. They'd felt guilty of betraying the throne of God as well as the greatest fragment of light. They did not seek to fight him anymore. At this time, they could have easily overpowered him with their numbers, but they chose the path of peace, showing him the respect he deserves from a long time ago. In response, Ashbourne's voice roared like thunder through their forces, reminding them of how they mercilessly stabbed their own creator with their weapons. He lost his patience when the rulers tried to remind him that they also served the absolute being. Ashbourne found them unforgivable for their betrayal, but their leader justified that all they ever wanted was to end the war. At this point, Ashbourne did not care and merely wanted to be defeated, deeming the rulers as the victors of the war after his fall. However, the rulers came here with a purpose, and they weren't going to pull a shady trick to betray him again. Though Ashbourne pleaded to be killed, the rulers did nothing, and begged him to calm his anger. In the end, Ashbourne found himself at a standstill, not knowing a pragmatic response to the situation. That's why he ended up masking his presence for a long time. And since Baran's essence rested with him, he intended to lead a second charge against the monarchs after his body recovered from the battle. However, during his hidden state, the monarchs ended up losing the war. They were forced to retreat and hide in their dimensional portals. Soon after Ashbourne's return, the Monarch of Destruction halted the battle, believing that it was time for them to recover their strength. And so he allowed him re-entry to the Monarch's circle. Their journey to find a new world began, hoping that they would one day rebuild a powerful army to defeat the rulers. And that's how they found Earth, the inhabited place of humans. And just like that, the humans were decimated in mere moments. Do you guys remember the destroyed cities of the demon's castle? It wasn't actually a foretelling of the future, rather it is a record of what happened in the past. Of course, Jinwoo is absolutely stunned to receive this kind of plot twist. Ashbourne expresses that the monarch sought only destruction, while the rulers wanted to uphold the balance of the world in a universe where the absolute being no longer existed. Hence, they ended up sending their armies on Earth as well, entering a second state of war that led to the end of the planet. Of course, the rulers were unsatisfied with this outcome, as their war meaninglessly brought the end of an innocent world. To rectify their mistake, they used the most powerful tool at their disposal, a tool left by their creator, the tool of God, the Cup of Reincarnation. This omnipotent weapon boasted the ability to revert time by 10 years. The rulers understood well that humans couldn't even scratch the monarchs, so they cultivated a path for Earth to survive by infusing magic energy inside the planet. This way, whether the monarchs won or the rulers did, the damage would be minimized at scale, as Earth would have become a pool of magic energy itself. And that is the reason hunters were born out of humanity. They made it possible for the humans to bolster their own strength, allowing them a shot at victory. It may seem like the existence of gates came as an apocalyptic change upon Earth, but in reality, it was the safest way for the humans to survive the demolition of the monarchs. This leads to very interesting conclusions in Jinwoo's mind. He now knows for a fact that this world has basically been annihilated an infinite number of times, even though the higher beings still maintain their consciousness, despite time turning back. They can sense the changes caused by the Cup of Reincarnation, and because the rulers were constantly pulling the clock behind, the monarchs decided that it was time for them to switch strategies. They wanted to expand the limits of the cup until it could no longer be used. And that's exactly where the issue comes from. The Cup of Reincarnation has its limits, just as any power. Ashbourne intelligently puts it this way: even God, who created worlds out of thin air, was eliminated by his humble creations, which means there is a set limit to every power. Jinwoo is really curious to know how they were able to overpower God to begin with, and I love the author's response to this question using Ashbourne's dialogue. He says that it's no different from humans dying to the machines they created out of their own mind. Creations are made with a singular purpose in mind, and hence, they boast the capacity to overturn against their creators as well. The monarchs copied the ruler's strategy and adopted the vessels of humans, allowing them to set foot inside Earth's atmosphere and slowly bringing their armies of chaos. They intended to use the magical energy of the planet against it, to put Earth in a bind, so that they could annihilate both the rulers and the humans in one swoop. Now, for any monarch, they're beings of literal godlike powers, so they need a powerful vessel to handle even a fraction of their powers. This is also the reason why the Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Destruction were unable to find fitting hosts for a long time. At the time, the best mage serving them came to Ashbourne with the proposal of finding him a fitting vessel. This mage was none other than the architect, the administrator of the system, who sought an imperishable soul in return for a vessel. But despite his best attempts, no human on the planet could handle death. The architect designed the system and tried to look for a suitable vessel, each time using different variables to seek only the best human strength. But despite his high standards to look for a superhuman specimen, they found a young boy with little to no power. A boy who rewrote the rules of the game he created. Jinwoo, who was always weak, clinged closest to death because of his weakness. He was fragile, but his determination to live kept him afloat. Ashbourne observed him through his every trial, and despite the objections of the architect, he picked him. This is why our boy is built differently. To put it loud and clear for him, Ashbourne repeats his words to him, reminding him that his very existence serves as evidence for Jinwoo's pain and suffering. The moment he dons the appearance of his father, the hunter is sent down a memory lane. Thanks to the system, the architect calibrated the human strength to fit and slowly adapt to the powers of the Shadow Monarch. Games were utilized to encourage the human to participate more, and slowly, the architect transformed Jinwoo's body with every level, calibrating it so it could fit more to the monarch. But in the end, the administrator of the system was betrayed by the Shadow Monarch. Jinwoo is curious why that happened. The thing is, all this time, he had been pondering which side to choose, especially after witnessing the ruler's apology and the betrayal of monarchs. Ashbourne eventually came to a decision. To put it in simple terms, he enjoyed every single second of his time watching Jinwoo persevere out of situations that felt impossible to conquer. It's as if he grew attached to the one who adopted his powers. And now, they have become an inseparable part of each other. And now, he adopts Jinwoo's current appearance, emphasizing that they're one and the same. So now he's being given a choice. He could either stay in the territory of eternal rest and enjoy the world he had always wanted to be a part of, or enjoy rest. And if he chooses against that, he'll have to face the horrors of the reality that had just led to his demise. He's going to have to fight the armies of the monarchs, including the Monarch of Destruction. As if consulting Ashbourne, Jinwoo asks his equal why he escaped to the other world with the monarchs, despite his fighting spirit being extinguished to fight the rulers. To that, Ashbourne argues that he did not sense that his presence was necessary. Jinwoo shows him a smile and agrees with that answer, believing it to be the same choice as his. This place, this eternal rest, the domain of death, it shouldn't be where he resides. Satisfied with those words, Ashbourne turns into Gunhee and shows him an admirable bright smile. Unfortunately, this will be the last time he will be seeing each other. Ashbourne will rest forever, but the new Shadow Monarch will live an immortal life, which means they'll never get to speak again. As Ashbourne is about to tell him the way to return home, Jinwoo cuts him off, stating that he already knows, because he is also the Shadow Monarch. The beautiful sequence ends with Jinwoo closing his eyes shut and resurrecting himself with his own powers. This man literally just pulled himself out of the grave, even death has nothing on him. The system prompts a deletion code, furthermore removing any limitations placed on the player's power, unlocking the peak strength of each of his shadow soldiers, and allowing Igris to climb to the ranks of commander rank. The Shadow Monarch Ashbourne returns to the world of Void, and the final message of the system is the player's choice to delete the system. Jinwoo goes for a yes and boom, absolute cinema. Back to the scene of the fight between Ilwan and the two monarchs. Frosty is out here having a period tantrum because he's afraid of the Shadow Monarch's descent upon this world. The monarchs can't believe that the rulers are trying to protect the worst apocalyptic descent in history. But man, Ilwan is legit just aura farming with that cold glare. He does not give a fuck. The Beast Monarch senses the urgency, knowing that they don't have time to spare. Immediately going full power, Frosty pulls out his trident. And my god, this man keeps getting better. Just look how badass his father looks with those blades. The fight begins with the two monarchs doing their best to catch him. Ilwan is merely ducking their strikes and delaying the battle for as long as he can. His movement is so incredible that he's casually dodging each of their attacks with a perfect read. Even the Beast Monarch recognizes that his skill comes from a place of countless battles, as he's able to fend off both attacks at the same time. Ilwan beautifully shoves a kick in Frosty's face, sending him flying. As for the cat with his annoying jaw, Bro rips a blade through his mouth, causing the Beast Monarch to spiral in agonizing pain. His second blade pierces the monarch's body, sending him back. At this point, the Beast Monarch is furious, but a sudden feeling of sheer dominance causes the wild beast to go down to his knees. You can literally see the face that screams, "Oh shit, I am about to get diabolically fucked, aren't I?" Our glorious king's mana is surging like crazy from the ice prison, causing the Beast Monarch to scimper away in fear. Frosty's out of touch with the situation and is shocked by the Beast Monarch's sudden bail. The Beast Monarch beautifully describes what it feels to be in the presence of the Shadow Monarch. It's as if the mana around them is withering away in tears. The Shadow Monarch is about to make his descent upon this world, which means their deal is finished. That promise was only to defeat the human harboring Ashbourne's powers, but now that Ashbourne himself seems to be descending onto the planet, there's nothing in their power to stop him. Frosty insults the shit out of him for being such a pussy despite being the Beast Monarch, the predator of all predators. But of course, it's not like he knows about the terrifying might of the Shadow Monarch, as he'd never once faced him. The Beast Monarch runs the fuck away through his dimensional portal, leaving this guy alone in the fight. He's still naive and thinks he can overwhelm the situation as long as he unleashes the full weight of his frost abilities. The atmospheric attack freezes everything it touches, the blizzard going as far as to catch Ilwan, who is swiping away as many projectiles as he can. This causes the Frost Monarch to get enraged as he puts his everything in an all-out attack, declaring that he shall be the one to trap the Shadow Monarch forever. An attack of that caliber could easily decimate the entire area, so Ilwan has to do something fast. Not to mention that he just lost his arm from one of the projectiles. The meteoric iceberg makes its descent, and just when it feels like all hope is lost, one shadow soldier speedily crushes it with a single attack. It's our beloved Baru, and protecting Ilwan is Igris, who now has the ability to speak thanks to his commander rank. He pities the Frost Monarch for arrogantly assuming the position of control with such weak power. The Frost Monarch can't believe that a bunch of commander-level soldiers were able to overwhelm his attacks. This also leads to the debut of the fully awakened Shadow Monarch, But this time, it's not Ashbourne. It's Sung Jinwoo, who retains a demonic form with sharp shadowy horns jutting out of his head. The true king commands that he doesn't permit anyone to leave without his permission. Terror sets in. The warning the Beast Monarch parted with was now beginning to make sense. The Shadow Monarch's strength was comparable to a wall that could never be climbed or toppled. The sheer difference in strength between the two monarchs was demotivating enough. Jinwoo casts a barrier that engulfs not just the city of Seoul, but the entire planet itself, clouding every part of it until he tracked down the Beast Monarch's location. At this moment, with his back turned against him, the Frost Monarch delusionally thought that he could get a lucky shot and end this battle despite the gulf in power. He knew that the only thing waiting for him was just imminent death if he missed. Charging HSI Trident with the full weight of his powers, he releases it towards the Shadow Monarch, who casually lifts his hand and predicts the attack. Jinwoo doesn't even look at him while he catches the trident, destroying it upon impact. But for now, he doesn't have any plans of killing the fucker who was responsible for the death of Gunhee. Right now, he wants to take care of the cowardly cat who ran away. The scene cuts to a forest where the Beast Monarch teleported to, but he knows that death is creeping closer and closer to him. Right now, his best chance of survival is to hide until the return of the King of Dragons. But living until tomorrow doesn't seem to be promised for him. As he senses the frightening aura creeping up from behind, Jinwoo is casually walking past him, instilling a fear of death inside the beast's body, causing him to drop to his knees, realizing that he can't win this battle. Every part of his body tells him to submit and obey the embodiment of death. He pleads to the Great Shadow Monarch, apologizing for fighting against him and even offering to become an ally. He tells him about the descent of the Monarch of Destruction, who will incinerate the planet whole. During that time, the Beast Monarch promises to assist him in battle. Our boy loves to fuck around with people, so he casually accepts the offer, causing the Besat Monarch to believe that he had successfully manipulated the naive human. After all, his real plan is to survive, and once the Monarch of Destruction returns, he's going to backstab the Shadow Monarch and join forces with the enemy. Or so this bastard thinks, because Jinwoo is a fair man who never forgets favors. And right now, there's about 5 scars in his chest from the attack that pierced his heart. His offer is simple. If the Beast Monarch can endure 5 attacks from him, he will forgive him for his animosity. And that is one hell of a terrifying offer because it basically promises death. Giving into his foolish pride, the Monarch roars at him, declaring that he will at least injure the Shadow Monarch even if at the cost of his own life. Jinwoo casually draws upon his dagger, staring down at the giant wolf as he cuts into the air with a speed so monstrous that shreds the forest along with the Beast Monarch's arm. Shooting him a demonic glare, the embodiment of death declares that he's got 4 more attacks left. The scene cuts there, but I'm pretty sure we can all agree the kitty cat became sushi. Anyway, Beru is busy healing Thomas and the other hunters. But Igris is such a problem that he single-handedly overwhelms a monarch on his own. The Knight of Death was once part of the original Ashbourne's Shadow Army, and he's just regained his full might. Unfortunately for Frosty, he's lost a good chunk of his mana, rendering him heaps of trouble in this battle. Igris is strong on the offensive, promising a tough battle. But this fight isn't for him to end, as his master returns. Jinwoo just had to farm so hard because tell me why this dude is walking right out of Igris's cloak. And with it, he's brought some souvenirs from his previous battle. The Shadow Monarch declares the death of the Beast Monarch, a feat he accomplished in a couple of minutes. Jinwoo then addresses the 3 monarchs who tried to face him, believing their deaths would serve as a fitting warning to the others. Frosty gets impaled with one dagger after another. He loves to spam the shit out of his breath attack, so our boy shuts him up real good, before slicing a clean cut across his abdomen. Jinwoo recalls killing the Beast Monarch in 4 hits, and he wonders just how long the Frost Monarch is going to survive. Faced with so much crushing pain, the Frost Monarch's vessel shatters as he disintegrates into nothingness. Bro did all that trash talk and he ended up being dog-walked without the other monarchs saving his ass. The fight has finally come to an end, but Jinwoo is curious about the man who came to save him, and learns that he disappeared into nothingness. Luckily, he finds his father's dagger, which is really all he needs. The scene cuts to the injured Ilwan, who's lost too much blood from his injuries. He pants in exhaustion as his powers slowly fade away, an inevitable end for a human after using divine powers. But it's fine now, as he's already accomplished his purpose. Suddenly, his dagger is flung to him. Jinwoo walks up to his father, filled with sorrow as he questions why his father wants to leave him a second time without even saying goodbye. A gate is just a giant portal where monsters come creeping out of, and right after the clearance of the boss monster, only 1 hour remains for a hunter to escape the dungeon. But unfortunately, Ilhwan was one of those unlucky ones who ended up trapped inside. The rulers came to him, promising him strength in return for stopping the monarchs. Since he had no other means to survive, he accepted their offer, returning to Earth as a servant of the rulers, bearing one and only responsibility: But in the end, when he saw Jinwoo laser down a bunch of giants on his own, he realized that it had already been too late. He couldn't fulfill his role, despite knowing that the worst apocalyptic force resided inside the body of his child. Eventually, the rulers came to a different decision. Their original plans of stopping the Shadow Monarch no longer seemed to kick into effect, and so their leader assigned him a new duty: to protect the Shadow Monarch. The rulers soon realized that the Shadow Monarch's powers were necessary to stop the rest of the monarchs from unleashing destruction. It was a gamble, but now they're certain more than ever. That's why Ilwan helped his son in this battle, and he's embarrassed to show a pathetic and weak side of himself to his son. Jinwoo merely addresses his father, who wonders if his beloved son has grown to hate him. The once helpless boy inside Jinwoo admits that he hated him for a long time. Right after starting out as a hunter, every time he had to survive at the brink of death, the thought of his father flashed through his mind. He despised his father for not being there to support him, but at the same time, he also dearly missed him. A phrase that Ilwan wasn't expecting to hear from him. Jinwoo flips the question and asks the same of his father, looking like the most depressed I have ever seen this man. He wants to know if his father ever missed his family. A question that moves Ilwan to tears as he admits having missed his family throughout this time, even if they couldn't see him, even if he could only observe his family from afar. Mustering the remainder of his strength, Ilwan takes a stand and goes on to hug his beloved son, who has grown into a fine young man. Jinwoo cries his heart out, questioning if his father is being discarded because of the rulers. But that's not the case at all. Ilwan speaks positively of the rulers who allowed him a second chance, a chance to make a choice. Ilwan wanted to talk to his son more, but his body is at its limit, and in his final regard, he apologizes for having failed as a father. And then, only one man remained, with only the rain comforting him shortly after his father's disappearance. Jinwoo clenches his fist and lets out a painful scream, signifying his frustration and pain. The scene smoothly transitions to Jinwoo's family, where we see his mother finally admitting that they should move now, because she feels ready to. What a powerful scene, honestly. Returning to the boy who had lost his father, Jinwoo roars at the remaining monarchs, declaring that he will exact his revenge for what he lost today. His roars shook the world, and from here on, the battle would only lead to a full-scale war. Thomas Andre and the others rushed to the hospital to receive adequate treatment. Thanks to Sung Jinwoo's valiant efforts, the three magic beasts were defeated. He returns home to his family, both his mother and sister embracing him with love. Yoonho and Jong-in also have a scene together, while Jinchul is observing the scale of destruction from his screen. He recalls Jinwoo's promise to him, a promise that he has fulfilled by killing the one responsible for Gunhee's death. Jinchul is eternally grateful for our boy keeping his word. Shortly after the catastrophic battle, the Hunters Bureau classified the magical beasts in an unknown category. The city was practically razed to the ground, but there was still a gigantic gate for them to worry about. A few days passed. An entire army of hunters gathered from all over the world. Even Zhigeng was among them. Thomas Andre senses the incoming dungeon break. This is humanity's first instance of having gathered a global force of hunters. Jinwoo stares at the gate from afar, while Hae-in senses his nervousness. He has every right to be nervous, especially after his previous battle. The gate finally cracks open as the soldiers prepare for battle. From inside the gate comes out an army of gigantic size. But Jinwoo notices something right off the bat. They're actually shadow soldiers. But this army has great dragons and even celestial beings among them. Their leader is a gigantic warrior, who looks like a monarch himself. The hunters prepare to face off the threat until one voice ruptures the atmosphere and commands them not to move. Even Jinchul is confused why they should halt the attack. Jinwoo expresses that there's nothing for them to worry about. The shadow soldiers are approaching, causing even S-rank hunters like Jong-in worry. But it's nothing for our glorious king, who has identified the situation to be under his control. He walks right up to the behemoth called Bellion of the Shadow Army. The warrior is twice as tall as the human, and for a moment they exchange glances before finally, the Grand Marshal of the Shadow Army kneels before his new master. The rest of the Shadow Army also kneels before him, humbly greeting the Shadow Monarch. Jinchul and the other hunters are losing their minds, not knowing what the hell's taking place before their eyes. Thomas is fucking shook because he's seeing 3 great dragons comparable to Kamish just standing before him. Just a single one of these dragons could end the planet. Meanwhile, Jinwoo reflects that this is the army that Ashbourne left for him to use in the upcoming war. Feeling ready with his preparations, Jinwoo confidently believes that the real war will now ensue. Days passed, and meetings at the Korean Hunter Association were packed. They're demanding to know the details from Jinwoo himself, but he's nowhere to be found. Too many people are looking for this man, and yet he's nowhere to be found. While they weren't expecting shadow soldiers to emerge from the gate, it's a good thing they weren't actual monsters for them to deal with. More than a few 100,000 monsters were absorbed by Jinwoo's shadow, much to their astonishment. Even though the hunter is nowhere to be found, Jinchul thinks it's okay since he's known for disappearing out of the blue often. Skipping the boring stuff, Jinchul wonders what our boy is up to. Turns out he's got himself an island for his army, where he's holding practice sessions to help them train. It's best because the shadow soldiers will never die, so Belian is pleased with his master's methods. Baru makes a request to his master. He wants to seize the position of Grand Marshal for himself, seeing as how Belian is at the top of the army right now. Baru straight up targets Belian to a duel. This jealous little ant will never cease to amuse me. Jinwoo thinks it's a good idea, and wonders what that would look like. The two contestants face each other with Baru letting out a loud screech. In response, this man Belian pulls out a sword so fucking big it escapes the damn panel. The Shadow Monarch wonders how fast Belian must be, believing that he can't be faster than Igris, and probably focuses on strength more. And if those are the odds, maybe Baru has a chance here. That is until Belian pulled out a sickness second state of his sword, turning into a sharp whip that crushes everything in its path. Baru utilizes the best of his speed to maneuver against the whip, but in the end, he gets caught in between the crutches and is defeated rather immediately. The fight was shorter than Jinwoo's expectations. Clearly he underestimated Belian's might. It now made sense why he was the second in command after Ashbourne's authority. Still, Baru's a persistent bug, quite literally speaking, and he manages to claw Belian's armor in a sudden motion. Pausing the fight there, we're drawn to the Beijing International Airport, which is beaming with reporters at the sight of their brilliant Liu Zhigang, who went to assist Korea in their battle against the S-rank gate. Of course, Zhigang's contribution has met worldwide gratitude, even though some believe there isn't anything for China to gain. However, Zhigang begs to differ and calls all his haters a bunch of imbeciles who don't have basic comprehension. The problem is, China rests just above South Korea, which would have created a problem for the country if the monsters targeted them after Korea's fall. Also, Zhigang was alarmed by Jinwoo's fight against the three magic beasts and wanted to assist him in any battles ahead. Zhigang's attention is brought to the gigantic gate hovering over them. Another S-rank gate has appeared. Coming over to the side of monarchs, the Monarch of Destruction learns about the Shadow Monarch's recent betrayal and promises to handle him personally. I don't know about you guys, but this just goes to show how powerful this guy is. He doesn't want any further losses to stifle their strength. Believing that it is now time for him and his true dragons to step into the fight, Antares officially joins the war. Meanwhile, Baru ended up getting his shit rocked even after the display of confidence earlier. Belian may have won the fight, but the bug doesn't want to quit even after his state. Jinwoo then asks why his servant is so hell-bent on securing the spot of Grand Marshal for himself. It's actually kind of adorable that Baru wants to be the closest to his master's side. Hearing that, Jinwoo allows him to become his right-hand man just like Belian, causing the insect to weep tears of joy after receiving such a favor. Igris also wants some beef and requests a fight with Belian, but our boy isn't having it and simply makes him the third in command. Jinwoo spots his shadow soldiers seemingly busy doing something on their own. All of a sudden, two of the three dragons unleash a column of fire up in the skies. Tusk is in the mood to teach these kids a lesson, so he whips out his magic orb and amplifies the output of his attack. His column of flames makes the dragons look like child's play. The winner is Tusk in this competitive little brawl, and his little orcs are supportive of his victory. But Jinwoo thinks that Tusk cheated for using an artifact outside of his innate abilities. Belian explains that the soldiers are forging a place for them to stay. The ants are hard at work, so Belian uses this as an opportunity to ask why Jinwoo isn't recalling his summons back to his shadow. Jinwoo's answer to that is simple. He hadn't let loose his army in a while and wanted them to enjoy it for a bit. He changes topics and amusingly asks if Belian misses the original Shadow Monarch, as Jinwoo has replaced his master. To that, like a loyal servant, the Grand Marshal reveals that he was the first ever Shadow Soldier resurrected by Ashbourne's power, and having served him for eternity, he always trusted in his decision. Curious to hear more about Ashbourne's story, Jinwoo pries for information. Belian explains that he was once a fruit of a world tree, which is quite interesting as all soldiers of the heavens were born from the world tree as fruits. The world tree is the most magnificent tree of all, with its branches covering the entire sky. The story continues from there, but unfortunately, we as the readers don't get to hear more about it, which really sucks. Spending time with his family, Jinwoo feels the urge to inform the world about the upcoming disaster of the 8 armies who will soon march over their lands. A war is about to begin, and he will not be able to protect everyone in this war or promise the safety of the world. He's unsure of the outcome after witnessing the strength of the Monarch of Destruction from the previous Shadow Monarch's memories. That army is known for razing everything in its path to ashes. That's the kind of threat Earth was going up against, and it's also the reason they must prepare to risk everything. All the while he's thinking this, he's also prepping a whole bunch of meals for his family. Though Gina likes it, his mother finds it worrying, because she remembers that Ilhwan used to cook a bunch of meals right before going on a dangerous mission. Even though she's right, Jinwoo denies any such thing and decides to answer the door. The person who's come to meet him is Jinho's father, who is alive and well. The man apologizes for requesting a bit of the hunter's time. At the park, he started off by mentioning his unconscious state after falling into eternal slumber. It was after he woke up that he sensed that only one person could have achieved in helping him awaken. The same person who helped his mother who suffered the same illness. So now, he's curious why the hunter changed his mind. Jinwoo shares that he merely thought of him as a trustworthy person, and if it were the opposite, he wouldn't have done a thing to save the man's life. Jinho's father quickly realizes that he's talking about the relationship he has with his son. If that were any different than how it was in the final moment, the outcome would be different. Jinho's father begs to return the favor in any way, shape, or form possible. Though he doesn't really have anything in mind, Jinwoo requests one thing. He wants the safety of his family to be promised in the event that he loses his life. It may seem like a small favor, but that's all he really cares about. Jinho's father agrees to handle it for him. The scene ends here, but I genuinely think this is what makes the protagonist such a likable character. He genuinely cares for his family and does everything for them. Observing the site of the Titanic Gate in China, Jinchul expresses that 8 more gates such as these have formed all over the world at the same time. Jinwoo immediately swats away the chairman's first guess by denying the possibility of more shadow soldiers popping out. Instead, these gates were from their enemy's side. Deciding to share his trust with Jinchul, Jinwoo walks over to him, requesting him to believe everything he's about to show him. At first he's confused, but the moment Jinwoo places his finger on his head, bursts of memories of the war and the events that unfolded in Ashbourne's life unfold before his very eyes. By the end of it, Jinchul is sweating bullets and at the verge of a panic attack. His face shows terror and despair as he finally embraced the truth of the hunters and how humanity was slowly being conditioned to survive the destined apocalypse. He couldn't have believed it in the wildest dreams that this would be the case. It's as if the rulers were specifically filtering out the weaklings among the humans and keeping only the awakeners among them. This battle isn't between the monarchs against the humans, but rather the eternal fight of the rulers against the monarchs. And despite those odds, Sung Jinwoo is planning to fight those colossal armies all by himself. He's humanity's only hope in this fight. Jinchul wants to assist him in the best way possible, so he offers his full support for whatever our boy needs. In the next scene, the chairman is in a hall asking for a report from one of his men. His assistant only wonders what kind of bombshell Sung Jinwoo dropped while he was in the office, because he clearly remembers Jinchul being scared shitless after that. Jinchul doesn't answer the question, and goes deep in his thoughts. It's clear that the Monarch of Destruction will lead his army of dragons, an army filled with monsters rivaling Kamish's strength, not to mention Antares' own strength, which seemed so unstoppable that Jinchul was confident the entirety of the world could not land a single scratch on his body. So he's just baffled on how Jinwoo plans to fight against a threat of that caliber. Jinchul calls the hunter and finds himself rather surprised when he sees Jinwoo pop up from right behind. Thanks to his shadow exchange, he can be anywhere he wants to be. Jinchul reminds the hunter that his announcement will overthrow the world in a state of chaos and panic. But the necromancer has already considered those variables. He still wants to move forward with his announcement to inform the world. To put it into perspective just how important this meeting is, Brennan remarks the appearance of presidents, prime ministers, and guild masters of over 100 countries present all for this moment. Standing before them on the podium is the hunter who became the world's last defense against unstoppable magical beasts. In a time like this, Brennan is desperate to hear some good news about the gates. But that's not the case at all, as our boy starts off by promising the world that it's about to experience a phase of suffering. A phase where fighting will be constant, a war that will have monsters ripping apart humans without remorse. Of course, his ridiculous words are met with objections. To really show them just how fucked they are, Jinwoo reveals that they'll be going up against at least 100 monsters with strength comparable to Kamish, which means national-level hunters will be fruitless in this fight. Demanding proof from the hunter, the members shout in disdain, unable to accept such a ridiculous warning. Deciding to shut their mouths once and for all, the Shadow Monarch lifts his hand and cuts open 5 gates with his command. They can't believe that a hunter is capable of casting gates out of nowhere. Jinwoo goes on to explain that their enemies will be able to create gates like these as if it were nothing, and the only reason they're not already wreaking havoc is because of the size of their armies. Accusing the hunter to be one of the magical beasts they're up against, one man questions if he doomed them all. Brennan decides to step in with a meaningful question. He wants to know what course of action they could take for the best results. Sung Jinwoo's only response? Run away from the gates as far as possible, which is bone-chilling if you think about it, because it leaves humanity with no other options. That warning reached the world and humanity quickly acted in panic in an effort to escape the gates. Meanwhile, back to the island where Sung Jinwoo was keeping his soldiers, he comes to discover a fucking castle spawned out of nowhere. He calls Baru, knowing this damn ant did something again. Punishing the bug right away, he wonders if this is his idea of what a nice shelter looks like, because it's far too big for one person. They even put a damn flag on top of that thing, treating their master as a true king leading his kingdom. The funniest part is that the flag was Bellion's idea, so he drops dead and assumes punishment as well. The Shadow Monarch questions Bellion what becomes of the armies of the creatures after the death of their monarch. Turns out that if Jinwoo dies, so will each of his shadow soldiers. The greatest advantage of his undead army is their loyalty, because they understand their master's survival is critical to their own. But at the same time, this is a weakness that can be exploited by his opponents in the upcoming war. Ygritte even explains that despite their strength, they won't be able to win in a war with a combined army at least 100 times greater than their own. Yeah, this is about to be one hell of a war if those are the odds. Jinwoo realizes that he's up against a minimum of 10 million soldiers. The scene cuts to an arrogant Canadian hunter called Jay Mills. He publicly expresses his opinion, rejecting the Korean hunter's ridiculous claims, despite Jinwoo's credibility as one of the world's best hunters. Jay doesn't care about his power. All he cares about is the truth. This clown somehow thinks that Jinwoo is pulling an elaborate scheme to scare the people away from the gates so he could hoard them on their own. Jinchul explains a group of hunters have banded with Jay Mills and they're preparing to take on the gate. Jinwoo doesn't really care about anybody, and he's focused on heading to China. Knowing that he can't take on the 8 armies in a direct flight, he intends to safeguard the country closest to his own, so he doesn't have to worry about his family anymore. After taking care of the fight from the Chinese side, he's going to take on the remainder of the monarchs. Their only chances in this war is to prioritize survivability, because that would lead to an increase in numbers for the Shadow Army. Having arrived in China, Jinwoo is surprised to meet Zhigang himself welcoming him. Both of them closely observe the red gate hovering over the skies. Zhigang then points to the 100,000 hunters ready to face the fight to come. This army also only comprised the best hunters. With this amount, Jinwoo feels a little confident. Sinek, the dungeon break is about to begin. Jinwoo goes on to summon his own trusted army, shocking the likes of Zhigang with their might. Baru is jealous as hell that Zhigang is standing right next to his master, because Zhigang is basically stealing Baru's place. Bro has to be reminded that they're on the same side. The cute moment is replaced by the scene of the dungeon break. At last, the gate is opening, but for some reason, Bellion doesn't sense a single presence behind it. Uncertainty sets in, as Jinwoo realizes that every single gate in all 8 countries is the same. The moment of realization sets in as he lasers his gaze behind. The monarchs never intended to cut up their armies across the world. Instead, they fooled him by using the gate furthest to him. And that gate just so happens to be in Canada, where Jay Mills is about to catch some serious fucking smoke for having balls of steel in the wrong manhwa. The Canadian hunters maintained their stance while the rest of the world was strictly following Jinwoo's instructions. They protested strongly, showing their support to their hunters instead of fleeing from their land. The dungeon cracks open at last, a cocky smile appearing on Jay's bitch face. Interestingly, there isn't any monster pouring out of the gate, which makes them wonder if Jinwoo was fooling the world after all. And then, instead of armies of thousands, only one figure emerged from the Scarlet Dungeon, his velvety, graceful long hair floating as he looks down to the group of humans appearing confused than ever. Jay thinks a human has popped out of the gate, not knowing that this so-called human is the Monarch of Destruction, the strongest monarch to ever exist. As if approaching diplomatically, Antares questions if Jay is the king of this land. His nerdy friend drops a long explanation on how monsters have become intelligent and can probably speak like humans. Jay is intrigued by the fact, but now he's all the more certain of calling out Jinwoo's bluff. This dumbass thinks that he's going to get his own army just like our glorious king did back at Korea's gate. So he proudly declares himself as the king of this land. Displeased, intrigued, and showing a look of pure boredom, Antares realizes that the one he's looking for isn't around. Back in China, Jinwoo is begging for someone to check up on China. Realizing that he can contact Adam White right away, Jinwoo asks about the situation regarding Canada's gate. But all he hears is the protesting of the Canadians showing support for the hunters. Poor Adam is caught in the midst, and explains that he had been assigned to survey the situation in Canada. But it's a terrible move, especially since they have no idea the kind of army awaits them behind that gate. Jinwoo learns that the gate ended up being empty like the rest, which sets a state of momentary relief for the necromancer. But that small period of peace is quickly stolen when Adam reports the emergence of a single figure from the gate. Instantly realizing the severity of the situation, Jinwoo begs Adam to run as fast as he possibly can. But how could he? How could Adam outrun the destruction that raised the humans to nothingness before his eyes? He reports this exact situation to Jinwoo, who is panicking and losing his mind, begging the agent to just exit the site. Adam continues to prioritize his job over his own life, and reports the appearance of an endless army of dragons and beasts covering the sky. Jinwoo thinks it's time to call for desperate measures and use the shadow he hid underneath Adam. One of the orc generals pops out of his shadow and grabs Adam's arm, explaining that they'll teleport soon. But unfortunately for the agent, the Monarch of Destruction has caught on to the sight of the shadow. Adam's final moments are him gazing into a beam of destruction as Antares swallows both of them with his flames. Jinwoo feels a sharp sensation of having lost his shadow and assesses the situation to be more critical than last time. Their opponents knew about his plan to delay the war and slowly conquer each gate, so that's why they maximized their strength in a single location. He was purely outsmarted, and now he's also overwhelmed. All his plans went down the drain, and he feels merely helpless as Canada is devoured by the army of destruction. The song of screams and the music of agony keeps the sovereign of destruction entertained. With the preparations finished, the King of Dragons commands his creatures to release hellfire upon the world. Witnessing this scene from his office, Brennan is out here barely maintaining composure after the hell that went down in Canada. There were beasts, dragons, giants, insects, and every single kind of creature imaginable wrecking hell. An unstoppable threat that could not be contained by humanity. The states were next in line, and it was only a matter of time until they collapsed as well. This is the reason Jinwoo warned the world to evacuate. Brennan is at the cusp of depression when a shadow materializes before him. Jinwoo came here to make a personal request. He now wants to use the runestones that were left behind by Kamish. It's crazy to me how Brennan is putting up an object in and acting like he has a choice in the matter. He even catches himself and realizes that the world is going to hell anyway, so there's no Hunter's Bureau to govern anything. He changes his mind and agrees to hand over the runestones, though he's curious of their purpose. Sung Jinwoo explains that he'll be soon launching a counterattack by utilizing the runestones. Arriving before Kamish's corpse once more, Brennan questions about the purpose of the runestones from the ruler's perspective. Jinwoo explains that these runestones basically acted like gifts from the ruler's side to help humans get rewarded for hunting down monsters. The war that's going to result in humanity's extinction is merely a byproduct of the fight between the two factions. Upon the death of a demonic beast, a creature's powers are sealed within the runestone, which further enhances a hunter to help hunt down monsters. Jinwoo doesn't have a lot of options, but he's trying with every advantage he's got. As a second favor, he requests a meeting with Madame Selner. She's surprised at their late visit, and now, seeing him before her very eyes, Selner remarks that he's no longer the human she knew him. It's as if he has become darkness itself now. Jinwoo explains that he merged with the darkness within, and he wants her to use her clairvoyant abilities to tell the future and see what's in store for him. Agreeing to do just that, Selner glances into his soul. A while passes, before a tear starts running down her face. She can't believe what he's about to do, how he's going to risk everything on his own shoulders for humanity's survival. One person will bear the burden for all, a burden that may lead to self-sacrifice. Jinwoo is glad to hear those words, because they've secretly confirmed something to him. Selner cries for him, reminding the hunter that his efforts won't be remembered by the world to come. Having found his answers, he applies Shadow Exchange and teleports on top of the building. Here, Jinwoo stares down at his phone, wearing the happiest smile as he speaks to Cha Hai-in on the line. She's surprised to hear his voice. Both of them have been busy and didn't get a chance to speak with each other. Jinwoo tells her that they'll meet soon, but something about his words is ominous, which is why Hai-in asks him to make a promise that he'll come back to her just like he said. Still wearing a wholesome smile, he confirms his words. Hai-in is momentarily distracted and finds herself startled. The rest of the S-rank hunters are waiting in line for humanity's greatest battle. Alliances formed out of Asia, Europe, China, and Africa all stepped up to face the common threat. Hundreds of thousands of hunters in each group were ready to sacrifice their lives. Antares stands over a mountain of human corpses and roars at the Shadow Monarch for using his scouting barrier. He's not afraid. This man wants all the smoke. In fact, he's even pissed that the Shadow Monarch is taking the piss and cowardly hiding away when nearly 100 million humans have been slaughtered. Jinwoo tells him that they'll be seeing each other very soon. Meanwhile, Antares is questioning what his opponent is doing by delaying so much time. It's easy to get the part that Jinwoo doesn't want to rush into an army of 10 million, which makes him wonder if the Monarch is hiding in the abyss. Okay, the panel where a fucking missile hits Antares' face while he's casually monologuing knocked me out for a second. This man is seriously unstoppable. He's having missiles for breakfast. Though the fighter jets have all successfully hit their targets, they just can't seem to spot the enemy. Until a gargantuan dragon's eye pierces their visage. Antares revealed his true form with a size probably even bigger than Godzilla. He's wildly unamused and, get this, charges a fucking nuke in his mouth and straight up erases everything in the land. I'm genuinely curious how the hell we're supposed to beat him. Back at his castle, the Shadow Monarch is patiently sitting in his throne room, timing the right moment. He looks up to find Baru's words plastered on top, a cute gesture that he appreciates from his adorable aunt. Even Belian is cautious of this war, and warns his master not to partake in this battle. Igris is the exact same. All three of his most loyal commanders are clearly worried. Jinwoo understands their concerns, but right now is one of those times where he simply can't pull back. Even Ashbourne, the original Shadow Monarch, appreciated this quality in him, which makes him wonder what he could have done if their positions were the same. Knowing his master the most, Belian points out that Ashbourne would have marched forward if it came down to doing the things that were necessary. That was the answer Jinwoo was looking for, as he forms a confident smile. For a brief moment, Belian could see Ashbourne's personality being a part of him. So now, the three loyal commanders kneel before their master, ready to serve him until their dying breath. Jinwoo stands and marches ahead, with a badass sequence of his generals following behind. Belian advises his master to leave a few words for his family, but he doesn't want to do that, knowing that Jinwoo's resolve will crumble if he hears their words at this fragile moment. That's why he crushes his phone to seize all contact from the rest of the world. It's time for his participation in the battle. Back to the wretched scene of the battlefield. A fighter jet is destroyed by one of the dragons. Luckily, the pilot ejects on time and finds shelter. He sees indescribable terror as the monsters are pulling apart flesh and toppling human structures to the ground. Turning his gaze behind, his face turns to utter despair as a horrifying monster rampages into him. Getting lucky again, he survives and picks up his gun to unload the full mag. But what good will a bunch of bullets do against monsters who were literal killing machines? Egghead assumes his end when the creature unleashes his countless fangs to end his life. He prepares for his inevitable death, but shockingly, that death never comes. When he opens his eyes, the monster is ripped to shreds. The one who killed it is Hunter Sung Jinwoo, who has officially stepped onto the battlefield. He tells the soldier to run as a fleet of deadly monsters rampage towards him. Jinwoo pulls out his Dominator's authority, beautifully releasing hundreds of slashes against the monsters. A small step of progress, of victory. For now, he wants to resurrect as many monsters as he can, so the fallen creatures become a part of his ever-growing army. On a side note, I think the soldier has the goddess of luck on his side, because this man survived 3 encounters with death back-to-back. He should be the next Shadow Monarch. Anyway, Antares confirms the arrival of Jinwoo on the eastern side. Yogamont, the Monarch of Phantasms, recommends launching a full-scale attack in a single area and ending his life. Also, they can't seem to sense great numbers from Jinwoo's army, which makes them wonder if he's intentionally spreading his forces out to encompass larger areas. Antares understands the play here. The Shadow Monarch is trying his best to siphon out their armies and making them a part of his own. But still, he doesn't get the end goal of pulling off such a strategy. The news is keeping the people updated regarding the situation on the battlefield, while Jinchul is worried sick for their fate because of the destruction he's seeing in Canada and the US. If this is the state of the world where the best military forces lie, only the worst is promised for the rest of the world. All the more, they don't have anything else but a miracle to rely on. Jinchul is desperate and prays for humanity's survival. With the battle raging on, the Shadow Monarch's army continues to grow with newer and stronger soldiers. Purple blood is shot in the air with Jinwoo annihilating everything in his path. He dodges a giant's full-powered crush and goes on to slice the creature limb by limb in a single lunge, giving us a badass panel. Helpless, the giant is killed with one of the demonic beasts in his army. Jinwoo glances at the heavens, thousands of dragons aiming right for him as he awaits them. He wonders what Antares is planning, or if the King of Dragons has started launching a counterattack. He's got a lot of time to kill, and a lot of monsters to use as his own. The Necromancer resurrects the recently defeated giant, who ends up being incinerated to pieces with the breath of a true dragon. Just like Kamish, this dragon boasts the ability to speak, taunting the Shadow Monarch for using such useless servants. Jinwoo pops up from behind, going for a downward aerial strike as he kills the creature in a single attack. That's how powerful he's become. This man is no diffing apocalyptic-level dragons. Antares senses that he can't afford to let the Shadow Monarch's army grow any longer. He tells Yogamont to stay on point and await their ambush. As for him, he unleashes dozens of gates to send more powerful monsters. Aside from Jinwoo taking them head-on, the military is basically pulling off a suicide mission by stalling for time with their bullets. These poor men are mercilessly killed by ferocious monsters. That is until our favorite Goliath smashes one of the creatures into next Tuesday. Thomas is looking like a gigachad as he announces the arrival of the Scavenger Guild. Among this group is one of the monarchs, specifically the king of monstrous humanoids and steel. He thinks Thomas is an arrogant fool who will get slaughtered by his hands for opposing him. But the Goliath has never backed down before, and when you look at the thousands of shadow soldiers hiding underneath him, you realize why he's so confident. Belian resurfaces by his side, greeting the monarch of steel body. This doesn't make any sense to their enemies, who had no idea that such a huge number of shadows were hiding in Thomas's shadow. They were fooled. But even though he's trying his best, he just can't reach Antares. And then it clicks. Someone is interfering with their signals. It's the Grand Mage Tusk who has set up a swanky barrier. This unique strategy certainly couldn't have been deployed by Ashbourne's original forces, and it's different from their fighting style. Deciding to face the fight head-on, the Monarch of Humanoids activates Spiritualization. And no, that is not a Yu-Gi-Oh card, that's just his ability. As he shouts curses against the Shadow Monarch, Baru pulls up looking menacing as ever. He isn't gonna let that shit slide. The fact that a mere Shadow Soldier is opposing a Monarch's will comes as a provocation to the Monarch of Steel. He actually undergoes a similar transformation to Thomas Andre, just green and less majestic. Returning to Jinwoo's side, the Shadow Monarch and the Destruction Monarch meet each other's gaze. A first encounter, Antares is having trouble questioning the loyalty of the Monarch of Steel, as for some reason, he can't seem to contact him right now. Sensing the urge to kill the Shadow Monarch immediately, he unleashes a column of destruction, an attack that startles Jinwoo for a moment as he is forced to evade. You're probably wondering about the aftermath, and boy, it's not looking good. That small fire breath incinerated everything and swallowed the land. Antares is standing calmly with his hands tied to his back, when suddenly he notices Jinwoo taking this to the skies and commanding the use of his necromancy to unleash a wave of monsters directed towards his opponent. Antares' expression is all you need to see to sense his reaction. He's bored. In the next scene, the Chinese national hunter is shown to be dissing the giants with his dual swords, realizing that monsters like these won't be an issue on land anymore. He can feel the terrifying magic power bursting throughout the lands as a consequence of thousands of hunters fighting against endless monsters on their own. But more importantly, his body is being pulled by the strong aura of the two monarchs clashing up ahead. Zhugang knows that Jinwoo has initiated a fight. Going back to the Monarch of Destruction, all he has to do is swipe his fingers to utterly reduce the wave of shadow soldiers to ash. He makes a mockery out of Jinwoo's soldiers, because right now his Mian forces are busy dealing with the Monarch of Steel. Interestingly, Antares sees Jinwoo using a portal to escape from afar. This makes him wonder if his goal was to escape. Flying at full speed, he bursts through the portal like a missile. But the moment he comes out of it, he's surprised. Jinwoo's main shadow army had been waiting for his arrival. What's more, Antares is astonished that he's made soldiers out of the monsters under the Steel Monarch's control. Finally, his eyes darted towards the pathetic display of the Monarch. You guys won't believe this, but Belian and Baru combined their strengths and defeated a Monarch on their own. They really just humbled this guy off-screen. And now it makes sense. Antares understands that Jinwoo's goal was to first defeat the Steel Monarch and then target Antares. However, even that strategy seems to be an absurd one, as Yogamint commands open gates all over the horizon. We all thought Jinwoo was leading Antares, but as it turns out, the real army of destruction had been hiding among the gates of the Monarch of Phantasms. With this, Antares can easily summon any number of monsters under his control thanks to Yogamint's transfiguration powers. The plan to target Antares down with numbers has been thwarted. The Monarch of Destruction concludes this plan to be a failure that will become the loss of the Shadow Monarch. However, Jinwoo merely smiles and pulls out an even more absurd move, retracting all of his shadows by canceling the summon. This move appears strange to Antares, who wonders why the Shadow Monarch chose to give up so easily, though he must understand the reason why, as there's just too much of a difference in strength and numbers compared to the two monarchs. Right now, our boy is standing in a sea of dragons in the sky, a perfect spot for him to pull out his newest ability. Jinwoo's skin suddenly transforms like one of a scaly dragon. The Monarch of Destruction is shocked that this guy is about to pull out a move that he didn't expect at all. Two wings jut out of his back while horns erect out of the sides of his head. Do you remember Kamish's runestone? Well, that dragon particularly had an ability that terrified humanity. A single roar from Kamish was able to neutralize everyone among the battlefield in despair, uncaring for any allies or enemies. Jinwoo unleashed Dragon's Fear, a tantalizing roar that catches most of the dragons in the skies, stifling them of their will and even affecting a monarch like Yogamint. This goes to show just how powerful Kamish's skill can become under the command of Jinwoo. Also, he insultingly grabs Antares in that one moment, creating the opening he needed to cast Shadow Exchange and lead him somewhere else. The Monarch of Destruction was outsmarted on this occasion, as both of them were transported to the same island where Jinwoo had been training his soldiers. It's a place far away from Antares' army of destruction. The King of Dragons realizes what's going on. Instead of increasing his numbers throughout the battlefield and swallowing more and more monsters to build up his shadow army, Jinwoo focused on a different approach. His idea was to isolate Antares from his dragons instead. Also, he funnily spots Jinwoo's castle. And even though Baru and the ants worked super hard on it, Antares is out here thinking it's a little unimpressive for one of the most terrifying monarchs in existence. Clapping back with a cheeky comeback, Jinwoo takes out his blades, stating that this castle will ultimately become a fitting memorial for the death of the King of Dragons. Deciding to get serious, Antares partially converts his body to spiritualization, realizing that this will be his final battle on Earth. Both legendary forces of calamity stare each other down, when at last, the mighty Antares unleashes his fully draconic state, his sheer size putting Jinwoo's soldiers to shame. It's time for them to face this godly threat, a fight that will go down as the Shadow Monarch's toughest. The scene transitions to Lady Selner, who sees nothing but destruction ahead. Mana is essentially being flooded all over the world, and while Brennan didn't fully expect Jinwoo to be telling the truth, right now humanity is at the brink of collapse. Opposing his thoughts, Selner argues that there are more hunters in this world than Sung Jinwoo. For example, Thomas Andre and the rest of the national hunters are actively struggling to make a difference in this war, and that goes for the E ranks all the way up to S ranks too. They're fighting, despite knowing their abilities are nothing amazing. All they care about is contributing to the final battle, even if insignificant. For the D ranks, they can barely hunt 3 monsters at one point. C ranks are doing about 10 monsters. The same goes for S ranks. While they may be capable of killing thousands of those creatures, it's an inevitable truth that they will also fade like the others. Madame Selner beautifully describes their loss as one of falling stars, the stars that will pave the way ahead for the future of humanity. She describes this unique feeling, the feeling of hope. I just love that scene. What a way to describe the stakes right now. Over to Jinchol's side, he learns that Jinwoo's strategy to lure his enemy into the island has been successful. The hunter had already told him about this plan, and this way, they'll be able to reduce the scale of destruction that would follow between a clash of 2 destructive forces. Unfortunately, they can't even dispatch the S-rank hunters to help him out, as they're busy working hard to fight the battle in the US. Jinchul amuses the possibility of sending E-rank hunters to help Jinwoo out, recalling how even the strongest hunter in the world once used to be an E-rank. Through Jinwoo's example alone, Jinchul has formed a new perspective out of the E-rank hunters, believing that they too can become heroes of war. Back to the peak fight where they are about to experience, the Shadow Monarch lasers pass the gargantuan dragon's mouth as it's about to unleash a fire breath. Bellion clutched the situation by snapping the dragon's mouth shut with his unique whip-like sword. Having created this opportunity, the giants of Jinwoo's army begin pinning down the dragon's neck, while Tusk unleashes his own wave of gravity to stifle the dragon in place. Now that the beast has been pinned down from multiple angles, both Greed and Baru come out flying to deal a ton of heavy damage. Their torpedo-like lunge connects against the dragon's side, and even Igris is standing on top of his head, plunging his thunderous blade into its head. Antares is inflicted a jolt of electricity and takes some damage, which gives Jinwoo the hope that his strategy may work out well in his favor. However, despite everything they'd done up to this point, Antares only found it mildly amusing. Normally, he's the one doing the overwhelming with numbers, but this change of pace is also quite entertaining to him. Jinwoo feels terror when the Dragon Monarch officially releases his own version of Dragon's Fear, paralyzing every single soldier in the Shadow Army. Realizing that he can't control his soldiers in this state, Jinwoo retracts his shadows. But while he was busy doing that, the monstrous dragon's mouth had already prepared a sphere of destruction for him. The attack is fully unleashed, as the fire breath quickly catches up to Kaisel and swallows Jinwoo with its full might. The result? A good portion of the island is swallowed, leaving orange scars on the Earth's flesh as the terrifying dragon reminds the Shadow Monarch what it truly means to challenge him. He was, without a doubt, the avatar of destruction and war, a creature who spilled blood with every breath, and a being created solely for war. Antares, the monarch of destruction, stares down the human, who is barely holding his ground. Jinwoo reflects that despite the fact that this island was reinforced by Ligia's mana, it still couldn't withstand the might of the apocalyptic dragon. He knows for a fact that summoning his soldiers would be fruitless, as Antares would simply erase them out of existence with one attack. The Monarch of Destruction surprisingly reverts back to his normal state, assuring the Shadow Monarch that he doesn't have to appear nervous. And then he goes back to the point where Jinwoo grabbed his arm and executed his strategy. He could have easily broken free during that moment, but decided not to, because he was impressed by our boy's plan. Wow, that just goes to show Antares is seriously unlike anything Jinwoo has ever faced. The Monarch of Destruction shares that he has been meaning to have a conversation with him. Recalling the memories of Ashbourne, he already understands that Jinwoo must have seen that their true enemy rests beyond the horizons of Earth. It's the army of rulers, whose sole purpose is to extinguish the monarchs that were made out of darkness. The same goes for the Shadow Monarch, as they will be targeting him. Now, initially he wanted to take them head-on, and defeat the rulers on his own, but after seeing the unique fighting style of the new Shadow Monarch, he has changed his mind. He sees an overwhelming victory as long as Jinwoo combines his might with their own. Antares is willing to go as far as to spare Jinwoo's family, his country, and even the world. Which is fucking crazy to me because he's supposed to be the literal god of destruction, so it goes to show the respect he has for Jinwoo. He wants the Shadow Monarch to be the ruler of Earth, the owner of the planet even. Antares extends his hand, offering Jinwoo a chance for them to cooperate. As long as he can join forces with him, everything will be fine. With both their armies, they could easily annihilate the rulers, and Earth wouldn't be harmed in the process of it all. It's a tempting offer, a really good one, as Antares questions if Jinwoo would be willing to join him. In response, the Shadow Monarch taunts Antares, calling him a deceitful piece of shit because he can clearly sense his bloodlust screaming to kill the human. Chuckling in response, Antares is done playing around, having extended the last of his mercy to the Shadow Monarch. He transforms his arm and attempts to pummel Jinwoo into the ground, but the attack is swiftly dodged. The Shadow Monarch uses Kaisel to maneuver away, while Antares continues to unleash rays of destruction. Jinwoo has to be meticulous against the gigantic attack, and decides to unleash a fury of blows all over the dragon's body before mounting on Kaisel again. But despite having struck countless times, the hunter is terrified that none of his attacks left a single scratch. Antares insults him for using a weapon of his own kind to hurt him, as it is meaningless. Also, he stops Jinwoo's escape path by unleashing a second wave of Dragon's Fear, stopping Kaisel in place. The loyal dragon knows that Jinwoo's also paralyzed, so he quickly uses his tail to flick his master away. Jinwoo cries out for the creature as Kaisel is eventually swallowed with a beam of annihilation right before his master's eyes. Rest in peace to one of the coolest shadow soldiers in his army. The overwhelming attack rips apart the island, though it's not enough to take out something like a monarch, and even Antares knows that. Jinwoo climbs on top of the dragon using his dominator's authority, but even holding onto his body is a pain as Antares' skin is made out of magma. Despite our boy unleashing a fury of blows, the dragon nearly catches him by slapping his arm against his chest. The Shadow Monarch escapes and switches strategies by releasing the 3 great dragons of his army. All 3 dragons pin Antares in place, biting on his neck as the other 2 release their fire breath. The attack connects and Antares is continuously hit by the 2 dragons. But even that leads to an underwhelming outcome, as their fire breath is merely ineffective against this kind of opponent. Jinwoo quickly realizes the kind of shit he's in. He's never faced an opponent with an overwhelming strength and defense like that. The normal fighting style he's so used to is powerless against the Monarch of Destruction. Right now, he desires power. Power strong enough to annihilate the armored mountain in front of him with his bare hands. And then it clicks. Armor was the word he needed in this instance. Back to the state of the great dragons, they're reduced to ashes with Antares pitifully finishing them off. He thinks it's pathetic for the Shadow Monarch to try and take him on with his soldiers. All of a sudden, a chill runs down his spine as he senses a void of darkness emanating from the Shadow Monarch. Jinwoo has commanded the power of darkness itself to forge him an armor that will withstand the offensive might of his colossal opponent. His command over darkness swallows the horizons, exceeding the size of Antares despite his gargantuan state. The monarch can't believe that a mere human is able to enter the spiritualized state, a feat impossible for the original Shadow Monarch who was never supposed to have this form. Antares is terrified, sensing that the Shadow Monarch has summoned death itself and unleashed its bounds upon Earth. Despite being a regular human, he's been able to command death to an overwhelming extent. By the end of his transformation, Jinwoo has trouble questioning if it's truly him. His entire body is now covered with an armor resembling that of Ashborn, the last of his powers left by the original Shadow Monarch. And from this body of death, he feels an enormous power coursing through him. Antares understands it now. He realizes that Ashborn specifically passed on his powers to a mere human, because of Jinwoo's constant experience being at the verge of death. He gains enormous respect for the human, who had been fighting the battles of life and death, even before receiving godlike powers from Ashborn. A primal feeling compels Antares to kill his opponent for being too dangerous. So he releases a column of destruction, expecting it to go down the same way as last time. In response, the Shadow Monarch releases a projectile of his own, cutting the column of destruction and directly attacking Antares with a heavy blow. This is one of the first attacks that actually dealt some damage against the ruler of the Great Dragons. Both avatars of Calamity match each other's might in a full-on clash. The battle reaches its climax as Atnares attempts to pummel Jinwoo, who catches the dragon's arm and punches the shit out of the beast. But Antares quickly responds like a wild beast and goes for a bite against his armor, before tossing him up into the air. The Shadow Monarch crashes with a heavy thud, his body barely being able to comprehend the pain when another column of destruction is headed his path. Luckily, he dodges in time and takes advantage of the attack. Jinwoo carves a sword out of the shadows and marches forth to match the dragon's breath. The sword's swing ends up canceling the dragon's breath, but that doesn't do much as Antares simply uses his tail to unleash a heavy strike against the Shadow Monarch's body. Then he goes up in the air, commanding use of dozens of his portals of destruction and releasing all of them against his opponent. Jinwoo evades the strike and actually deals seriously heavy damage by taking out the dragon's wing with his blade. He carves multiple swords of shadows, and just like his skill dagger rush, he releases them all at once. Antares meets the attack with the full might of his column of destruction. Both attacks cancel out an enormous explosion. By the end of that last attack, things aren't looking good for our glorious king. His spiritualized armor is melting, and from within the giant body emerges Jinwoo's body. He's exhausted and at the brink of collapse. Maintaining that kind of power for a while did a number on him. Antares stands before him in his normal state, once more offering him a chance to join forces. Wow, he really wants him on his side, bro is simping. Jinwoo's body is slowly wrapped and embraced by the tendrils of shadows, giving us a sick-ass panel of his response. He will never ally himself with a monster. Antares goes for a semi-transformed state, creating a blade of destruction and looking the most frightening he's ever been. Both of them lunge forth, two daggers matching the might of one sword. As their clash ensues, Antares reminds Jinwoo that his beloved planet is still getting razed to the ground thanks to Yogamont leading the army of destruction. Despite his intentions of protecting his loved ones, he's suffering major losses here. The Monarch of Destruction believes that a human must have a capacity to fear death, even if he's grenade the powers of the King of the Dead. He, the one who commands flames to extinguish death, screams gleefully at his opponent, as every last one of his loved ones will be reduced to ashes. Jinwoo's on the back foot as he loses one of his daggers and gets fucking impaled with the long sword. Antares reminds him what war is like, how it is without mercy, and reaps the joy of the living. Right now, the army of destruction was annihilating humanity, as they were crying for mercy. Antares stops his blade right next to Jinwoo's neck, again giving him a merciful chance, though this time he's not in the mood to cooperate. He just wants Jinwoo to regret the decision he made, but the Shadow Monarch had been waiting for this moment. Remember the dagger that was flung away? He has it aimed at Antares and launches it right against the Monarch's body from his blind spot. Unfortunately, despite the cleverly planned tactic, it fails to pierce Antares. The reason is simple. His blades were made out of Kamish, who served his master. So there's just no way one of his fangs could ever hurt their creator. Entering the final stage of their battle, the Monarch of Destruction amusingly describes their situation. It was a battle between a flame that was born from the dark and a darkness that was born from the light. Their very existence was ironic. But now, the fight is about to near its end, a sentiment that Jinwoo shares as he speaks of the future to come. The Monarch of Destruction, who had been leading the battle until now, wonders if the Shadow Monarch has finally accepted his limitations. Jinwoo rampages ahead, as Antares coldly reminds him that he will raise the morale of his army by killing the King of the Dead. Jinwoo reminds him that the existence of the sun allows for the existence of shadows. Jinwoo then unleashes the strength of every single one of his most loyal soldiers, as Antares roars at the Monarch for daring to challenge him. One last move, one last swing. The E-rank hunter turned into a player, the necromancer, the successor of the King of the Dead, and finally becoming the avatar of death itself. Jinwoo takes out his father's blade as the hunter within him serves Antares' body. He then wonders if the King of Dragons can see his inevitable death. The blade dealt serious damage this time because it wasn't made out of a dragon. Though his body appears severed in half, Antares is still speaking as if he were never even cut. What he truly didn't expect was the arrival of the celestial winged soldiers in the skies. He can't fathom how Jinwoo was able to connect the two worlds and bring them into their world. As it turns out, this was his plan the entire time. He wanted to sever space itself using their battle, allowing for the arrival of the rulers. Everything was planned from the beginning. He never had any intentions of having a solo battle. Antares is shocked that Jinwoo was able to speak to the rulers, but as it turns out, there was one clear way. It was using the vessels of the rulers, taking the form of the national hunters, who were still fighting hard. The dimensional sky is filled with the army of rulers, who are staring down the Monarch of Destruction in his weakened state. Antares realizes that Jinwoo prioritized winning the war, despite losing their direct battle, and he admits his own defeat, for having ignored the greater battle above. At last, Jinwoo puts together the final piece of the puzzle. The betrayal of the monarchs that led the Demon Monarch and the Beast Monarch to attack Shadow Monarch. There was one reason for that. It was because Antares willed it to happen. Antares is shocked by his knowledge. And then we get a throwback to the message that Baran said to Ashbourne right before his death. Ashbourne then revealed it to Jinwoo, who throws a middle finger in Antares' face as a final fuck you from Ashbourne himself. Offended even after his loss, Antares attempts to slice down the human, but it's no use as the rulers have already impaled him from every direction. He can't do anything, not against the brightest fragment of light commanding his servants. Antares' final moments are spent with him admitting that he never even had a chance with the rulers siding with the Monarch of Shadows. He intends to reunite with the fellow monarch, as he will wait in eternal rest for his return. To that, Jinwoo ambiguously reveals that he plans on meeting him soon enough anyway. With the monarchs extinguished from the face of the planet, the war has ended in the victory of the rulers. The brightest fragment has no idea how they could reward the human. In response, Jinwoo states that he does have one final request. A request that only the celestial beings of the sky can execute for him with their powers. The brightest fragment promises to do anything to help him. Finally, Jinwoo begs for another chance. He shockingly reveals that he wants to use the cup of reincarnation one more time, even after the hellish battle he just endured. The rulers are startled by his request and question if he's truly desiring to turn back time. Jinwoo confirms his words. The rulers remind him that even if he reverts time, the higher beings, namely every single monarch, will retain their memories from this life. Which means they'll be ready, and they'll know everything about his powers. Jinwoo knows that, but he still wants to move forward with his decision. He wants to make one change alongside his request. This time he doesn't want the rulers to summon gates on Earth. He intends to defeat the monarchs in the dimensional gap. The brightest fragment understands the weight of the human's words, who was willing to take on the full scale of the war on his own. It doesn't make any sense to use the cup of reincarnation anymore, as the rulers have finally acquired the best outcome yet. Laying down his father's dagger, Jinwoo sorrowfully expresses that he's lost a good portion of his loved ones in this fight. That's why he wants to have a second chance to protect humanity. As a final warning, the rulers remind him that the cup of reincarnation cannot be used again after this, which means his failure will doom them all. Stopping here and now could make him the most revered and respected warrior to ever have existed. He would be remembered by his own people as a hero. But as he's about to pull the plug and turn back time, not a single person will know of the hunter known as Sung Jinwoo. No one, not one of his loved ones, will be there to congratulate him on his victory. This is hitting me right in the gut. Imagine enduring all of that pain and suffering, and in the end, no one remembers you. But our glorious king is ready to face that reality. He remembers the people he's fighting for, realizing that they'll never even know about him in his life. Still, Jinwoo agrees to the silent war he will have to take on by himself, and intends to turn back time. The greatest fragment of light understands his intentions, even comparing this quality of his to Ashbourne, who also handled the burden of his struggles on his own. Before leaving, Jinwoo asks about the state of his shadow soldiers, and what would become of them when he goes in the past. Unfortunately, any being that overlaps with the past will be erased. Hearing that, Jinwoo lets out a satisfied smile and deems himself ready. At last, the rulers activate the cup of reincarnation, hoping that his bravery becomes the light of the new world. A bright light swallows the planet, engulfing it whole as the wheels of time are turned back. The beam of light is seen by everyone significant to Jinwoo's life, the national hunters and even the S-rankers. Finally, it reaches Haiyan as the change occurs. The world moves back 10 years. At this point, Jinwoo's mother tells the young Gina to go and wake up her brother. Little Gina comes to wake him up, who seems to be awake and smiling at her. His mother greets the two children, as the boy remembers the distinct scent of his family. He sees his father and forgets to call him Dad. Ilwan wonders why his son is crying. It's understandable because Jinwoo lost his father and couldn't meet him properly in their reunion. That nightmare of a life that he led is now no more. Now he had a family, the full family he always wanted. He was entrusted with a chance to set things right, and he intends to rewrite the course of history with this chance. However, having lost so much, Jinwoo wants to spend just a bit of his time experiencing the normal life that he couldn't pursue, to enjoy the peace he had always wanted to feel as a reward for his efforts. Of course, he knew far too well that the monarchs were already preparing their armies to face him, planning their most lethal attacks on humanity. But while they were doing that, our boy was casually playing video games, hoping to protect these tiny moments of peace. He just wanted to enjoy it for even a single day, to have a taste of what it means to be human. The eventual moment came when his mother received a note from him. Jinwoo's message? He'll return after he's done taking care of his stuff. Side note. I find it hilarious because Jinwoo's mother in this timeline doesn't know shit about him, so she probably thinks her son dumped his family, a jump scare that might keep her up for days. Anyway, in the dimensional gap, Baru is tearing apart colossal monsters alongside Bellion. They're leaving behind mountains of corpses with every step. This is the dimensional gap, the world that only seems amusing during a battle. Here, Jinwoo has just defeated Yogamund, and officially won in his fight against all the monarchs. And get this, 27 fucking years passed since he's been fighting ceaselessly in the dimensional crack, wiping away every single monster from all 8 armies of the monarchs. He's become something of a god of destruction himself. But his long battle is finally reaching its end after 3 decades of war. The final enemy is none other than Antares and his army of destruction. Also, I really love his freely flowing long hair. It shows the character's maturity in a way, and uniquely shows that he's grown in power with the flow of time. Since the dimensional gap is different from the outside world, only 2 years have passed outside. Jinwoo is excited to meet his family and wonders how they've been holding up until now. He's curious to see Gina's growth, and wonders if he should let her grow up a bit more before reuniting. Bellion comes around to inform his master that they've taken care of every enemy in this place. This means the final battle is left with Antares, and this time, Jinwoo has no intentions of losing again. The Monarch of Shadows summons his shadow army and leads the charge against Antares, who is calmly sitting in place after learning about Yogamun's defeat. He doesn't want to run away anymore and intends to fight Jinwoo head-on. He's exceptionally impressed by the Shadow Monarch's determination. The fact that he used the Cup of Reincarnation shows his tenacity. He wasn't expecting for them to run into each other a second time. Having gained so much respect for the human, Antares introduces himself by name and asks for the name of the successor of Ashbourne. Sung Jinwoo replies back, his sharp armor covering every inch of his skin except his face. He offers Antares a chance to say his final words, but the Monarch of Destruction shares no interest. Both forces of Calamity fight a second time, their blades clashing against each other and their armies facing head-on. Outside, 2 years have passed. According to some nameless fortune-teller's words, America was spiraling in fear. She foretold the descent of the god of death. Now, normally people would disregard her prophecy, but this fortune-teller was none other than Madame Selner, who fully explained how the god of death will bring over an infinite number of soldiers upon this land, and there's no way for humanity to escape his clutches. She was the only person who received enlightenment, and predicted many worldwide events to a scarily accurate degree. Her prophecies have been known to carry weight, always turning out to be true. That's why when she announced the end of the world, people took her words seriously. And just the following day, a gargantuan portal cut open in the skies of Seoul. This black hole dubbed the confirmation of Selner's words. The people witnessed the cracks of the portal opening, but strangely, nothing came out. What they don't realize is that Jinwoo quietly made his re-entry into this world without making a big deal out of it. He slowly approached a servant of the rulers, who welcomed him dearly after his successful quest. Right now, Jinwoo bears the state of a child, because he didn't want the people to feel afraid that a bearded guy came out of a portal. This man can literally alter his appearance at will now. Also, he's kind of comforted by the fact that at least the rulers are welcoming his return, since no one else remembers him here. They weren't expecting him to return, and right now, his army alone exceeds 10 million soldiers in amount. To give you a perspective of how crazy that sounds, his army alone right now compares to the 8 armies of the monarchs combined. Jinwoo questions what the rulers have come here for. Turns out they have a message for the Shadow Monarch, and since it's going to take a while, he prefers switching locations. Jinwoo stops by the ice cream shop, innocently eating 4 tubs of ice cream as a victory snack. He really wanted to eat something sweet after staying in the world of Void for so long. As for the rulers, they wanted to officially inform him that every single one of their problems have been resolved. Now the only thing they're worried about is if the Shadow Monarch's existence will end up tampering with the balance of the world. This world doesn't have mana, like the previous one, because it also didn't suffer through gates and monsters. The rulers offer him a chance to relocate to another planet to protect this world from him. Jinwoo figures that it'd be much easier for them to seal him off completely, but the rulers aren't prioritizing that for some reason. Showing a hint of his overwhelming powers, Kidwoo questions if the rulers are secretly planning to get rid of him after his use expires. The messenger of the rulers emphasizes that there has been a misunderstanding as they have no intentions of doing that. Instead, he shows him Madame Selner's announcement and the controversy surrounding her. The prophecy is creating a big fuss in the world. Jinwoo's mere existence is the reason she gained her prophetic powers, which means his powers can very well influence the state of the world. Deciding not to speak on this matter for now, the Shadow Monarch requests a different time for a discussion. The messenger of the rulers understands and reveres the great monarch before heading out. Here, Jinwoo offers his final reflection. Having gained so much wisdom from his constant battles, each organism has been made for a purpose, and he, who became the Shadow Monarch and stopped every single calamity on his own, had now completed his purpose. However, the power that he gained by fulfilling that purpose is annoying to deal with, no different from the nuclear waste that could harm others around them. If that happens, there will be trouble. It's a sad reality for the human, who had fought so hard to get what he wanted, and unfortunately, his very existence is now a threat to the world. It makes his efforts appear futile for a moment, until he suddenly spots one person crossing by. Sensing that it's the special existence he deeply cares about, he quickly exits the ice cream shop to take a closer look. A young Cha Hai-in is walking right ahead, and in due time the question of whether he should stay on Earth or not will be made clear. But for now, the only reason to remain in this world for him was to foster his connections, to reunite with the people he cares about the most, the people who love him unconditionally. In the final sequence of the original story, We get a good look at all the main characters, including the original guild leaders, the troublesome Huang brothers, and more. Concluding this to be his reason to stay, Jinwoo makes his decision. He wants to find other reasons to motivate him to remain as well. At long last, he experiences happiness when Hae-in's gaze turns to meet his eyes. The official story ends with the two of them reuniting with each other, and it is a beautiful nod to Jinwoo's promise, who told her that he would always come back to her. Is someone cutting onions again, or is it just me? What an ending for the greatest savior of humanity that the world will never know. Okay, to explain some confusion, this part of the story is an extension to the original ending, visualizing what followed as a result of the regression. The perspective is from Jinchul, who remembers feeling a unique sensation of loss. It's as if he was forgetting something extremely important, which of course he was, but he didn't know what. His memories betrayed him, and with every thought spent in his reflection, he would feel emptier. Jinchul, in this life, is a fourth-year crime detective, instead of the assistant to the chairman of the Hunters Association. A colleague of his wonders why he's so lost in thought. Jinchul wards off the bad feelings, and decides to focus on his job. They are currently investigating a terrifying G case that weirdly remarks the existence of a shadow monster that spawned out of the ground. These men, who look frightened beyond hell, describe the situation. They were given 24 hours to turn themselves in, or else they would be tortured until death. The fear of death terrifies him so greatly that the criminal turned up to the detectives, begging him to take him in. Jinchul wonders how he should treat this absurd case. His boss tells him to join him in the meeting room for a moment. A moment later, Jinchul is shockingly astonished by the decisions of his leader, who wants to release these criminals for some reason. The boss corrects him, explaining that their goal is to witness what will happen after the 24 hours fly by. Jinchul treats these criminals as a bunch of drunkards who don't know what they're talking about. But as it turns out, they're clean when it comes to every drug test they've taken, so they can't be lying. That's why the leaders are curious. They want to know what terrified a bunch of hardened criminals to the point they were forced to come here. This way, they'll unlock a key to the puzzle, so they're planning to wait. Jinchul amuses the possibility of something actually happening to the criminals, to which his boss lets out a chuckle. They bully him for believing in ghosts and appearing more emotional than ever. Even Jinchul laughs it off. Surely those things don't exist in this normal world, right? The detectives aren't worried as there will be several guards watching over the criminals and keeping them safe. In the off chance a monster does appear, they think it would be nice to see one. Jinchul volunteers to contribute to the plan, probably because he's curious to see how it will turn out. 24 hours flew by, and the criminals are out here losing their shit in fear. They're crying their eyeballs out, knowing what's coming for them. But the detectives aren't willing to cooperate. They want to see what will happen with their own eyes. 10 minutes remain until the time limit. The warehouse is unusually cold, a kind of feeling Jinchul can sense to be different from the usual. Eventually, the 10 minutes are up, and nothing happens, which causes the leader to assume that these idiots must have taken drugs. But the criminal denies anything of that sort. Jinchul finally sees something and roars at the creature to come out. A wave of shadows sends both detectives crashing against the wall and knocking them out. The criminals, on the other hand, know they're absolutely fucked, as the creatures of the dark have come to devour them whole. Jinchul's face is one of shock and absolute terror. He wasn't expecting literal monsters to appear before his eyes. The three ants go on to rip the criminals' flesh apart, limb by limb, as they devour them whole. The mere sight causes Jinchul to freeze dead in his tracks as he sees the remnants of their blood overlapping against the monstrous ants. The ant smiles in glee, confusing Jinchul because he doesn't understand why they were so glad to meet him just now. What's more, his life was spared, and the ants quickly withdrew from the scene. Back to their headquarters, the leader is pissed that they made an absolute mess out of the case without even capturing the suspects. He turns to Jinchul to ask about his side of the story, as he was responsible for calling an ambulance for his colleagues. The detective replies that he too was knocked out and couldn't see anyone by the time he was awake. It means he's willing to keep this matter a secret. They want to kill this case without noise, without making a big deal out of it. Their new story is that the detectives merely got injured involving a fight with the gang. Back at his office, Jinchul collects his thoughts. He knows what he saw, and he's still investigating the current case, despite their boss's words. His friend is intrigued, because they're noticing a huge spike in the number of criminals turning them on their own. The cases seemed identical, but for some reason, the numbers stagnated between the months of February and March. The only thing that comes to his colleague's mind is that it's the exam month, which is why students are busy. Even though it seems like useless information, Jinchul is curious and keeps that detail as a mental note. Finally, the scene switches to the school, where our glorious king is completing his education as a normal student. Before Jinwoo enrolled into this school, the headmaster shared a meeting with one of his trusted teachers, informing him about the arrival of a troublesome student. The boy's family is as normal as it could get, so the teacher doesn't know what's wrong. That's until he reaches the part of why the boy was expelled from his previous school. Turns out, he left his house for 2 full years when he was in middle school. The headmaster is curious if such a student can be handled. But this teacher, a man known for being vicious and controlling, is known for handling such students and grooming them. Park Gizel is nicknamed the Viper for that purpose. Back to the present, Gisul is having a session with the students when suddenly he notices the boy's unique existence. The brat is known as Sung Jinwoo, and he's more than happy to turn this kid into a scaredy cat. He also notices the gloves the kid is wearing, going against the uniform protocol. Roaring at the boy, he questions why he's wearing gloves, but the moment Jinwoo glances at him with a terrifying aura, Gisul envisions a terrifying force of death staring into his soul. He quickly turns away to discipline the other students, questioning if he was daydreaming just now. As for Jinwoo and Bellion, they've both sensed that Gisul is somehow able to see his shadows. This makes him wonder if this is one of the effects caused by his existence in this world. Back in class, the Shadow Monarch is leisurely reading the notes on his textbook, when suddenly one of the kids comes looking for him. He introduces himself as Youngil, and reminds him that they shared classes in middle school. His conversation is interrupted as a bunch of scrubs come over to bully the new student. They think he's acting out of line for wearing a glove, and find it weird that he's only covering one hand. The kids are being immature, and Jinwoo tries to piece together the purpose of this talk. He wonders if this is their way of making sure the new guy isn't a threat to their order. One of them demands that he takes off his glove, because they're dying to know what's underneath. As they're shouting insults at his master, Baru is getting the primal urge to tear the ever-living shit out of these clowns apart. But Jinwoo refuses him twice and calmly takes off his glove. The reveal is messy, causing the 3 goons to feel distressed at the sight of the scars on his hand. This was the final wound he endured from Antares, a scar that he could not heal fully. Realizing that he's some kind of freak, the bullies call him disgusting and leave him alone. Beru is at the verge of lashing out and wiping these ungrateful brats from existence, but Jinwoo doesn't allow it. Instead, he uses his dominator's authority and lightly forces the delinquents to crash, causing an embarrassing scene. Beru is surprised that his king did that just now, but really it was because our glorious king was bored and wanted to have a good laugh. Taking a walk with Youngil after class, the boy remarks how Jinwoo has become so different and became so tall in these few years. Jinwoo responds that he was just physically training his body, which makes Youngil wonder if he would be interested in joining the athletics club. It's a fitting idea, as Jinwoo has been meaning to join a club. Later that day, he comes to speak with the captain of the track and field club. Taewong is surprised that the kid wants to join their club. In fact, the members of the club are all shocked, because their club is notorious for being intimidating, so no one ever goes out of their way to join it. Jinwoo denies being a sports talent, and also denies participating during running competitions. Since it's a requirement to only accept special talents, they don't know why he's going so far as to join a club when he hasn't ever run before. To that, Jinwoo responds that he's interested in meeting someone in a competition. His person of interest is the one he shares affection for, Cha Hai-in, who will soon run in the regionals division. Before her life as a hunter, she used to be a competitive runner who eventually gave up her dreams to serve humanity. Jinwoo thinks he has a good chance of meeting her in their competition. Though his intentions are meaningful, Taewong has a condition for the boy. He points to the kid standing right around the corner, explaining how he's the worst runner in the club. They're fine with letting him join as long as Jinwoo can defeat this guy. Of course, this was a crystal clear lie. Jinwoo can easily sense that this guy isn't the worst runner, but probably one of their best. He agrees to take the bait, and the club's president places a losing condition for him to do laundry for their club in case of Jinwoo's loss. Though Youngil is worried, our boy happily accepts those odds. Back in the teacher's office, Gisul is having a hard time and decides to take out his cigarette to calm his senses down. To his utter shock, the new kid is running laps around the trained club members. Even the track and field teacher is impressed to find a student of exceptional talent. Jinwoo successfully beat them and they're testing his stamina. Which is hilarious because this guy has already run 20 freaking laps without breaking a sweat. Gizel is starting to realize he must have formed an ill impression of the kid. He was clearly expecting the student to be some kind of delinquent, but apparently that's not how it works. Suddenly, his body experiences a sharp ache as he witnesses the immense aura of death emanating from the boy's body. He can't trust his eyes, unable to believe that a shadow monster is staring him down. Beru loudly screeches in his face, traumatizing the teacher to the point he faints out of fear. Igris is a little annoyed that Baru overextended, but the bug couldn't help himself. They're truly stunned that Gisul is able to see them unlike others. Back to the scene of Jinchul's investigation. He's been deeply investigating criminals having similar cases. It acts as a confirmation to his colleague, who suspects that he must have seen something that day. Jinchul tries to feign ignorance, but his friend refuses to let up. He knows this guy must have seen some real horror when he was assigned that mission. Jinchul reveals that he saw an ant monster, a unique creature that wore the head of an ant on top of a human's body. Switching to the track and field club, the club president is out here leading his boys for the competition ahead. At first, their goal was to conquer the regionals, but their president now wants to conquer the world with their stride. That kind of motivation is doing well for people like them, but for poor Youngul, this guy is out of breath and at the verge of death. Jinwoo doesn't get why he's torturing himself like this. Even Bellion regards humans as truly foolish. To help the kid out, Jinwoo applies his healing effects on the kid's body, allowing him to tap into unfathomable speeds and running past the main guys. Witnessing the event from his office, Gisul recalls seeing an ant monster himself. When he was all drunk, he blurted out the details, causing the investigator to coincidentally catch on. He stopped him and pleaded for information. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is aware of Gisul constantly watching him. Bellion even suggests erasing the problematic human from existence, or at least erasing his memories. However, something about him intrigues our king, so he wants to continue observing. As for the investigator Jinchul, he's wildly intrigued by the case of the monsters that even a teacher can see. His instincts as a detective are going off, but he's concerned how he'll be able to have a conversation with the student that Jizul mentioned. Suddenly, a sharp shadow grazes past Jinchul, alarming him greatly. Its mere existence proves that this school is worthy enough to investigate. Jinwoo sees the guy walking right in class, and wonders if Jinchul was able to notice the guard. It would only make sense as he was naturally sharp in the original timeline. Jinchul comes over to request a chat with Jinwoo, causing the other students to be wary of the new student. Sharing a private chat, Jinchul apologizes for dragging him out, while our boy is happy remembering the memories they shared. It had been a really long time since he reunited with Jinchul, even though he doesn't remember a thing. The detective oddly finds a strange feeling emanating from the student. A student who wears a unique gaze in his eyes. He begins by talking about the shadow monsters, which he illustrated in his drafts. Jinwoo is rather impressed by the accuracy of the art. He confirms knowing about the ant monster, causing Jinchul to spiral out of control. He lost his composure as a detective and quickly apologized. Jinwoo keeps on responding with a yes to each question, and finally utters a response like any normal student would. He says that he's seen this monster appear in movies and shows. This isn't the response Jinchul was looking forward to, poor guy. He thanks the kid for his time and snatches the notebook away, promising that he won't get in trouble for anything. Jinwoo has taken a liking to the drawing and wants to keep the artwork. But Baru is pissed as hell because he thinks the drawing of him is really shitty and half-assed. He takes the drawing and sees Jinchul walk away. Igris pops out, curious to ask why his master refused to say a word to his old friend. Jinwoo responds by reciting a quote, which can be summarized as the following. Oblivion, or forgetfulness in this instance, is a blessing to mankind by the gods. Sometimes it's a good thing to forget certain memories. Back in his class, all the girls are simping for our glorious king, questioning the purpose of the detective's visit. Jinwoo casually responds that he just asked a bunch of questions. The chicks are down bad for him, especially since he's a sports kid running track and field. One of the girls is shoved away when the lousy bully from before comes around to annoy Jinwoo again. He touches his forehead, questioning if the hotshot wants to fight. But unexpectedly, this man is destroyed by the leader of the track and field club, who describes their newcomer as their ace. Also, they're only doing the bullies a favor by preventing their own death against a monster like Jinwoo. He's come here to invite him to a welcoming party. They want to see Jinwoo and Youngil participating after class. As for these lousy bastards, they plan on torturing them with a bunch of laps around the track. By the evening, Jinwoo takes a walk with his club members, uncaring about the outcome that followed the delinquents. Suddenly, Jinchul stops him for another talk. Deciding to entertain the investigator, he follows along. The club president wants him to quickly wrap up the matter and come back. In the same park where he once used to train, Jinwoo and Jinchul share another conversation. Suddenly, the investigator utters words beyond time, describing Sung Jinwoo as a hunter, something that shouldn't be possible in this world. Jinul has officially remembered everything about his past life. It happened back when the two of them made contact through the drawing. Jinchul left the conversation dissatisfied, until one voice called out for him, but no one was there. The conversation was the exact recording of the time when the hunter showed him the memories of Ashbourne. All of that came flooding back into his mind, every single detail now etched into his present soul. The memories connected throughout time, and though he forgot about the world and his relationship with Jinwoo, as well as the rest of the war between the monarchs and rulers, it was finally coming back to him. They catch up after a long time, with Jinwoo explaining how he'd been fighting in the dimensional gap for a long while. Even the association leader knows that it must have taken more than 2 years. At last, he reveals that it took him 27 full years to resolve the fight. It may have cost him time, but it's not a decision that he regrets, and he would have made the same decision in every reality. That's a true hero right there. Jinchul is glad that the hunter is finally enjoying a relieving and relaxing life. It's all going well, except for the fact that Jinwoo will never die and has to keep changing his identity. He had become immortal and unaging, becoming just like a god, and despite his godly powers, he chose to live the life of a regular human. For his future goals, he doesn't have anything planned. Jinchul offers him a chance to return to his line of work, assisting with the criminals that run rampant throughout the world. Jinwoo teases him by saying he'll just make the department seem useless with his contributions, which is the kind of world Jinchul himself is fighting for. Amused, the hunter agrees to consider his thoughts, while the investigator awaits his return. Jinwoo denies any intentions of joining the police because of the shitty salary he's going to be promised. With that, more time passed, until one eventful day, something appeared. An emergency report from one of the travelers pitched in to report something terrifying, a threat he didn't even know how to explain. He witnessed cracks in space. It was as if the sky was cracking like glass, permitting the arrival of a celestial force from the outside world. That night, Igris is busy solving homework for his master. Bro is the greatest knight to ever exist, and he's out here fighting against math questions. Jinwoo is busy with his thoughts, sensing the arrival of something greater. Sharing a meeting with a messenger from the rulers, he immediately asks if this is the ruler's work. Appalled, the messenger addresses the confusion and denies any involvement. This time it's someone else. The rulers believe they're a bunch of outer-world beings who changed their destination and now intend to target Earth. Apparently they're a race of giants who devour stars and planets for their race to thrive. They're notoriously called the Titans, and they've made Earth its target. This confirms that these guys are clear enemies. Jinwoo is surprised. He wasn't expecting a new enemy to pop out, especially when this didn't occur in the original timeline. It is explained that the Titans wanted to target the ruler's dimension, but they switched their coordinates this time to target planet Earth, all because of one individual, the Shadow Monarch's great power. To help his cause, they've already sent an army of rulers too, but Jinwoo expresses that it won't be necessary, because even then, it will take a few years for their army to arrive. So our boy personally volunteers to handle the threat. Cutting to the desert region of Western America, the government has already sealed off the place and called in experts to address the issue. But none of their scientists have a single clue about what's happening. But their military might is confident they'll handle the threat. That is until all of their tanks and vehicles start levitating in the damn air. This is of course the work of our glorious king, who wants to stay clear of these idiots so his battle is uninterrupted. And now he's ready to throw some hands. From this distance alone, he senses the might of the Titans beyond space, enemies who want to conquer planet Earth. Jinwoo unleashes his blades, carved from the fangs of the Monarch of Destruction, the strongest daggers in his arsenal. As he grasps his blade, he welcomes his enemies, who are going to deal with the Shadow Monarch, who is also the strongest hunter. The military is at a loss for words. They can't even begin to describe what happened just now. The gate cracks open as celestial beings known as the Titans made their descent upon Earth, their numbers led by a gigantic behemoth. This monster, the leader of the Titans, finds himself surprised that there's only one man daring to stop them. But Jinwoo amuses them by summoning a shadow that collapses over the land, causing a sea of shadow soldiers to emerge from nothing. This army, the one formed by defeating millions of monsters of every kind, is ready to serve their master. Jinwoo cracks a smirk, commanding them to move forward. Meanwhile, America's state is critical, and its president is worried if they'll be able to do anything at all to salvage this event. But to his shock, he couldn't believe that the fight was already over. The council watches a video they were able to take using the drones. They see an Asian teenager, a kid who stands on his own, in the middle of the danger zone. Back to the battlefield, Tusk unleashes his ferocious attack, splitting the army of Titans into two. The rest of his shadow soldiers match the might of the Titans, while the Shadow Monarch himself deals heavy damage by annihilating the Titans as if they were nothing but a bunch of rocks. He's swiftly deploying the use of Dagger Rush, emboldening his blades with the power of shadows and unleashing them as black lasers of destruction. The attack also reaches the leader of the Titans, who receives the full blow, but manages to withstand it. What he didn't expect was for the hunter to come descending at him with a gigantic hand made out of Dominator's authority and his command over the shadow. This enormous hand smashes the leader of the Titans into the ground. However, it's going to take a lot more to take this enemy down. The Titans are impressed that one promising individual is contending against them. However, he deems their race as primitive, condescendingly stating that the Titans shrink their sizes in order to fight with all their might, a feat only accomplished by the strongest among their kind. This lousy clown is out here yapping about how strong he is, and how he'll spare Jinwoo's life if he begs for mercy, when suddenly Bellion tears his head off his shoulders, ending the battle instantly. So much shit talk all to end up in the rubble. Jinwoo commands Bellion to take care of the rest of the arrogant Titans. The warrior cuts apart everything in his path, defeating all their enemies. That concludes the footage, leaving the board members at a loss for words. They've yet to figure out Jinwoo's identity, as he was someone who easily dealt with godlike monsters as if they were nothing. Among the board members there is David Brennan, who commands the CIA in this version of events. He believes they should investigate the man's identity using an unrealistic method. For example, Madame Selner, who could easily tell them the real answer without any trouble. Concluding the fight with the Titans, Jinwoo returns to focusing on his track and field competition. Here, he lays his eyes on a familiar face, a muscular man who is preparing for the competition. It's actually Kim Chul, who later becomes Iron and a part of the most trusted soldiers among the Shadow Army. Jinwoo's stunned just looking at the guy for a moment. Taewong's competitors are making a joke out of the situation, believing that these guys have gone crazy for including a first-year student among their club members. But even Taewong knows Jinwoo is going to make them eat their words soon enough, so he lets them have the upper hand for now. They also introduce a special newbie joining their team, and it's none other than Kim Chul, who is currently sweating bullets right now after feeling an overwhelming sensation coming from the man before him. It's as if every fiber of his being is commanding this guy to be afraid of Jinwoo. Using anger as a way to dispel his feelings, Kim Chul steps forward and tries to intimidate our boy with the whole "what you staring at" tactic. The clowns in Taewong's party think they're at the verge of having a fight, so they just enjoy the scene. Even the club president is endorsing the fight, so long as our boy doesn't end up actually killing Kim Chul or something. Jinwoo turns to emphasize that he's not going to touch this guy, so there's nothing to worry about. After they relocate to a different location, the first thing Kim Chul does is grab our boy with his collar, which is basically a death wish that this clown has yet to process. The rest of his shadows are so happy to reunite with Iron's hard-headed personality once more. But Bellion isn't playing around, and he's here to kill a bitch if he dares to touch his master. All of a sudden, for unexplained reasons to even himself, a gush of tears ran down Kim Chul's face, likely influenced by the past connection he shared to the Shadow Army. He drops to his knees in utter confusion, while Jinwoo turns away, knowing that he shouldn't involve a human in the Shadow Army, and that they shouldn't have a relationship beyond this point. But Kim Chul surprisingly stops him. Bro is genuinely having his heart beating like a fucking volcano and having gay thoughts. In return, our boy is creeped out as hell and decides to fix the situation immediately. With a snap of his fingers, he alters Kim Chul's memories, and creates a second story for him to go back and tell his friends. As he leaves, Jinwoo closes the conversation by telling him he should take pride for fighting as Earth's protector during the war. Kim Chul regains his consciousness, confused to find himself alone. At last, the announcer urges the runners to gather on the track as the middle school preliminaries are about to kick off. The scene cuts to Brennan paying a visit to Madame Selner after some time. He learns that a guest came to visit her just before him. Brennan came here for a request regarding her powers, but Selner clarifies that she no longer has access to her powers after the god of death took them away. Shockingly, she answers both his questions before he even says a word. Selner explains that even after losing her powers, she still has memories of the last time she used them, which is why she knew exactly what he was going to say. Further elaborating on her answer, Selner confirms knowing the identity of the man they're so desperate to seek. But beyond that, she won't say a word, even after Brennan strongly urges her about a man potentially becoming a threat to their country. Selner, as if annoyed by his naivete, questions if he properly checked the video. Brennan recalls seeing it, one man capable of annihilating those monsters all on his own and saving humanity. Selner shocks him to the core by revealing that more events like these have occurred in the past, which means humanity has gone through more than enough crisis events before this one. As Brennan is about to leave, he asks if the man from the video is a dangerous being to their existence. But Selner guarantees that he's not a threat. Brennan doesn't care about any other detail and refuses cookies from Selner on his way out. With his leave, Thomas Andre pops out of the blue, voicing his annoyance against the man. He's a fighter in this iteration of events, so Selner advises him not to create trouble for himself. Thomas takes the bag of cookies that Brennan refused and pops them in his mouth. He's curious to know about something. Every time his life was in danger, Madame Selner's prophecy was always there to save his life, so he's curious why she did all of that for him. Selner explains that he's someone who did the world a good amount of favors in his previous life, which comes as an astonishing shock to the UFC's devil, who is ruthless in the ring. As for the man from the video, he ended up saving the entire world, a comment that intrigues Thomas greatly. Curious to know what their savior was doing at his current job, Selner shares that the boy must be enjoying his youthful life. And it beautifully transitions to Cha Hai-in, who finds herself meeting Jinwoo as their paths cross a second time. Let's rewind a bit and see what happened the day before. The runners were gathered and they took off instantly when the race started. But among them, Cha Hai-in ran exceptionally fast, surpassing her competitors in a short amount of time and unbelievably winning the race. Unfortunately, as a consequence of pushing herself too hard, she destroyed her leg, despite only facing the first round. It's a frustrating outcome for an aspiring athlete. Conveniently, Jinwoo finds her in her sorrowful moment, meeting her gaze and asking if she was going to run in her condition. She took a moment to observe who he was. Jinwoo argued that she'll end up in the recovery ward for at least a year if she forced herself to run like that. And when that happens, she'll regret the decision for the rest of her life. The icing on the cake? He's telling her a story of what happened in the original timeline. The first thing she notices about the young man is his familiar and attractive scent. Bro rizzed her with his scent in both timelines. I'm gonna need him to name drop his cologne. Cha Hae-in buckles in pain and refuses to back down, so our boy proceeds to help her out with his healing powers, nourishing her legs back to full health. It's his gift to her so that she can run without any regrets this time. Now this is true love. Hae-in stops him, knowing they've met each other before. In response, Jinwoo lays down a condition. He's happy to tell her the truth about everything, as long as she can beat him in the running competition one day. But Hae-in knows just how ridiculous that demand is, since she's seen him win first place in all the events. At first, he thinks she's giving up, but Hae-in is ready to throw down after the preliminaries. Jinwoo assesses that she's just as innocent and naive now as in the previous life, and he agrees to the condition. Some time passed, Jinwoo continued to enjoy his youthful life and ended up running into Hae-in more often. Bro struggled with his math questions like the usual, with Igris acting like his tutor. It all came down to one night where he was going to visit Cha Hae-in after finishing his CSAT exam. Realizing that he's not dripped out enough, this guy basically stole an outfit from a store, basically manipulating its exact shape to match his body through shadows. Looking majestic as hell with that damn coat. The guy counts down in his head and suddenly surprises her before she can even touch him. Hae-in is startled and congratulates him, wondering what university he's going to opt for. Jinwoo ended up choosing a mid-tier university primarily because of their scholarship benefits, and the fact that he'll be sent overseas for it. He wants to meet a certain person, which causes the adorable Hae-in to get flustered and angry at the thought of him meeting a woman. She cutely pouts and reminds him of their promise from that day. Hae-in thinks now is a good time for them to race, and sets the destination to be the Christmas tree up ahead. She's really curious about a bunch of things. Not just the university he's going for, or the person he's trying to meet. Perhaps the most important thing to her is if they've ever met before. Realizing that she's actually serious, Jinwoo entertains her. You guys are not going to believe the 1000 IQ move Hae-in pulls on this man. She takes off her scarf, wraps it neatly around him and confesses that if he truly loves her, he's not going to move from this spot. Before Jinwoo is even able to process the condition, she takes off like lightning, leaving the rest of the shadows freaking shocked that their liege, the Lord of the Shadows and the strongest monarch in existence, has just lost his first ever battle. Beru is so damn jealous he even recommends his master to run as fast as he can. With Hae-in's every step, Jinwoo finds himself in love and adoration of the memories of the past. A smile carves on his face as he remembers her cute expressions and even their date. Finally, their last phone call with each other. Cha Hae-in officially wins the race as she taps the Christmas tree, defeating Sung Jinwoo and handing him his first real loss. Jinwoo smiles in embarrassment and orders all of his shadows to shut their damn eyes because Papa's about to get some action. With all the shadows closing their eyes shut, he walks up to her and finally, just finally, we get the satisfying ending of the couple kissing and embracing each other's love at last. The story snaps away from the main events and dives into the characters centered around Jinwoo, specifically what his shadows are doing in the dimension of rest. Tusk is out here enjoying his time with Beru, who has brought him a nice jacket just like their master likes to wear. Tusk is grateful for Beru helping him out, becoming more like his master. Bro even wears it to show it off, and makes it a mandatory uniform for all of his soldiers under his command. As for the orb, the Ant King recommends turning it into a staff for a cleaner look. The mage really likes the idea, and requests the dwarves to get to work making him a clean staff. This was the events taking place in the world of rest, and because it is boundless, 10 million soldiers can easily enjoy their lives with ease. We get a top view of the map, where places like the Demon's Castle, Bellion's military training area, and even Ashbourne's personal training grounds are seen. There are many regions. The interesting thing about the Shadow Soldiers is that they take influence from their master's qualities over time. This means the more powerful our boy becomes, the more similar his soldiers will act like him. In this manner, a beautiful transformation was taking place, where monsters of destruction now behaved like civilized humans. These emotions carved a path of growth for them. Some soldiers slept while Igris taught them class, others trained and became stronger. Some others liked to talk and even argued with each other. They obtained their personalities in this world and enjoyed it greatly. Of course, it was without a doubt that they were united in a single opinion. They loved their master. Tusk's staff is finally created to hold the orb, much to his satisfaction. Interestingly, a bunch of Titans appeared before Tusk and his men on behalf of Bellion. Tusk thinks the Titans were inefficiently using their magic for having such large bodies, so he goes on to rant about his experience in his fight against the Monarch of Destruction with his master. While he's in the middle of his flexing session, Igris comes around and stuns Tusk, obviously wearing a higher rank than him. Tusk wonders what's happening. Using the vision of the outside world, Tusk is freaking shocked that their master has finally reunited with the woman of his adoration. The shadows cheered and celebrated in that moment, with Igris particularly observing Hai In. It freshens his memory of the time he met Jinwoo for the first time. His original goal was to test him. His original master, Ashbourne, wanted to find a human worthy to become a vessel. That was his final order before going inactive. Believing that Ashbourne had good intentions, Igris valiantly awaited for this human. He loyally served his master, never denying a single order, never asking for intentions, only committing himself to the goal. And that's what he did. With his powers sealed, he was a husk waiting in the imaginary space for the arrival of a human. He had his own thoughts, and wondered about his appearance and how dungeons were known by the humans. He also finds it rather shocking that the architect was able to create a special place like this. Now his only objective was to wait for the special human. Upon his arrival, Igris sensed his presence and heartily expected the warrior to come and find him. Funnily enough, it's revealed that he thought to appear boastful and arrogant. And since he's so loyal, he didn't want to appear that way in front of his future master. Which is why Bro fumbled around to find a good spot until Jinwoo finally opened the door. In that moment, Igris hid behind a pillar, wondering if this human was the one to eventually be used as his master's consciousness. However, he wasn't planning on holding back in this battle, going as far as to kill the human if he deems him unworthy of the throne. The Blood-Red Knight then made his presence known, and as their battle began, Igris faced utter disappointment. This human couldn't do anything except dodge his sword, but his curiosity piqued once the human decided on using his bare fists. Finding that act to be a courageous approach, Igris tossed aside his weapon, and wondered if the human's bravery could match up to his words. He commended Jinwoo but eventually beat the ever-living shit out of him, finding more disappointment in every step. He couldn't dare let a vermin like him become a vessel for his master, and when he plastered him against the wall, causing Jinwoo to fall down to the chair, the knight strongly opposed him sitting on the throne. Believing that it was time to end his life, Igris swung his blade, almost ecstatic to find that no one was befitting of his master's power, and that he would be able to serve his master for eternity. He went for a painless approach, but that's when it happened. The human caught the blade, showing his resolve in the face of death. That human roared at the top of his lungs, shouting that he hadn't lost this battle yet, as he plunged his weapon inside Igris's face. And that's how the Blood-Red commander lost to a human much weaker to him in every level. The only difference was in their demeanor? Jinwoo boasted the indomitable human spirit, and for a second, the commander believed this quality was similar to his master. Despite being several times stronger, the examiner lost. There were multiple ways of thinking why he had lost, and multiple ways of feeling about the situation. But Igris didn't wonder much. Over time, he was adorned by his new master, as Jinwoo continued to trust his shadows and love them over time, even hoping to talk to Igris once his rank went up like Baru. He beautifully summarizes their relationship and recalls having served him on every battlefield, causing the knight's loyalty to grow thicker and deeper, to the point he started to forget about Ashbourne and fully accepted Jinwoo as his new master. And when the full Shadow Army reunited with Jinwoo's personal one, he reunited with his old ally Bellion, though his happiness only lasted momentarily. He recalls Bellion being influenced like a kid, going as far as to place that stupid flag on top of the castle in the island. Also, Igris felt pleased when Bellion beat the crap out of Baru. But what's even funnier was when he saw his master punish both of them for their lame ideas. Their master eventually became stronger than ever, and the battle continued even after the Cup of Reincarnation's second instance. Jinwoo and his army loyally stood together for 30 years, and annihilated all of the monarchs until the army of destruction only remained. One of the great dragons thought of him as pathetic for serving a human instead of a monarch. At one point, Igris had completely forgotten about serving Ashbourne because he enjoyed his time with Jinwoo too much. To this day, he wonders when those feelings of his started to blossom. His master, as wise as ever, even spared Jinchul from the truth, deeming it to be a blessing. The Blood-Red commander realized that although people like Greed and Iron would never become a part of the Shadow Army, he was grateful to be by his master's side. He was nothing more than a knight and his master's sword to serve, one of the greatest weapons of the Shadow Army, and also a math tutor for his clumsy master. Bro didn't think Bellion or Baru were worthy enough for the task, and took it upon himself to help his master do homework. Funnily enough, this man graduated at the top of the line from the Knight Academy with his grades, so he's got the brains too. Igris found it really frustrating at times scrolling through the book and sometimes getting the wrong answer. In those moments, he felt ashamed, vowing to improve his knowledge for his master's sake. His master was everything to him, and now that Jinwoo had stepped into a new life, the knight only seemed to adjust and help him where needed. The next short story concerns the event of Jinwoo's father, who ended up trapped in a gate after defeating the boss monster. Unfortunately, he was stuck inside until the rulers approached him and tasked him with an eventual duty of protecting the Shadow Monarch. And in his final moments, he aided his son, even getting shocked to hear that his son missed him dearly. He embraced the boy and told him he'd grown up to be a fine young man, and despite his feelings of longing to stay, he couldn't help but be extinguished from the original timeline. In the current one, however, when Jinwoo used the Cup of Reincarnation and saw his father for the first time, Ilwan actually freaking knew about the boy's usage of God's tool. He retained his consciousness and realized that his son had made the toughest decision for himself. Sharing a meeting with the Messenger of Rulers, he learned that the Shadow Monarch was busy handling things on his own to correct the mistakes of his past. The rulers were curious if Ilwan wanted to keep his knowledge of the previous timeline a secret from his son. Ilwan believed it was the right thing to do, especially since the boy wanted things to be this way. The messenger explains that after his leave, the rulers will no longer tamper with this world. They were waiting in anticipation of the Shadow Monarch's eventual arrival, and they were both extremely grateful for the services that both he and his father rendered in the war. As his one and final request, Ilwan requested the ruler to erase his memory from the previous timeline, believing it to be a fitting restart. The messenger was curious why he wanted that, but it's clear that this man was having a tough time pretending to react to Jinwoo's mature decisions at a young age. Also, right now, he just wanted to be an ordinary man who just cared for his family because to him, his son wasn't the Shadow Monarch, but rather his flesh and blood. Understanding his noble intentions, the messenger of the rulers placed a spell with a condition. The moment he left the cafe, his memories would be erased. And as he left, he told Ilwan to live a peaceful life. The scene then cuts to Jinho of this timeline, who has yet to meet Jinwoo and doesn't have any memories. Currently, he's being nervous in his welcoming party, but despite his privileges coming from a wealthy family, he strangely likes being drawn to a particular restaurant. His drunk friends tell him to ease up and relax, causing him to be more flustered. Jinho actually learns that there's a scary senior among their school, a charismatic person who wears an intimidating aura, much like his father. The drunk dude talks about Cha Hai-in, a name that Jinho clearly remembers. It is revealed that Hai-in is actually that senior's girlfriend. To their surprise, Jinwoo just walked right past them and actually stunned Jinho when he took a seat right in front of them. The rest of his friends ran the fuck away, recalling how scary and off-putting he looks. But he seemed nice as he extended Jinho a drink. Poor guy was sweating bullets and ended up drinking a heavy shot anyway. But to his surprise, it was just apple cider instead of alcohol. Of course, our boy knows that Jinho has a low tolerance, so he wouldn't offer him something strong. Also, Jinwoo personally feels sad to find Jinho calling him a senior, a detail that I find really sweet. He tells him to call him by name, which is a surprising ask to Jinho, who doesn't get what's going on, or why speaking to this person comes off as natural. It's as if he's met the man before him somewhere before. Their evening mellows with their drinks as the scene ends. In the next sequence, Jinwoo requests Jinho to fill up his attendance for their afternoon lessons as he's busy tending to someone important. He actually cuts the call walking right next to Juhee, who freshly moved to Busan to continue her education. Grazing past Jinwoo, she felt a familiar aura and remarked if they've met each other before. He simply looked at her with a smile and denied any such thing before walking away. Juhee thinks for a moment before finding herself humiliated at the thought of interacting with a random stranger. She hurries away, cringing at the situation, much to his amusement seeing her leave. At the hospital, the doctors are currently tending to a particular patient. The man is none other than Gunhee, and to the doctor's surprise, a bottle of the elixir of life rests as a foreign object on the table. He recalls seeing a young man coming to talk to him and leaving in an instant. Gunhee is shocked that he was able to bypass the security guards with such finesse, but it's the next part that shocks him even more. The man told him that he contributed to the saving of their previous world, and so he earned this bottle as a gift for his contributions. And then the man disappeared, as if he were never even there. According to his words, the bottle contained the cure for his condition, but the doctor found it a bit of a stretch to believe. Gunhee, who was reduced to a sickly mess in this timeline without his powers, no longer cared anymore. He just wanted to use the bottle, questioning how long he had left to live if he didn't drink it. Even if this moment went wrong and resulted in his death, Gunhee requested a final engraving on his funeral. He wanted the world to know that he fought his illness until his dying breath, and with that, the chairman pops open the bottle and consumes the magic potion fully. Then he proceeds to rest, with the doctor urging him to call if he needs someone, While Gunhee's resting, he glances to his left, the beautiful sunlight cracking through his shadowy dark room. Life begins to resurface in his arms as his chest starts beating like normal. His face shows that he's cured, and he has finally experienced the warmth of sunlight at last. A fitting conclusion to Gunhee's life. Introducing our next side story, we have a special one from the perspective of a monarch. Antares, the first monarch and the monarch of destruction, is an unrivaled king who rules over the dragons and represents fear in existence. He is known as the Dragon Emperor by all, but in a shocking turn of events he recalls harboring the body of a human once. In this alternate version of events, Antares had full control over Jinwoo's pathetically frail body and found himself extremely pissed. He knew everything about the kid and the hardship he endured for his mother's sickness. Antares thought that curing that illness was a piece of cake for him. His phone rang, and he learned that another hunter was shouting at him for being eaten. This pissed the Dragon Emperor, who had high standards for arriving on time. The Monarch of Destruction is the most superior being in existence, and thus he felt extremely compelled to fulfill a simple goal such as arriving on time. He demanded their location, and learned that they were standing in front of the gate. Focusing all of his attention to locate the arrogant woman, Antares casted a gigantic detection magic barrier to catch her. He found her instantly and arrived next to her, scaring the shit out of the girl. But this man only cared about the fact of whether he arrived late or not, and only calmed down after learning he was right on time. Oh man, this is probably my favorite side story already. They're about to head into a dungeon as one of the men asks him if he wants something to eat. Jinwoo, or rather Antares, requests coffee, but unfortunately they've run out of it. So this guy literally steals the receptionist's coffee without a single regard, relishing in the fact that the strong can take whatever they want for themselves. Seeing him act so damn trippy, the other hunters are a bit confused if he's drunk. Juhi comes running to him for his wounds, while Antares is starting to find humans intolerable to be around. Cheol gathers the group and explains that he's going to serve as the party leader for having the highest rank. Now, everyone around is happy with the decision, but as you know, a certain monarch is busy suspiciously eyeing down the dungeon ahead. Normally the gates appearing on Earth were tricks from the rulers, but he senses a strange essence of a monarch from this one. Realizing that he's got to check it out, Bro volunteers to enter. He's told to look after himself, causing Antares to be happy because he thinks the others are worried for their master. As they enter the double dungeon, Antares raises literal hell, cutting down all the monsters in his path like they're butter. The hunters are starting to wonder if it's the monsters that are weak if he's grown too strong. Antares tells them to stop sitting around and focus on the mission ahead. He instantly knocks out Cheol because he doesn't care for a damn vote. Heading deeper into the dungeon, and after walking for 40 minutes straight, the hunters are starting to get worried. They'll only have 20 minutes after beating the boss to escape with this kind of distance. Locating the door at the end of the cave, they wonder what could it lead to. Antares senses their unease and decides to open the gate, even though he knows danger lurks on the other side. First, he uses one of the bastards as bait by throwing him inside. Luckily, nothing happened, so he's fine with the rest of them heading inside. The place lights up, as all the statues around them are revealed. They're focused on the statue of God, hoping to God that this isn't the boss monster. But since the Monarch of Destruction has keen perception, he instantly points to the architect holding the rune tablet. None of the hunters know the language, so Antares is busy cursing them out for being air-headed clowns in his mind. Juhi immediately grabs his shoulder to inform him about the statues, but Antares isn't a simp or a white knight. He simply reads the commandments until his words unlock the statue of God. The large statue releases a sharp laser beam, annoying Antares with its weak power as he takes the attack head-on. This guy releases his own destruction breath and fucking annihilates the statue of God in a mere instant, showcasing what true power really looks like. The rest of the statues begin moving, to charge at the hunters. But the Monarch of Destruction merely considers them as part of his toys. He's having way too much fun incinerating the statues while the rest of the hunters are running for their lives. Having made a mountain of rubble out of the stone statues, Antares thinks this battle isn't enough to get him going. The architect decides to reveal his existence, cursing the one who is ruining the trial that took him so long to prepare. Antares doesn't give a damn and chucks a powerful spear at him, destroying the architect in a single attack. He doesn't care about the fake and demands to fight the one with the true authority. Apparently the scene implies that either the Shadow Monarch or the architect's true essence entered the statue of God. And so this battle between two monarchs finally began, unleashing nothing but destruction. That's how Jinwoo woke up from his nightmare, shaking in his core as he reminisced about having a shitty dream. And now let's go for another side story, this time involving a new character who is currently investigating a figure known as Ghost among their department. Lee Si-han recalls that this ghost person has an arrest rate of 200% of cracking cases with finesse, and even the toughest crook around becomes a coward in front of Ghost. He's become more of a legend and less of a person at this point. Rumors go around that he rejected promotions so he could do more work on the ground. Sehun meets his senior and greets him. He spits his damn drink out when he realizes that he's actually teaming up with Ghost, or in this case, Sung Jinwoo. Unfortunately, none of the department members have any idea where that man is, which is exactly the reason for his nickname. Jinwoo arrives at last. He's much older now, and checks up on his junior by grabbing him. Sehun is a little worried that he may have upset the man for spilling his coffee. He worriedly asks where they're headed, but Jinwoo is merely here to question his motivations to become an officer. The guy responds that he just wants to catch criminals like any dude would. Jinwoo expresses that it's exactly what they're about to do on the field. Sehun can't believe that he's finally getting the chance to catch criminals with the legend himself. A few days afterwards, Bro was decimated and looked half dead. He was following Jinwoo strictly, and ended up catching criminals for the entire day. Interestingly, even our boy is impressed by the newcomer's talent, while Baru suggests his master to leave the small stuff to his soldiers. Suddenly, a woman appears, causing a scene regarding a suicide case victim. She shows the investigator a bunch of texts, emphasizing her point that this wasn't in fact a case of suicide. Intrigued, Jinwoo pitches in, requesting for a checkup. After reading a lengthy report of the case, he learns that a woman was found dead in the bathtub after slitting her wrist. The same knife was found in the bathroom, and the fingerprints were her own as well. While the woman normally boasted a cheerful personality, she suffered from depression underneath. So far, things seem to be as they should be, so Jinwoo decides to go for an investigation on site. Even his colleagues wonder if this man ever gets tired of working. That night he shows up at the designated place using shadow exchange. The house is vacant, as if no one ever lived here, except for the mess of blood left behind in the bathtub. Normally Jinwoo required corpses to use his necromancy ability, but this man has become so strong that he no longer needs them anymore. He commands the use of shadow extraction, giving us a sick-ass panel as the dead lady resurrects from the small stain of blood. She initially feels afraid, but Jinwoo assures her that she no longer has a reason to feel afraid. He learns that she was in fact responsible for taking her own life, but there's another reason for it. Later that night, Jinwoo shows up at a guy's doorstep, showing his badge as a detective. This guy is actually her father, and he barges open the door questioning how her daughter died. Jinwoo explains that he's got a bunch of things to ask him in regards to his daughter's death, so they decide to share a conversation at the cafe. The conversation begins with him inquiring about Seojin's personality, because the investigator wants to know if she was quick to make enemies. Her father explains that it's not the case at all, and that his daughter was pure until the end. He breaks down apologizing in front of the detective, unable to believe that his daughter would take her own life. Jinwoo understands that he loved her. The sobbing man expresses that he loved her even more than a real daughter, and regrets that she didn't share her pain with him sooner. It's at this point, the detective whips out an audio recording for him to listen. Here's the tragic bit. Seojin consistently suffered abuse from her adoptive father from a very young age, and once she decided to escape to another place, her father continued to send her messages. This eventually broke her to her core, forcing Seojin's death. The man questions the purpose of him listening to the recording. After all, if the investigator wanted, he could have just arrested him from the beginning. Jinwoo isn't in the mood to play around and gives him two choices. The first is for the man to admit his crimes and turn himself in. And the second? He'll have to pay a price to escape the crime he committed. The malicious bastard carves a smile on his face, realizing that this is about to become a case of bribery. Jinwoo's smile fades before he smiles again with a serious glare in his eyes. The Monarch of Shadows explains that they're in a different dimension right now, a place that only appears to be similar to the real world. It's a place of the dead, a territory of eternal rest. And this is the same place where he will be imprisoned from now on. The man, unable to comprehend what the heck is going on, questions what's about to happen. Jinwoo questions if he ever recalls how he even came here. He looks around, realizing that there's no one other than the two of them. This adds on to his maniacal state, and slowly the fear of death creeps inside of him. He tries to escape, but there's just now a wave of shadow attacks him, piercing the man's guts and torturously killing him while the investigator quietly sees it happen. Seojin's shadow thanks her master for allowing her the opportunity to make things right. Also, she requests for one more favor as a final gift. The following day, at the crime department, Jinwoo hands the woman a present on behalf of Seojin. He concludes the case as being one of suicide, explaining that the investigation is going to come to an end. As the woman unwraps the gift, her hands tremble and she begins to sob, letting out a final thank you to the man walking away. Jinwoo contemplates Seojin's case a final time, wondering if things would have turned out differently if Seojin didn't receive that damning text message from her father. Because then, Seojin would have finally been able to enjoy a birthday party with her mother. What a beautiful yet tragic ending to their story. The next side story involves Jinho boldly confessing his love for Gina in front of his brother figure. You can literally see Jinwoo's "What the fuck did you say to me?" Expression right there. Jinho's brought an expensive ring and asks for his brother's opinion, though Jinwoo expresses that he's not knowledgeable on things like these. What a professional gaslighter. Anyway, this dude is going so far for Gina. He's legit constructing a building in her name so she could conclude her medical school and transition into work shortly after. Even Jinwoo thinks this rich kid is going fucking crazy for purchasing a building worth 30 billion won. He knows this because of the dealings in his previous life. Anyway, Jinwoo gives him a solid piece of advice, telling him not to impress with presents but with his personality. Hearing those words from his brother figure, Jinho collapses and throws the table in an effort to hug him. That night, our boy comes home to his lovely wife and firstborn son. Yes, you heard that correctly, this man is a freaking father now. We've come so far. Haein teases him for going out to drink when he doesn't even have the capacity to get drunk. He tells her about Jinho's decision, and notices that their son Suho is as energetic as ever. As for the shadow soldiers, apparently they've been acting up. Bellion wants to teach the kid swordsmanship already, while Igris, the second wife, is against that decision, explaining to the numbskull how Earth is a diplomatic place. Jinwoo thinks they can argue all they want after the kid takes his first step. Their family time concludes with Haein teasing him at the end. In the next scene, Jinwoo meets up with Jinchul, who has grown old and is reaching the later stages of his life. Jinwoo expresses that he no longer lives the life of a hunter, even though Jinchul still wants to call him that. Also, he's wondering if he took care of the abusive father of the victim in their previous case. Naturally, he denies it as a mere coincidence. Jinchul doesn't have to worry about a thing on what he does, and hands him a small note. Jinwoo picks it up and learns that Go Gun-hee is at the most critical stage of his life. Heading right to the hospital as his next location, Jinwoo finds Gun-hee nearing his end. The old man glances at the young man, gesturing to him to remove his mask. Gun-hee, despite being breathless, thanks the boy for visiting him again. It's been meaningful to see him. Jinwoo tries to use another bottle of the elixir of life, but this time, Gun-hee denies its usage, believing that he lived a lot in the 10 years that were gifted to him last time. In his final moments, he begs for a favor regarding the conversation they shared about a previous world. Gun-hee tries to wake up from his bed, begging Jinwoo to show him a piece of that previous world and how he looked there. He wants to know their history and what kind of relationship they fostered. Jinwoo warns the old man that they're not going to be pleasant memories, but Gun-hee is okay with that, as long as he reunites with the things he's lost in this life. With a heavy heart, the protagonist rests his fingers on his hand, forcing Gun-hee to experience every single memory of his previous life, every conversation they shared, all the way up to his final battle against the Frost Monarch. Gun-hee is so happy, tear-filled that he could fight with young heroes like the one in front of him. Embracing the warm sunlight, he thinks that he's fine with becoming a corpse, because now, he's one with the memories he treasured the most. The meaningful existence of the chairman of the Hunters Association comes to an end. Jinwoo wipes off his tears, emphasizing that the chairman himself is the greatest hero for sacrificing his life for humanity. As he's walking away from the hospital, Jinwoo receives a call from Haein, who is mortified to inform him that their kid is fucking flying before her very eyes. It's a shocking revelation to Jinwoo, who wonders what he should do. Haein is okay with teaching their kid how to walk, though she didn't expect her husband to also have the ability to fly. With autumn ending, winter was soon to follow. All things shared a beginning and an eventual end. Jinwoo walks the path of light, telling his wife that he'll come home earlier than usual today. Poor Haein, on the other hand, is busy cleaning up the mess their damn son made since he takes after his godly father. The next side story concerns Jeju Island. Do you guys remember who the ants were starving after expiring all the resources on the island? The Ant Queen needed the assistance of a powerful weapon for her kingdom, a creature who could annihilate her enemies and allowed for the spread of their kind. This was Baru's purpose of existence, to kill. And eventually, he met his match, someone who wasn't afraid to take him on. From that moment to now, it has been a while. Baru wasn't expecting another human to appear before his eyes in the form of Suho. The kid is really drawn to him and runs after him, always looking for him. Igris remarks that it's not what Baru thinks. Suho doesn't hate him, but rather appreciates him for being big and having the ability to fly. This gives our favorite ant some confidence. He returns to their state of eternal rest, where he requests a change in their plans. The giant ass statue that took months of preparations needs to be altered to adjust one part. Even the soldiers worked hard on it. The dwarves recommend the side of the demons to complete the statue, which Baru approves. The scene cuts to a random gang, who is shocked that their entire gang was destroyed by one man. They want to get back at him by attacking his family behind his back, which is the dumbest mistake these fuckers could ever hope to make. Realizing that there's practically no security around here, they execute their plan. But to their shock, a shadow creature appears out of nowhere, torturously killing them all. Beru even claws at one of them to stay quiet as his little lord has fallen asleep just now. He then goes to crush the human's face, showing what real terror looks like. Back in the world of eternal rest, Essel and her clan are hard at work to fit the statue. The piece is fully altered with the addition of Suho as Jinwoo's son, a perfect act of glory for their master. The shadow soldiers are so happy until all of a sudden, Beru realizes he's in some deep shit when he hears the kid's voice from behind. That's not good at all. A few days afterwards at the daycare center, Hai-In learns that Suho enjoys drawing a bunch of ants as his friend. She realizes that it might appear strange to the caretakers, especially when Suho has plenty of drawings of Tusk and Beru. Also, when depicting a drawing of his family, Bro illustrated a bunch of dark figures around his parents. Yeah, this is normally how you expect the beginning of a horror movie. Of course, this is a first for the daycare staff, and they wanted to know how the kid came to draw such things. At first they thought he was bullied, but with his bright attitude, they began to think otherwise. The scene cuts to the police department where Jinwoo receives an official promotion, when normally he had been putting it down for a while. It turns out that he no longer had any excuses to decline, so they forced it on him. Sehun wonders if he wants prize money of some kind. Jinwoo reflects that at some point, he alone was earning more than an entire law firm in the previous timeline. But for now, he's happy to buy them a meal as a complimentary gift. Back at home, Jinwoo is surprised to see a 5-year-old child drawing exceptionally well. Heian is a bit concerned, while Jinwoo cracks a laugh seeing his son's deeds. She also tells him that the other children are afraid of their son, because they always change their expression whenever they approach him. The father wonders if the children can subtly sense the power of monarchs. But the real reason is due to Suho's shadows. After all, he planted one of his most trusted servants underneath the boy, and the power of the shadow monarch, which Suho inherited from his father, was also slowly increasing over time. At this rate, Jinwoo feared it would be impossible for the kid to live normally, which meant that he had to suppress it in some capacity. For now, he intends to seal not only his memories, but also his powers. Also, he hands Beru the drawing his kid made of him. The insect bawls his eyes out in tears, realizing that he will no longer be able to interact with the little lord. Beru approaches Suho and legit breaks the heck down, serving his farewell on behalf of all the soldiers until their next encounter. After that, Jinwoo concludes the suppression of his son, and the kid's memories vanish until he grows much older. Now in his high school life, Suho was a normal child who walked among others. The perspective focuses on his side of the story. He's embracing a new challenge in his life, and he's got plenty of goons to worry about. Some will be his friends, others will be his enemies. The typical class hierarchy needed some work, so they set their sights on Suho, who was drawn to the delinquent staring at him. Bitchface over here is in the mood to catch some smoke and even glares at one of his own friends. Later that same day, they're busy beating the shit out of a kid who was a part of their group. Apparently he tried messing around with Suho and ate dirt. They continue to hammer him down, believing that even a guy like that must have his rumors spreading around. Suho decides to save them the trouble and shows up to beat them all down. He plans to use Sungho as the one who was responsible for clearing up the mess. Suho immediately knocks down one of the dudes and kicks another with a strong attack. Their leader tried hitting him with a punch, but his fast reflexes allowed him to counter not only his punch, but also beat the shit out of his face. In mere moments, the delinquents are all down. He leaves the cleanup to Sungho. The following day, rumors of Sungho beating 3 guys reverberated throughout school. They're all talking about him as the highlight, not knowing it was someone else who did the deed. Suho comments on his current, dreadfully boring life. He couldn't find anything meaningful. To his shock, when he tried exiting the classroom, the door got stuck. In fact, the entire world froze in that mere instant as time came to a stop. A sudden gate appeared out of nowhere, a portal that he had not seen ever before. It clearly inspired fear inside him. Remembering his mother's words, he channels his father's resolve and decides to approach the gate. Upon entering it, Suho is baffled to find himself inside some kind of unknown labyrinth. The gate closes, which means his only option is to navigate forward, which he does. The hallway is endless in sight, and to his amazement, he can see the stats of every weapon around. It's like he was being introduced to a game, and the game was imploring him to choose a weapon. Suho realizes that increasing his level may help him acquire greater weapons. There, he locates the Night Killer dagger, dubbing it as a weak weapon, and not knowing his father used to swing it around once. To his intrigue, he doesn't pick the daggers, but rather a weapon of his interest. He selects gauntlets, and once again, the system goes active for its second player. Suho explores the place, questioning its design. Unexpectedly, one of the knights attempts to catch him from behind. With what little reflexes he could muster, he blocks the attack in that moment, shocked at what happened. Also, the gauntlets seem pretty strong, because using them, even an untrained guy like him could easily disfigure the knight to pieces. His first victory causes him to level up, but another horrifying realization takes place. He had to face a shit ton of knights crawling out from every direction. Realizing that he had no choice but to take them directly, Suho faced the knights, rampaging his way past them and finally defeating them all. He achieved 3 levels, but more knights were clogging him from both directions. But this determined boy was much like his father and did not want to give up. He marched ahead with his gauntlets and punched the crap out of each knight, sometimes even using his kicks to end the battle. With this, he reached level 19 in a relatively short amount of time. Suho realized that he was getting an overall buff with each level up, and the environment resembled that of a game. Of course, he's starting to wonder just how on earth he could beat these knights when he was level 1 and had nothing. Sensing the massive power coming from his gauntlets, he desires to become even stronger and approaches a large gate. Suho cracks open the gate, and nostalgia hits us all like a truck. It's Igris sitting on the throne, exerting an overwhelming amount of aura. The knight gets up and prepares to face the kid. But before Suho can even react, his life comes to an end. Igris annihilated the fucking room with a single strike, forcing the kid to wake up in a state of shock. To his surprise, he's back to the same spot like last time, the place he started from. He wonders if he has to redo everything, but for some reason, there are less lights now than before. Suho changes his weapon to better fit his level and fears the possibility of something bad happening after 3 more deaths. In the end, the outcome was the same. He got himself destroyed 2 more times. The Black Knight was just too strong of an opponent, making it feel like a cheat. Suho is frustrated at his inability to defeat the warrior, until he sees the Demon King's longsword from the list of weapons. He wonders the kind of gap that exists between their powers and hopes to level up more before facing the knight. Suho acquires a shit ton of gear and faces the knights, realizing that they were respawning just like him, which means they might have infinite regeneration. This way, he abuses the level up system by beating them front and back. Suho slowly hones his abilities until none of the knights are standing. And now, he had officially reached the set requirements to become a player. A title quest drops in his face, which he accepts immediately. A few portals, resembling that of the Shadow Monarch, begin to open. This is a test to check his endurance and rate him based on his performance. It's the same exact test that Jinwoo originally took to receive Ashbourne's powers. The timer begins as knights come crawling out of the gates. Suho boasts a confident face, realizing that he's going to enjoy this. The mages unleash hellfire right off the bat, disrupting Suho's attention. The mages collectively target him with a powerful fire-based attack, which he stops thanks to his giant shield. But even after his attempt, they cast a gigantic night golem, resembling the same one from the time Jinwoo faced him. This time, Suho tosses away his shield, reflecting that he'll be okay without it. The kid then quickly dismantles the golem as if it were a piece of cake. Finally, he throws off the heavy equipment that he doesn't need. Unlike his fighter, Suho shows promise with a bow and arrow, knocking his opponents down with a versatile style. He also makes use of his short daggers to mow down any targets close to him. With all of his weapons expelled, Suho boasts his macho side, believing that men only need their bare hands to finish a fight. Bro is trying to one-up his dad. The quest is cleared, and the assessment points are calculated based on his outcome. Thanks to that, he has earned the class of a martial artist, and since he also exceeded the playtime of the trial, more points are accumulated based off of bonus factors. He is promoted to Soul Striker, which is an advanced class. However, even Suho knows that he has to achieve greater strength to take on a target like Igris. More time passes as he achieves higher level equipment, and finally challenges Igris at last. The knight waits for him in the exact same pose as last time. He took his damn time, but Suho's now ready to face Igris, especially since he's climbed all the way up to level 70 in a short time. Side note, it's crazy to me because it took Jinwoo at least 70 chapters just to get to that level. The fight kicks off with Igris unleashing a wave of destruction in his path. This time, Suho boasts the ability to dodge and even match the knight's movements. They trade blows equally, with Igris mostly going on the offensive and pushing Suho back. The player understands that he has to bump up his speed to stand a chance against the knight, but Igris is ruthless and shoves him away, creating distance. Suho loads a heavy punch and actually astonishes Igris with his strength, who realizes that Suho's growth is extremely impressive for someone who just started learning. Despite eating a bunch of attacks from Igris, the determined Suho is relentless and understands that he'll continuously level up if he keeps fighting on. However, this one knight that he was facing, was on a completely level playing field than all the other threats he faced. This means Igris was out of the realm of normalcy, which also means Suho was no different. He was given additional stats when he was at level 1, and that's how he beat high-level soldiers with ease. Even now, he's being granted additional stats stacked on top of his normal stats, which means he only appears to be level 70, but his strength is superior to level 100 at least. The mysterious skill responsible for this boost, that you're probably wondering about, is called Young Monarch, which gives him an additional 40-point boost for every single stat. That's just hacks on top of hacks. I know you guys are probably shocked just as much as I am, but yeah, Igris is really taking a beating here. He's getting pushed all the way back until his armor cracks beyond repair. The knight understands that this boy has potential to a different scale. This kid is the son of the strongest monarch as well as an S-rank hunter from the previous timeline. It's no surprise that he had immense power inside of him. It was at this moment, when Suho dished out his final blow, that the blood-red commander accepted his fate. His blade shattered and he was returned to the world of void. After an extremely tough battle, Suho roars for having won. He celebrates with excitement, his levels shooting all the way up as another gate peers open at last. Assuming that it's the exit, Suho enters inside, but to his surprise, he's transitioned to the Demon King's castle without his knowledge. Here he encounters the mad Cerberus after witnessing a building engulfed in flames. The three-headed creature rears its teeth against Suho, who merely mocks the creature for being a scaredy cat for walking away. That's the neat part. Bro's glare scared the damn Cerberus away. Crossing each door, Suho finds himself facing hundreds of thousands of demons. He clearly remembers one punching the demons on the 10th, 20th, and 30th floor without even moving an inch. He's reached all the way up to Vulcan at the 50th floor and still finds the game way too easy. At this rate, the level-up system doesn't feel satisfying to him, and he wonders if he broke the game after beating the Black Knight. Bro ends up destroying Midas and proceeds to clear each floor every hour, without using any of the Shadow Soldiers by the way. Reaching the 100th floor, Suho doesn't have high expectations, until he spots the beautiful Essel awaiting him. Bro doesn't give a damn and is at the verge of ending her life when suddenly she stops him and explains that they weren't ready for him to come without any soldiers by his side. Essel also mentions that Suho actually failed to come this far last time, which surprises him for a bit, but that detail is quickly ignored for some reason. Anyway, she introduces herself properly as the rank 1 demon of the place and welcomes him to the final stage. Of course, there's nothing here, so he's basically cleared the castle. There was once a Demon King stage, though it's no longer available. She congrats him for clearing the castle and offers a chance to have a grand feast for his accomplishments. Suho wonders what his next destination is like, and turns out that he is tasked to enter another dimension after this one. This is also the first time he learns what a gate is. Essel tries to get him to share a banquet, but he ignores her, explaining that he doesn't have the appetite to eat demon food, so he'd attend when he's older. Poor Essel not only got ignored by Jinwoo, but now also his son. It's at this moment she remembers our boy's cold goodbye as he neglected the castle completely. Contrasting his father, Suho actually chooses to remember her name and hopes to meet her again. This makes her really happy as she waves him goodbye. Suho enters the gate and wonders if this is some kind of trap. Here he is met with thousands of ants, simulating the events of the Jeju Island arc. Bro's face is on the floor when he sees them. Bro is seriously afraid of the ants and runs the heck away from them. Deciding to confront them head-on, Suho beats them quickly and levels up even faster than he expected. Having faced and defeated a bunch of them, he deems himself ready to face his next hurdle. Entering the gate, he encounters a gigantic ant, our one and only majestic Baru, who is looking mean as hell. But for some reason, Suho is shocked to see the ant bawling his eyes out with tears. Baru lunges with a loud screech, battling against the little monarch with his power. Suho actually causes him to stagger with a serious kick. Baru tries to stop him, but this guy kicks him in the face. Baru unleashed his fangs against the young master, still crying by the way, but Suho confusingly chucks a fist in his belly, causing the insect to draw away and heal himself. He goes in for another lunge, causing Suho to avoid a powerful attack, his eyes still streaming down tears. Baru can't even touch Suho and gets whacked in the face. Meanwhile, Suho is out here fucking confused because he's never encountered such a weird monster. Baru admits letting his guard down and ends up defeated. This was a close battle according to Suho, but yeah, he wins and gets an insane amount of level ups from it. Even though Suho won that fight, he can't shake off the feeling that Baru was severely holding back and creating so many openings along the way. It's only because of that he won the fight. But his body is exhausted at this point as another gate pops open. Suho is really begging to go home because he believes he's maxed out at level 99. But when he enters the gate, he's met with all kinds of different monsters. These are the representations of each of the armies of the monarchs. Suho realizes that his fight is unending and he lunges forth to destroy all his opponents. He dodges an attack from a monster and delivers an uppercut like a missile. Meanwhile, a giant attempts to slash him, but this man literally cuts his sword in half. Suho is unstoppable as he climbs atop the giant and bases its jaw before returning to the ground and destroying even more monsters in a back-to-back battle. He's slowly starting to get overwhelmed as high-level green orcs begin swarming at him from above. Luckily, he evades them, but then a great dragon nearly bites him in half. Suho dodges that too, barely, but he can't keep up with the aerial fight. Realizing he's gonna have to up his game, Suho bashes the orc aside and takes control of its dragon. Then he zigzags his way around his opponents all the way up until he meets the Titans. Here, the leader of the Titans enters its most powerful state, realizing that he's been given a special occasion to face a worthy warrior. He deems Suho a vice lord, but before this dude is able to finish his sentence, Suho literally beats the ever-living crap out of him, which is exactly what happened in Jinwoo's original fight. As his next opponent, Tusk exerts an insane amount of pressure weighing down Suho's body. The Grand Mage isn't fucking around, and he's posing more of a challenge than anyone else so far. Suho recalls all of the special bosses he faced so far to have special appearances, signifying them as the stage bosses. Right now, he's getting crushed to the ground with the pressure of the earth weighing him down. What's even more, the three great dragons among Jinwoo's army all prepare a blast of destruction from each side and cause the entire ground to get leveled by the explosion. Luckily, Suho survived that. Whoa, what a shocker. He slashes each dragon in a speedy assault, as if he were bouncing off of them like a pinball. Suho's attack comes to an end with the defeat of the three dragons. He then mounts his own dragon after stealing one from an orc. His next target is the annoying mage. But to his surprise, the mage has prepared a goddamn sun for him, which is even further amplified with his draconic staff. The attack is released and eats an entire mountain for breakfast, a scale of destruction that baffles Suho. Apparently, Tusk did the first attack as a warning shot and to test his own abilities, all at the same time installing a fear in his opponent. Suho continues to rampage against the monsters of the Sovereigns, but his struggles aren't over, as even more powerful foes and higher-ranked soldiers of the Shadow Army continue to resurrect. This includes the Titan who was defeated a while ago. Poor guy gets kicked probably in the nuts without being able to complete his sentence again. Another warrior meets the same damn fate, yapping too much and allowing Suho to slash them away. Though he's been defeating his opponents left and right, even Suho realizes that his stamina is taking a huge toll from each fight. He tries to control his strength in an efficient manner so that he could become a one-man army capable of dealing with numerous opponents without any support. In this empowered state, he's so strong that he makes light work of the great dragons and the higher-ranked soldiers. Even Tusk is not much for his attacks. Suho flanks him from behind, disappointed that this is all they had to offer him. And with that, Tusk meets his end as well. After the defeat of the armies of the Monarchs, Suho alone stands as the victor. Though his stats didn't receive a significant boost, he was now much better at controlling his powers. As his final opponent, Bellion, the strongest soldier of the Shadow Army, steps forward with all his might. Instantly, Suho judges him to be stronger than Beru and tries sparking conversation. He simply wants to know how many opponents he's defeated so far. Turns out, he's only taken care of 0.03% of the entire army in Jinwoo's disposal. Yes, even after fighting for so long and killing so many opponents, Suho hasn't even grazed the army's total count. He strengthens his resolve and prepares to face his strongest opponent yet. Bellion admits that the young lord has grown up to be a fine warrior, but his damn speed is so fast that he literally vanishes before Suho's eyes and knocks him away. Suho is dying to know what's up with the titles he keeps receiving. He doesn't know what it has to do with him joining this world. Also, he's even more pissed why he's called the young lord and not exactly the main monarch himself. Bro wants to be his dad so badly. Bellion is already giving him a tough time though, slashing Suho with his unique blade and switching it to a whip of destruction. The whip is hard to deal with, but Suho perseveres and thinks that it's a useless weapon when grabbed. Clearly, Bellion didn't anticipate this outcome as his opponent outsmarts him by delivering powerful punches back to back. Suho then goes on to flank him, exploiting his stomach and knocking Bellion back with his full force. Of course, despite that attack, it's not enough to defeat an opponent like him. But Suho knows that this battle is going to take more than a little while. He understands that Bellion isn't the boss of this place, but rather a fake copy of the real boss. And finally, for the grand reveal, the man himself mounts Kaisel and goes for a legendary landing and sends Suho back. Jinwoo, the Shadow Monarch and the strongest being in existence, meets his son on the battlefield. The Monarch is armed with the blades of Antares, containing a near-infinite attack potency. His dark wings only further highlight his ascended rank as a creature of superiority. Realizing that he was facing a human opponent this time, Suho tries to spark conversation, but the figure doesn't respond. Suho interestingly observes that a gate appeared before even taking his opponent down, which means this person was his final challenge. He had to defeat this person to get home, so he mustered his full strength. Both sides are launched with godlike speed, a dagger meeting a gauntlet. Their attacks connected at last. The final battle begins with Jinwoo's sharp blades cutting Suho like butter. The boy has to be more careful and meet this opponent in equal strength, or else he'd get overwhelmed too quickly. He notices his opponent's godlike precision and complexity in his attacks. Jinwoo is so far the more offensive person, and the kid can sense how much this person must have trained to come this far. As he's getting slashed countless times, he wonders how hard this man worked and the countless battlefields he had been a part of. Suho's knocked away, and even though his opponent is skilled, he doesn't want to let this fight be an easy victory. His strength stats are off the charts already, and he's leveled up enough. So even if this person's stats were higher than his own, he believed he could take them. But as Suho crosses past Jinwoo with a solid punch, his gauntlet is torn to bits and he is reduced to a blood pulp. Even though he was facing an enemy at this moment, he found Jinwoo worthy of his respect. Suho pleaded for a day to come where he too became as strong as him. With the remaining gauntlet, he tries to catch his opponent, who instead of attacking him, merely comforts the boy gently by scrubbing his hair. Jinwoo then asks if he enjoyed the game so far. Suho is stunned and at a loss for words. He recognizes this person to be his father, who instead of continuing the conversation, simply throws him into the next gate. And that's how Sung Suho woke up from his long dream. He was in class, and found himself extremely embarrassed for having a silly dream like that. A classmate comes around questioning why he's still around when their class is long over. Suho offers to help her out in locking up the classroom. What he doesn't know is that his father and the rest of his loyal soldiers are observing the scene from above. Thanks to the remnants of the system, he was able to recreate the architect's design. Igris believes that it's a good time to return Suho to his own powers, especially since he had gone through many trials in the past and lost many times. But this was the first run where he actually managed to reach his father. Though that is the case, Jinwoo argues that he would never have been able to beat the Monarch of Destruction if he thought his power alone was enough to do the trick. He thinks it's better to run to live another day if victory isn't guaranteed. And the fact that his child attacked a stronger opponent without even thinking about the consequences talks highly of the boy's naivete. In his heart, Jinwoo knew that his son wasn't strong or mature enough to receive the full end of his powers. Though he doesn't know about it now, he will learn one day and keep improving. Baru, on the other hand, is still crying after cherishing the drawing Suho made of him as a child. Jinwoo thinks it's a good time for him to take his family out to dinner while he's at it. In the closing sequence, we get to hear the news of the Hwang brothers who ended up being arrested for their crimes. Also, in this life, Yoonho has become a firefighter and actually stopped a large-scale fire catastrophe. He admires his captain for being a resilient person. The scene shifts away to Jinho's headquarters. This guy is too busy celebrating Gina's pregnancy to care about anything else. Jinho, in his happy state, decides to title the game Beautiful World, which will resemble a virtual reality system for players to enjoy. But all of his staff members collectively agree that he's shit at naming, making him wonder if he should ask Jinwoo. Then again, not even he is good at these things. Jinho's fine with messing around since they've acquired the best investor in town, Choi Jong-in, who used to be the redhead fire mage in his previous life. And that's how the Ajin Company's president Jinho received success and became famous for his contributions. His father is even more impressed by that kid's efforts and hopes to meet his grandchild soon. The world is peaceful and has never known more peace than this moment. The scene drifts away to the vacuum of space, showing a gigantic gate. And this was the finale. Gates are portals of ambiguity, the ones that caused humans to fear them and made them beg for their disappearance. The brave warriors who chose to fight hard battles in these gates were once called the Hunters. This event takes place right when Jinwoo awakens as an E rank. The support division of the association was called, and the angry hunter on the other side roared at them for sending a trashy guy in their team. The hunter on the other line wasn't ready to have a dumb E-rank corpse by his side, and went on to describe the kid in all the worst ways. This was around the time when students only had 3 career options for their future. The first was to become a famous hunter, the second to become an employee at a major guild, and finally a worker at the association. Now, the hunters were responsible for issuing a ton of complaints to the office workers at the association, and naturally, the staff had to deal with them all. Recalling the E-rank's name, he pulled up Jinwoo's datasheet, finding him to be a weakling of a hunter with stats pretty similar to that of a normal human. Also, the kid had an endless list of injuries in the past, to the point it was a miracle for him to be alive. The staff member realized that this boy had to pay bills for his mother's life support system, as well as his sister, which is why he struggled so much. The kid was 23 years of age at this moment. The staff member asked his superior, questioning whether they should expel him as a hunter. But it had been tried and tested already. The old man asks what made the staff member join the association. In response, he tells him about a story that he heard about a hunter, a story that invoked curiosity, and nothing more. There were hunters out there willing to risk their lives every day, and this guy just wanted to help them out with the way he knew how. Or at least that is how he thought of it. So now, in this case, the superior believes that it's better to help Jinwoo than voice against him. It was then decided to assign Juhee, who was a B-ranked healer that didn't want to become a high-ranked hunter. The old man implored his junior to try and recruit good people like her to help him out. Observing her datasheet, the guy was shocked to find a B-ranked healer like her. Though she was a powerful healer, she didn't fully contribute as a hunter because of her fear. White Jinwoo, a kid who was pathetically weak, constantly overcame his fears despite his insignificant strength. This was a way of inspiring change in both people, allowing them to become each other's strengths. So that's how this young man decided to give Jinwoo another chance by uniting him with Juhi's special existence. Back to the present, Suho ends up getting beat in a game of rock, paper, scissors and has to carry the girl's bag. He looks towards the heavens, as if he was interested in someone. The scene zooms out to the beautiful and familiar sky, with a familiar wyvern flying through it. Cha Hai-in, who had grown out her hair, recalls that it had been a while since they'd seen this view. To celebrate their anniversary, Jinwoo brought a special necklace for her. He tells her to go home early and puts it around her neck. The two share a kiss, and he promises not to take his time coming home this time. Hai-in, with her timeless beauty and mature allure, tells her loving husband that she'll be waiting for him. Jinwoo smiles the happiest he has ever been and departs Kaisel, levitating in the air. He then turns to the gigantic gate cracking open from the skies. Because of his immense power, he has attracted enemies from alternate universes, and in order to face them, he brings out his most trusted allies, his shadow soldiers, chanting the final, "Arise." Back to the scene of Suho's time in the system, the boy shared the feeling of fear and wanted to open the door regardless, confronting the uncertainty behind it. With each life lost, he kept dying until he was down to his last life, until his final chance. This time, a certain voice chanted at him to get up, time and again. Suho confronted the gate, just like Jinwoo confronted his own trial. And that's how he persevered to crack open any door, no matter how difficult or challenging it was. That is the end of the official and side storyline of Solo Leveling. What a great pleasure to narrate this masterpiece for you all.